HarperCollins presents Last One Left Alive by Michael Wood, read by Stephanie Beattie. Part 1. Day 1. Prologue. I have been surrounded by murder for years. So much so that it has become part of me. It has absorbed me, infected me, and it's found its way to my brain. There is no stopping it. Murder is in my life, and all the signs are telling me to kill, to take the lives of others. I know what to do to get started. I know how not to get caught. On the 2nd of January, 1981, Peter Sutcliffe was stopped by police with 24-year-old sex worker Olivia Reivers on Melbourne Avenue, right here in Sheffield. A routine police check found the car had false number plates. He was arrested and transferred to Dewsbury Police Station in West Yorkshire. Whilst there, he was questioned about the crimes of the Yorkshire Ripper, in which 13 sex workers were killed, because his likeness matched the known physical description of the killer given by witnesses. The next day, Sergeant Robert Ring had a hunch, and he returned to Melbourne Avenue in Broomhill, where Sutcliffe was arrested. During his arrest, Sutcliffe had told the police he needed a pee and went behind an oil storage tank. There, Sergeant Ring found a knife, a hammer, and rope that Sutcliffe was most likely intending to use on his next victim, Olivia Reivers. It wasn't long before Sutcliffe was identified as the Yorkshire Ripper and charged with 13 murders. Had Sutcliffe become complacent? I think so. He'd successfully killed 13 women. He must have thought he was untouchable. Dennis Nielsen dissected his victims and flushed them down the toilet. Eventually the drains became blocked, and a plumber was called who found skin and bones clogging up the pipes. That really was foolish. David Berkowitz received a parking ticket for parking illegally in front of a fire hydrant, and Joel Ritkin was caught driving without any licence plates with a body in the boot of his car. They were all caught unnecessarily. A little more brain power, a touch more attention to detail, and they could have continued killing for as long as they wanted to. The secret to successful killing is to never let your guard down. Ever. By all means, taunt the police with your crimes. That's what I intend to do. But the key is to remain calm, in control, and always keep one eye on the investigation. The first step is to know the mettle of the detective who's going to be hunting for you. I know everything there is to know about Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark. She has an exemplary record in catching murderers, and the odds of catching me are greatly in her favour. The question here is, can she find me before I physically and mentally destroy her? Deep breath. Let the games begin. From 5EW4HTU9@hotmail.com. Date, Monday, 1st of January 1900, at midnight. To Dark, Matilda. matilda.dark@southyorkshire.police.co.uk. Subject, 1 of 5. Hello, Matilda. I've committed the perfect murder. How's that for an opening line? Let me see if I can guess what you're thinking. You're probably thinking I'm some kind of crank who's a few sandwiches short of a picnic, as my mum likes to say. Maybe I'm a fantasist who wants to confess to a murder he hasn't committed just to get a bit of attention. Or maybe I'm being truthful. Now you're thinking that there's no such thing as the perfect murder. Nobody can get away with killing someone, especially in this day and age with advances in technology, forensics and DNA profiling. Well, I'm sorry to break this to you, Matilda, but the perfect murder does exist. I know. I've committed 5 of them. You're an expert in murder, aren't you? You and your team. You've worked on some challenging cases over the years, and you've always found your killer. How does it feel to know that I've unravelled your entire life's work in 2 paragraphs? So, here's the paradox. If I want to be known as a great serial killer who's managed to get away with my crimes, then I need to keep my mouth shut so I don't appear on the police's radar. Unfortunately, nobody will know who I am, or that I am a great serial killer. However, if I reveal who I am, then I'll achieve the notoriety, yet I'll increase my chances of being arrested. The question here is, what is more important to me? Firstly, what's important is that I need you to believe me. So I'm going to tell you about my victims. My first victim was back in September. Liam Walsh. His death was ruled to be a suicide. He jumped from the roof of the Arts Tower. He even left a note for his mum. But he didn't jump. I pushed him. Figure out how I did it, and you'll know you have the perfect serial killer in your neighbourhood. I want to teach you all about murder, Matilda. I want to tell you what it's all really about. You see, in your line of work, you investigate the crime, you catch the criminal, you send them to prison, and you move on to the next case, leaving the debris behind you. But murder is much more than that. It should be savoured, understood, explored, and enjoyed. We're going to have so much fun together. I'll be emailing you again, Matilda. Bye for now. Signed, a circle with a cross through it. Chapter 1. Monday, 14th March 2021. DCI Matilda Dark read the email for a second time. She moved the cursor over the delete button using the trackpad on her laptop. She was about to press it, but something stopped her from doing so. Matilda had been a detective for more than 20 years and had worked on many high-profile investigations. She had received more than her fair share of crank phone calls and emails in that time, but something about this one stopped her from deleting it and consigning it to the bin. She hit print instead. She looked up. She couldn't get used to no longer looking through the glass and seeing her team in the homicide and major crime unit going about their work. She always expected to see Scott stealing a bar of chocolate from Sian's snack drawer, Finn with a concentrated frown on his face as he read something from his tablet, or Tom and Sophia sharing flirtatious glances over the tops of their computer screens. Life had changed for Matilda, and she didn't like it. In January, Matilda had been kidnapped. There was no ransom demand because the kidnapper had no intention of her ever leaving the windowless basement she had been confined to. Her kidnapper blamed Matilda for the way her life had turned out, and wanted Matilda to reach desperation point and hang herself. The plan would have worked too. Matilda was seconds away from death when her colleagues, her friends, Christian, Scott, and Finn, broke into the basement and saved her life. She would be eternally grateful to them all. The fact she was no longer working with them upset her greatly, though she refused to show it. After a short period of convalescence, Matilda was back at work. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic, Brexit, and governmental idiocy had ensured massive cuts needed to be made, and the police force was no exception. Matilda's role had changed. She was no longer in charge of the homicide and major crime unit. She was the overseer of the HMCU and CID. She was out of the offices she shared with Christian, Sian, Scott, and the others, and in a small, cramped room on the next floor up. Her duties were primarily desk-bound. Her time of getting out onto the streets and investigating crimes was over. And she hated it. This was not the reason she became a police officer. This was only the beginning of the second week of her new role, but she was already feeling the effects of working on her own, ostracised from her team. Matilda inhaled and released a heavy sigh. The room she was confined to was small, impersonal, depressing, and tired. She needed light, space, and conversation around her. Her kidnapping had led her to be fearful of enclosed spaces. At home, she no longer slept with her door closed and a sleep mask. Her door was wide open and the landing light left on. At work, her office door was kept ajar and the window open a crack, despite the smell from the bins wafting up from below. She hadn't seen the outside of this room for ages, as she struggled with operational budgets, overtime sheets, staff appraisals, crime rate clear-up figures, cold case reviews, and the dreaded weekly morale-boosting Zoom meetings. She had a meeting later this morning with the chief constable. She had been told she couldn't cancel or rearrange. She had a feeling more budget cuts were coming. If it wasn't for the fact that it would hurt, Matilda would smash her head through the plate glass window. "Fuck it," she said to herself. She jumped up from her chair, grabbed the printed email, and left her office. She entered the HMCU suite to see D.I. Christian Brady at the end of the room leading the morning briefing. It was a reduced attendance. Of the main players, D.C. Tom Simpson and D.S. Sean Robinson were absent. She knew Sean had taken a few days' annual leave and would be back tomorrow, but she had no idea where Tom was. "Matilda, hello. Come to see how the hoi polloi are getting on?" Christian asked with a smile. She went over to Sean's desk, pulled open the bottom drawer, and removed a packet of Maltesers. "Sean isn't going to be happy tomorrow morning when she comes back to find this practically empty." "No, we've got a plan in place," Scott said with a sly wink. "Can I borrow Finn?" Matilda asked. "Now, please." "We're a bit low on staff at the moment," Christian said. "Tom's acting as FLO for Natasha Klein's family, and we're missing Sean." "Any news on Natasha?" Matilda asked, nodding at the photograph of the smiling, blonde 19-year-old on the whiteboard behind Christian. "Nope. A mobile phone was handed in on Saturday morning, found by our good friend the dog walker. It's been confirmed to be Natasha's. The thing is, it was wiped of all prints. Not even Natasha's were on it." "Where was it found?" "At the side of East Bank Road, the opposite direction from where she should have been heading for home." "Anything on it?" "Everything." Christian rolled his eyes. "Scott, are you making a cuppa?" Matilda asked Scott quietly and with a sly smile. "No." "Would you like to?" "Not really." "Thanks." Scott gave an exaggerated tut before pushing his chair back and walking over to the drink station. "The contents of Natasha's phone have been downloaded and sent to me," DC Zofia Novak began. She was the team's technology expert. What she didn't know about what you could do with a computer wasn't worth knowing. "It looks like she lived by her phone. She's got text conversations going back years. Literally thousands of photographs, the majority of which are selfies, and she's on every social media app you can think of." "Alibis from the family?" Matilda asked. "Ongoing," Christian replied. "We know where the mother was. The father said he was at a meeting in Attercliffe, but we've just had that torn apart. Tom's at the family home now, so we'll ask him to question him about it. The only thing is, the parents are due to come in later to do a televised appeal. If Derek can't give us an alibi, do we really want to put a potential suspect on TV?" "No, we don't. But if he has done something to Natasha, the weight of doing an appeal might break him." "True." "Right. So, can I borrow Finn or not?" Christian looked exasperated. He was now in sole charge of an elite unit with more responsibilities, no more money, and a reduced staff. He ran his hand over his buzz cut. "Can it wait until after the briefing?" he asked pleadingly. Scott handed her the mug of tea. She thanked him and he returned to his desk without a word. "Sure," she said. "Finn, if you could come up when you've got a minute?" "Will do. Thanks, I'll leave you to it then," she said, reluctant to leave, desperate to pull up a chair and join them in the hunt for the missing teenager. "We'll be needing that mug back," Scott called after her. "Of course. After all, I don't belong here anymore, do I?" She cheekily stuck her tongue out at them all before leaving the room. It was another half an hour before the tap on her office door came. Half an hour in which Matilda had familiarized herself with the Natasha Klein case. On Thursday afternoon at 3:30, Natasha left the Olive Grove campus of the Sheffield College and was heading straight home to Park Lane, Brumhill. She never made it. Her mother, Cara, arrived home at 6, expecting to find her daughter making a start on tea for the family. She wasn't there. An hour later she began ringing Natasha's phone, which went straight to voicemail. She tried all the friends she had the contact details for, before, at 10 o'clock, she finally made the call to the police to report her daughter as a missing person. The following day, students on Natasha's media studies and psychology courses were questioned, and they all said the same thing, more or less. Natasha was her usual self on Thursday, happy, confident, smiling, funny and normal. She didn't plan on meeting anyone after college and was heading home to create some content for her Instagram page. The wannabe influencer didn't have a care in the world. But something had happened to stop her from going home, and now her mobile had been found, it wasn't looking good. Time was also of the essence. Natasha had type 1 diabetes and had to inject herself with insulin several times a day. According to her mother, she carried an insulin delivery pen with her wherever she went. But had she become separated from her bag? Matilda blew out her cheeks. The worst didn't bear thinking about. She moved on to Liam Walsh and read a little about him before she noticed Finn standing in the open doorway. "Finn, come on in," she laughed to herself. "That rhymes. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Have a seat. Can I get you something to eat?" "Wow, look at me. I'm on a roll." "I'd love to come back at you with something, but I can't think of anything that rhymes with Matilda off the top of my head," he said, sitting down. Newly promoted DS Finn Cotton had recently completed an Open University degree in criminology, and it was this newfound knowledge that Matilda wanted to make use of. She told him about her anonymous email and handed it over. Finn read the email. Matilda watched as his eyes ran back and forth, his lips moving slightly as he read. With each line his brow grew heavier as he took in the enormity of the content. When he'd finished, he read it a second time. "Well?" Matilda asked. "I think we need to look up Liam Walsh, see what we've got. From what I've read so far, it's looking very open and shut. You think this is genuine?" "He says Liam's death was ruled as a suicide. That means a coroner was involved, and there was an inquest which found that Liam took his own life. Case closed. Why send this email unless there was something more to his death?" "If it was a murder made to look like a suicide, wouldn't we have noticed in the investigation and post-mortem?" "It depends how clever he's been. The fact we haven't shows he's very clever. I don't recall us dealing with a Liam Walsh in September, do you?" "No." "Which means the case didn't come to us because there was nothing suspect about it. I tell you something, though. I don't like this subject line, 1 of 5. "Neither do I. What does your psychologist's brain tell you?" "Criminologist," he corrected her. "It's an ologist, it's good enough for me." "Well, it's very conversational in tone. He's asking you a question even though you can't answer him." He cast his eye over the email again. "He calls you Matilda 4 times. That's quite personal. He's talking to you like he's a friend. Anything else? He's intelligent. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that this is real, that he has killed 5 people and managed to get away with it. He knows that by emailing you, he increases his chances of being caught. He knows about the paradox of being an infamous killer. I think, Finn thought for a moment, I think he's showing off. This email is screaming of a man with confidence. A confident killer is never a good thing. What do you make of the signature symbol? Does that mean anything? Matilda asked. Don't you recognise it? Should I? It's the symbol the Zodiac killer used when he wrote his letters to the police and journalists. The Zodiac killer? When was he active? The 70s? Late 60s. If memory serves me correctly, he killed 5 people, but there are some who believe he could have killed as many as 20. He was never caught. However, he taunted the police and journalists by writing to them and signing the letters with that symbol. Did you see the film with Jake Gyllenhaal? It's chilling. I did. Good film. Why is he using his symbol? Surely this guy doesn't think he's a new Zodiac. Finn thought for a moment. I don't get the impression he's wanting to pick up his mantle or copycat an infamous killer. I think he's using the symbol to show that he's getting away with his crimes just like the Zodiac killer did. I mean, he's claiming to have killed 5 people. Surely we'd know about it if he had. He's either a fantasist or a very dangerous man. Matilda shivered. I'm not sure which is the safer option. Leave it with me. I'll do some digging. I'll look up Liam Walsh and I'll get Zafir to check out the email address. I might be a while, though, what with us being short-staffed. Can I keep this email? Matilda nodded. Finn stood up and left the office. He made to close the door until Matilda called out and stopped him. It's like an oven in here with the door closed, she lied, hiding her sudden onset claustrophobia. Matilda waited until Finn had gone before looking back at the open email on her desk. If you think you can play games with people's lives, you've picked the wrong opponent, you bastard. Chapter 2. DC Tom Simpson was standing in the kitchen of the stone-built semi-detached house in Park Lane, Broomhill, where Natasha Klein lived with her family. When he qualified as a family liaison officer late last year, he thought it would be an extra string to his bow. Something interesting to add to his CV. All he seemed to have done this weekend was listen to Kara crying and make endless mugs of tea. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a text from Zafir asking him to quiz Derek about his alibi, seeing as the one he'd given was full of holes. He sent her a quick reply, with a couple of kisses added on the end, then finished making the round of teas he was currently occupied with, and took the tray into the living room. Kara was sitting on the edge of the sofa, rocking slightly, a screwed-up tissue in each hand. Her sobs were the main background noise throughout the house. Tom could understand how upset she was, but she really needed to compose herself. She would make herself ill if she didn't. He placed a mug of tea on the table in front of her. She looked up at him with wet eyes and nodded her thanks. She was wearing a black oversized cardigan, navy trousers, and a navy sweater. Tom hadn't seen her in anything else since Friday morning. Derek came into the room. He'd gone upstairs to shower and had come down in fresh clothes, bringing with him an air of a fragranced shower gel. He was clean-shaven, his thinning hair neat, and wore a red sweater which seemed too tight for his straining build. "Ooh, tea," he said, picking up the mug Tom set down for him. "I could get used to having you around." He turned to his wife. "Kara, sweetheart, why don't you go and have a shower? You'll feel better." She shook her head. "Or a bath. Relaxing bath might help." "A relaxing bath?" she asked in a dark tone, looking daggers at him. Oh, yes. Why don't I take a glass of wine up? Maybe light a few candles and listen to a bit of music as well. You don't understand, do you? She gave in to her sobs again. How can I relax? How can any of us relax? Derek looked at Tom and raised an eyebrow. Derek, Tom began, swallowing hard. I've had a message from one of my colleagues. We're going through a timeline of events from Thursday, trying to work out where Natasha was, who she was with, the usual. And for elimination purposes, we need to know where everyone who knew her was too. Can you tell me where you were on Thursday around 3:30? I've already told you all this, he said, sitting in an armchair and crossing his legs at the knee. I had a meeting at Brotherton's at 3 down Attercliffe. I was seeing Richard Sharp. He's their head finance chap. We've called Brotherton's, and they said the meeting never took place. Well, no, he said. Cara looked up, her stare burning into him. It turned out he'd forgotten all about me and had gone to their site in Barnsley for the afternoon. So you didn't have the meeting? No. Still, never mind. They got me out of the office, he said with a smile. Did you go back to the office? His smile started to droop. No, actually I didn't. Where did you go? Tom asked. I decided to call it a day. I've been at work since before 8 and I'd not had lunch, so I thought I'd come straight home. What time did you arrive home? I'm not sure. I didn't look at the time, possibly 3:30, maybe 4:20. Was anyone here when you came back? No, the house was empty. Cara got in about, what was it, about 6-ish? Yes, she nodded. Her steely gaze never once left her husband. Did you make any phone calls? Tom asked. No, I came home, made myself a sandwich and just relaxed. That's not like you, Cara said. Sorry? You never just relax. You're always doing something. I know. That's why I decided to relax. It's good to sit down and do nothing from time to time. Cara looked at Tom, back at her husband, back at Tom, then blew her nose into an already disintegrating tissue. What time should Natasha have come home? Tom asked. If she was coming straight home, she'd have been here about 4 o'clock, Cara said. Did you call her when she didn't come home? Tom turned to Derek. No, I mean, she doesn't always come straight home. She could have gone somewhere with friends. She wouldn't have thanked me for calling and checking up on her. You know what teenagers are. I think I'll go and get some breakfast, Derek said, standing up and leaving the room. Tom looked at Cara. She looked back at him with a blank stare. Is Natasha close to her father? Tom asked Cara once the door was closed. He lowered his voice so Derek would be unable to overhear. Cara seemed to be struggling to find the right words. She opened and closed her mouth a few times. I wouldn't say close, no. Why not? They're very different people. You know what teenagers are like when they're finding their feet in the world. They clash with their parents, don't they? I'm sure you did when you were Natasha's age. Tom didn't say anything. The less said about his teen years, the better. But you and Natasha are close. I like to think so, she said, trying to smile, but it just screwed her face up more. You know, I think I will go and have that shower. Do you mind? She asked, standing up and practically running for the door. No, take all the time you need. Once the door was closed, he took his phone out of his back pocket and fired off a text to Sophia. There's something really off about Natasha's mum and dad. Chapter 3. Matilda Dark knocked on the door of Chief Constable Ridley's office and waited to be called in. It was 9:30. She was bang on time for her appointment. It was always easy to tell what time of day it was by Benjamin Ridley's appearance. When he arrived at work every morning, he was straight-backed, his head high, his uniform fitted and pristine, clean-shaven, his hair neat and tidy. As the day wore on, the jacket was discarded. The sleeves rolled up, the tie loosened, and the top button of his shirt undone. The stress of the day-to-day job and the wrangling with politicians took its toll, and by the time he was ready to go home, he would drag his body out of the station, jacket slung over one shoulder, tie in his pocket, thick 5 o'clock shadow on his face, and in urgent need of a double whisky. It was a shame he didn't drink. Matilda entered his office and found him sitting at his desk, looking as if he had the weight of the world on his broad shoulders. "Matilda, come on in. Sit down." Tentatively, she pulled out the chair on the other side of the desk and sat down, placing her hands between her legs. Why do I feel like I'm about to be told off for being caught smoking? Coffee?" he asked, standing up and going over to the small filing cabinet where an espresso machine was plugged in. "Please." "I never used to drink coffee until I became Chief Constable. I never used to eat processed foods either. I'm thinking of taking up smoking and recreational drugs next." Feeling stressed? He let out a heavy sigh and glanced at his reflection in the mirror over the filing cabinet. "Do you know, I didn't have a single grey hair when I took this job," he said, handing Matilda a black coffee. "I also had low blood pressure and a trim waistline. Now look at me." Matilda didn't know what to say, so decided to keep her mouth shut. Ridley sat back down at his desk. "My wife tells me I look like Barack Obama." "Well, that's a compliment, surely. He's a very attractive man." "He's also 12 years older than me." "Ah. Would it help if I say you resemble Lil Nas X?" "I have absolutely no idea who that is." "Something tells me you shouldn't know who he is either. However, if he's under 40, I'll take it as a compliment." "I'm pretty sure he's under 30. Been a long time since I've been able to pass for under 30, but I appreciate the ego boost. Now, I'm afraid I don't have very good news for you, Matilda." "I didn't think you would have." "We're over budget in every department and I need to make some major cuts." "You're getting rid of the HMCU?" "No," he replied firmly. "At least I'm hoping not to. It would be a very last resort. However, we are closing the canteen and we're going to be employing more civilian staff for the administrative roles uniformed officers are currently doing." Matilda shook her head. Policing shouldn't be about budgets. You shouldn't put a price tag on attending a house being burgled or persistent shoplifting. But nowadays everything was about doing things the cheapest way around. The politicians and the decision-makers were blaming COVID, but the people on the ground, the uniformed officers and the detectives, had been told what to investigate based on priorities for years. If a house had been broken into yet nothing was taken, victims were given a crime number and told to contact their insurance companies. Nobody was sent to take statements, knock on the doors of the neighbours or collect fingerprints. It just wasn't financially viable. The 2 DCs I promised HMCU have been reduced to 1. But it won't be happening this financial year, and we may just have to transfer someone over from CID rather than recruit from outside. That way we won't be adding another wage. Matilda rolled her eyes. She could feel a headache coming on. "Also," he swallowed hard and gave Matilda a quick glance from his tablet before looking back down at it. "There are 3 detective sergeants in the HMCU when they only require 2. Matilda wanted to say something, but waited for more bombshells from Ridley. "You need to make a choice, Matilda. You need to lose either DS Sian Robinson, Scott Andrews, or Finn Cotton. They won't be going to another department either. They'll be getting made redundant. What? She fumed. We cannot afford for the HMCU to have 3 sergeants. So you're just getting rid of one of them? It's supposed to be an elite team, which means the best officers? I know it's not ideal. No shit! I'm guessing none of them would volunteer for redundancy? Of course they won't, she said. She could feel her blood boiling. Sian's just bought a new house, Scott's getting married this year, and Finn's just completed a course in criminology. They're all working hard. They're all valuable members of my team, the team, she corrected herself. I know they are, and I'm really sorry. But you need to lose one of them. How can I? She stopped herself. She had no idea how she could choose between them. Let me know your decision by May Bank holiday. We'll be issuing redundancy notices in mid-June. This is wrong, she said. This is not why I joined the police force, and I know it's not why you joined either. You cannot solve crimes on a fucking budget. I'm aware. My hands are tied. I'm hating this, Matilda, I really am. Less than a year ago, you asked me to come back to work after my unit was disbanded. You practically begged me. You promised me everything. A lot has happened in this last year. The fallout from COVID. Bullshit, she said, standing up. The politicians are using COVID as an excuse. First it was Brexit, now it's a pandemic. If we had more competent people in central government who actually knew what real life was like in 21st century Britain, would be a thriving country. Unfortunately, we've got public school dickheads who've never stepped foot further north than the home counties. Matilda, no, she interrupted. I'm not doing it. Scott and Finn saved my life in January. Sian almost died at the hands of Simon Browse. I'm not choosing between them. If you want one of them to go, you choose. It's your department. If it was my department, I wouldn't be doing this. You want one of them gone, you do it. Matilda, when you're in a position of responsibility like you are, you have to make difficult decisions. Not this one. She went to the door, opened it, and slammed it hard on her way out. Chapter 4. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Danny Hanson had nothing to do today. Last week, he filed a feature he'd been working on for The Guardian, and a reshuffle at BBC News had seen him phased out as one of their freelance presenters. They contacted him sporadically whenever anything was happening in the north of England, but he seemed to be out of favour with them at the moment. Last week, Danny had received a box full of paperback proof copies of his delayed non-fiction book about the sexual abuse scandal at Magnolia House. He'd sent a few out to fellow journalists for them to provide a quote for the finished hardback, but still had plenty left. Seeing his name on a book gave him a feeling like no other. He couldn't wait until it hit the shops in the autumn. On Thursday, a book had been published that he'd wished he'd written. He'd been involved in the original investigation, sort of, and had even drafted a proposal to a publisher, but he'd been beaten to it. He'd kept an eye on this book, and as soon as the hardback hit the shelves, he was straight into Waterstones and bought a copy. Over the weekend he read The Perfect Killer by Sebastian Lister. He wanted to hate it. He wanted to scoff at the stereotypical sensationalist prose, but he couldn't. The truth was, it was brilliant. Sebastian had done his homework. He'd researched the crimes and conducted interviews meticulously. There was no way Danny could have done a better job. There was, however, one aspect missing from Sebastian's book, and that was where Danny held the trump card. The Perfect Killer told the story of Stuart Mills and his reign of terror as he killed 8 sex workers and one key witness over a number of years. The crimes had gone unsolved until an undercover operation by South Yorkshire Police saw rookie detective Sophia Novak play the part of a sex worker on the streets of Sheffield. Stuart had picked her up, and she would have been his next victim had Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark not arrived at the 11th hour. Stuart's arrest didn't quite go to plan, and Sophia put herself in the way as he tried to make his escape. She ended up being crushed between Stuart's car and a tree, leaving her paralysed from the waist down. What made Stuart the perfect killer, what kept him from appearing on the police's radar for so long, was the fact that he was the husband of Detective Sergeant Sian Robinson, as she was known, having reverted to her maiden name following her divorce from the convicted killer. Stuart and Sian had been married for over 25 years, and he had listened attentively as Sian came home from work every day and told him about her day and the cases she was investigating. He'd taken in all the advances in technology and criminal investigations, so when it came to committing his own murders, he knew exactly what to do so as not to arouse suspicion. It was obvious from Sebastian's book that Sian hadn't consented to an interview. Danny had spoken to Sian many times and told her he knew a book was in the pipeline. She had said she wanted nothing to do with it. She was trying to put her ex-husband and the past behind her and concentrate on protecting her 4 children. He had a great deal of respect for Sian, but at the end of the day, he was a journalist, and he knew there was a story there. The world was interested in true crime. Netflix was full of documentaries about serial killers. Dramas were made about them. The public couldn't get enough. There had been a whole table dedicated to the perfect killer in Waterstones, though that may have been because of the local angle. Danny had kept a close eye on the publication of this book and had seen what Sebastian Lister was doing for publicity to make it a bestseller. It was being serialised in the Daily Mail. It had featured on Radio 4. Sebastian had been on BBC Breakfast, Good Morning Britain, and This Morning to talk about it. He'd given interviews to ABC World News Tonight and NBC Nightly News, and had had an extended slot on 60 Minutes. That could have been him. He was jealous of Sebastian's coverage and bitter that he hadn't been able to write the book. But there was still more of the story to tell. Sian Robinson, a.k.a. Sian Mills, hadn't given her side of the story. He wanted her story more than anything. Danny had taken extensive notes while he'd been reading The Perfect Killer. There were aspects of the investigation he hadn't known about that Sebastian had somehow managed to discover. He also made notes on what was missing, on what Sian could tell him, on what he could write about. There was a second book here, a book from the point of view of the wife of a serial killer, and he was going to be the man to write it. Over the years, Danny had been a thorn in the side of South Yorkshire Police, Matilda Dark in particular. He first met her when he was a reporter on the local newspaper, The Star, and soon discovered that her cases almost guaranteed front-page leads. He took an interest in Matilda and her team and followed them everywhere. Occasionally, even Danny had to admit, he overstepped the mark, and he apologised to Matilda for posing as a doctor and, when she was shot, sneaking into her room in the hospital while she was in a coma and taking her photograph. However, recently he'd been able to furnish Matilda with information. The investigation into historical child sexual abuse at Magnolia House Children's Home involved some very high-profile people, politicians and members of the police force. Between them, they'd cracked the case wide open, and even now, 2 years later, people were still coming forward to talk about the abuse they suffered while at the home. Danny was sure he'd be able to write a few updated chapters for the paperback version of the book, maybe even a second book down the line, as more and more people were arrested and jailed. Matilda had warmed to him. She had even allowed him to interview her for the book, and they'd shared a few light-hearted moments over a coffee. As much as he knew he could benefit from being in Matilda's inner circle, contacting Sian and trying to get her to reveal all to him about her marriage to Stuart could destroy all that. Matilda would protect her team at any cost, professionally and personally. To Danny, it was a sacrifice he was willing to take. He wanted Sian's story. He needed Sian's story. He was going to get Sian's story. Over the years, Danny Hansen had created a huge following on social media. In the last week, he had passed the 100,000 followers mark on Twitter, and he wasn't far behind that on Instagram. It helped that he had a trademark. Whenever he was on TV, he always wore a dark checked shirt, and his ruffled, wavy dark hair was a hit with his female followers, and a large number of male ones too. #Danny Hansen and #Danny Hansen's hair were often trending at the same time. Unfortunately, it took him longer than he would have liked to get his hair into the perfectly messy state that had gained him so much attention. He reread the final chapter of The Perfect Killer while waiting for his hair to dry naturally. It ended with Stuart settling into a life behind bars. For the sake of his wife and children, he admitted his crimes so there wouldn't have to be a trial. In an interview with Sebastian, Stuart stated that he regretted what he did and blamed a snowball effect. He'd made a bad decision in using a street worker for sex and tried to cover it up when he was almost caught. Then events soon spiraled out of his control and he couldn't stop. He hoped that one day Sian would see how sorry he was for what he did. While he could never turn the clock back, he wanted to forge a relationship with his ex-wife such that she would visit him in prison and they could become friends. To the reader, there was a hint of positivity, of sadness, of hope. But Danny knew the truth. Sian wanted nothing more to do with Stuart. She had reverted to her own name almost as soon as the divorce was finalised, and even the children had changed their surname. Either Stuart was deluding himself, or Sebastian, using creative license, was trying to show a serial killer in a sympathetic light. Danny checked his reflection in the mirror before he left his flat. He put his satchel over his shoulder, weighed down with the hardback book, and headed for his car. He had saved Sian's life in January. Surely she would grant him an exclusive interview as a thank you. Danny lived in hope. He was an optimist. D.S. Sian Robinson had taken a few days off work. The closer the publication day of The Perfect Killer came, the more adverts she kept seeing for it in the media and online. It was even a recommended item when she opened the Amazon app last weekend. She hated the title. Stuart was not the perfect killer. He was a destroyer of lives. How could that be perfect? She had no intention of reading it. She'd lived through the whole nightmare. Why would she want to return to those dark days when the man she loved told her he'd visited sex workers, strangled them, mutilated them, then come home and snuggled up in bed with her? When his arrest was imminent, he'd even held a knife to her throat. If it hadn't been for Matilda, he would have killed her and their children to stop them discovering the truth. When Sebastian Lister first came calling, she slammed the door in his face. She assumed he was some tabloid hack trying to cash in on her misery. She looked him up online and saw that he was a trained forensic psychologist. He worked in London for the Behavioural Science Administration, interviewing serial killers to try to understand how their minds worked. He was braver than Sian would ever be. She didn't want to know how their minds worked. Sebastian called a few more times. He waited for her outside the police station. He turned up at her home unannounced. He phoned her, emailed her, and posted letters through her letterbox, all of which she ignored. It was only when he approached 2 of her children that she decided to take action and threatened him with an injunction if he came anywhere near her family again. Surprisingly, he acquiesced, and she hadn't heard from him since. Sian's children were taking the publication of the book better than she expected. much better than she was. Her oldest, Anthony, had now left university, and while trying to find an engineering job, was busy running Donny Barco, Sian's dog-walking service, which was thriving. He still lived at home, but was either out working or at his girlfriend's flat in Rotherham. He recommended they had a book-burning party, where they each bought a copy of the hardback, set a bonfire, and took it in turns to throw a book on the pyre. Sian managed to talk him out of it. Her second child, and only daughter, Belinda, had left home. She was currently at the University of Southampton studying law with psychology. She phoned home once a week and filled her mother in on university life. She was studying hard, working part-time as a barista in Costa, and, despite saying she was concentrating on work, she kept slipping the name Rebecca into the conversation, so Sian guessed she had a new girlfriend to distract her. Belinda had sent Sian a text yesterday telling her she'd read the book and it was shit, but suggesting a couple of red-headed actors to play Sian in the inevitable TV adaptation. Belinda wanted Catherine Tate to play her mother, but Rebecca thought Catherine Parkinson would bring a more sympathetic tone to the character. This made Sian smile. Belinda was obviously taking it all in her stride. Sian's two youngest sons, Daniel and Gregory, were a complete contrast. Daniel was taking a break following his disastrous delayed A-level results. It was understandable, given the circumstances he'd been living in at the time of taking his exams. He was currently trying to decide what he wanted to do with his life. His sulky teenage mode seemed to be extending into his 20s. Sian barely got a word out of him. He'd been incredibly close to his father and took Stuart's crimes hard. Gregory had been full of questions about what prison was like and could write a thesis on Wakefield Prison, considering the amount of reading up on it he'd done. Now he had developed an interest in Formula One. His new best friend's father was a former mechanic for Red Bull Racing, and he and Sian spent many a Sunday on the sofa watching the cars go round and round and round. Gregory was loving it. Sian had no interest whatsoever and found it mind-numbingly boring, but it was mother-son bonding, so she was happy to watch it with him. Sian had spoken to both of them about the book coming out last Thursday. Gregory had no interest in books at the best of times, but was interested to know what it said about him. Daniel said he'd like to read it, but wasn't ready yet. Daniel was sitting at the table in the kitchen eating a bowl of Frosties. His head was down, spoon in one hand, mobile phone in the other, tapping away as he scrolled social media. Sian came into the house from hanging some washing out and placed the empty laundry basket on the floor. "I didn't hear you get up," she said. He didn't reply. "Are you going out today?" she asked. He didn't reply. She pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. "I've got the day off today. Fancy doing something?" He didn't reply. "We could go to Meadowhall if you like. I'll treat you to those trainers you've had your eye on." He looked up from his phone mid-chew. He swallowed. "Seriously?" "Yes." "Why?" "Why what?" "Why you buying me trainers? It's not my birthday." "I just thought you deserved a treat. I saw that email you printed off. You're going back to college. I'm so pleased," she said, smiling broadly. Daniel shrugged. He chewed his cereal, swallowed, dropped his spoon in the bowl and leaned back in his chair. "Why, are you off today? You were off Thursday and Friday too? It's not like you to just take time off work unless it's for a reason." "I just fancied a few days' rest. What with the house move and everything, I'm shattered." "Nothing to do with the book about Dad coming out?" Sian sighed. "Okay, cards on the table, yes. I've been worried about the book coming out, about how you're all dealing with it. It's not easy having it dragged back up again. I want to make sure you're all right," she said, reaching across to him. He pulled his hand away. "We haven't talked about your dad for a while." "What's there to talk about?" He shrugged. Daniel, at the end of the day, he's still your dad. People are talking about him in the news, and it's not nice. I want to know how you're feeling. He shrugged. I'm fine. Really? Yes. You don't hate him? Mum, it's obvious that neither of us knew him at all. He wasn't the man we thought he was. I can't hate someone I don't know. Sian thought about that. He was right. This book... I do want to read it, he interrupted. I'm quite keen to know what's been written about us, but I'll read it in my own time. I'm too busy trying to get my head round sodding Chaucer. He broke into a smile. Bloody hell. I studied him at school too. I'd have thought the syllabus would have been brought up to date. There are much better books to study. Tell me about it. Are you all right? Fine. You need to tell me if you're struggling. I'm not. Are you sure? Positive. She smiled. Good. So, new trainers or not? Of course, new trainers, he said, pushing his chair back and standing up. I'll just go and change. He smiled a warm smile at his mother and left the room. Sian felt heartened. All 4 of her children were dealing with this better than she was. She was itching to scream and swear, and maybe a book-burning party would have been cathartic, but getting on with life was the best way to confront this. The doorbell rang. She went over to the front door and pulled it open. She was feeling buoyed and happy after the chat with Daniel. Her smile dropped as soon as she saw Danny Hansen on her doorstep. Hello, she said. Sian, how are you? The journalist asked, his tone shallowly sympathetic. Fine, thanks. I'm just about to pop out, so now isn't a good time. I won't keep you. I was wondering if I could have a private word. About? She asked, expecting him to mention the book. It's about what happened in January, with you and Adele and her boyfriend. Ah, I see. I can give you 5 minutes. She stepped to one side. Thanks, he said, entering the house. Sian closed the door behind him and led him into the living room. She sneezed as she inhaled whatever fragrance he'd bathed in this morning. Oh, I really like what you've done to the house, Sian. Are you settled in now? Yes, thanks. Have a seat. He sat down, looking around him at the framed photographs of her children on the wall. He looked back at her and smiled. So, what do you want? She asked, when he didn't seem in a hurry to move the conversation forward. Well, you know, I was thinking about what happened earlier this year when Simon attacked you and Adele and you both almost died. I turned up and managed to save you both. You did, Sian said, though it pained her to admit it. We've come a long way, haven't we? Sorry? You know, the police usually hate journalists, but we've sort of become, well, maybe not friends, but there's a professional courtesy. Sian frowned. She had no idea where this was going. I suppose. I was thinking that since I helped you and Adele, maybe you could do something for me in return. Are you asking for a favour? A little one? She clenched her fists. She could feel the tension rising inside her as her blood boiled. Go on. I know you had nothing to do with Sebastian Lister's book coming out last Thursday, and I applaud you for it. That kind of cheap sensationalism is uncalled for. I can understand why you wouldn't want to be interviewed by a forensic psychologist who would print the words you didn't say rather than the ones you would. Danny, hear me out, he interrupted. I know you. You know me. You've seen an advanced copy of the book I've written about Magnolia House. You've seen how sensitively I've written about the abuse. I'm not a hack. If you let me interview you, get your side of the story, I promise... No. I promise that I will let you see it before it gets published. No, she said more firmly. One element that's missing from Sebastian's book is how Stuart's crimes impacted you and your children's lives. Danny, no! People are going to read that book and make up their own minds about how you feel. I don't care. Let me interview you and your children. Out! Sian stood up. The mention of her children was the last straw. Sian, I will write a book you will be proud of. Sian grabbed him by the collar of his blue-checked shirt and hauled him to his feet. You think you're something special, she seethed through gritted teeth as she dragged him into the hallway. You think you're an amazing writer, someone with a heart and compassion. Well, you're not. You're a deceitful, lying, two-faced, sneaky, talentless bastard, and I want nothing to do with you. She pulled open the front door. If I see you within a foot of my home or any of my children, I swear to God I will have you arrested. Talk to me again, and I will take great pleasure in throttling you with my bare hands. Do you understand me? She shouted. She didn't give him a chance to answer, but slammed the door in his face. She turned, looked up the stairs, and saw her son Daniel looking down at her. Are you all right? He asked. Is it too early to get pissed? He laughed. Chapter 5. As Matilda's door wasn't closed, Finn didn't bother knocking. He walked straight in. William Edgar Walsh, he said, reading from his tablet. Born on February the 5th, 2001, and died on September 25th last year. He jumped from the Arts Tower in town. According to his mother's statement, he'd been suffering with depression for a number of years. This was backed up by his tutors at the university, where he was studying English literature. There's also a statement from the university's counsellor confirming that. The coroner's inquest had letters from his GP, which listed his medication for depression and anxiety. In the note left in his bedroom for his mother to find, he stated how he simply wasn't cut out to live in this world, and his mum shouldn't be sad but thankful that he was no longer in pain. The coroner recorded a verdict of suicide. The poor lad, Matilda said, genuinely upset. Was there a toxicology screening? Yes, Finn said, looking back at his tablet. He had alcohol in his system, but he wasn't drunk. A couple of units. No drugs? Only his prescription medication. He hadn't overdosed either. It was the usual dose. Is there anything about the death that stands out as suspicious? Matilda asked. Nothing at all. Statements were given by his mother, a couple of friends, tutors, and the counsellor. They all said Liam was struggling with his mental health and incredibly depressed and disillusioned with life in general. Bless him. Sounds like he was really going through it. Matilda chewed the inside of her cheek as she thought. Finn, try and get hold of a copy of the suicide note. You think it might have been forged? It's possible. In an Agatha Christie book, yes. Surely his mother knows her own son's handwriting. Let's find out if it was written by hand first. Do you not think this could just be a prank? Finn asked, holding up the printed email. Why would anyone play this kind of a prank? I don't know. People get their kicks in strange ways these days. However, what kind of a person emails the police and confesses to a murder that so obviously isn't a murder? Did Sophia get any joy with the email address? It doesn't exist. Isn't there some kind of an IP address attached to an email? Yes, she did tell me, but it was too technical and went over my head. Basically, it's been doctored, and it was bouncing her signals all over the world. Matilda leaned back in her chair and folded her arms. She wore a thoughtful expression. She looked at Finn. He was a dedicated detective. He'd paid for an open university degree with his own money and did the coursework in his spare time, even when he was working unpaid overtime here. He was married to Stephanie. They had a lovely new house and were happy. With his new qualification, he was an asset to the team, to the whole station. There was no way she could choose Finn as the one to be made redundant. South Yorkshire Police needed more people like him. "Hello?" Finn asked. "Sorry?" "I thought you'd wandered off. I asked where you want to go with this next. I mean, do you want to wait to see if there's a second email or continue digging with Liam Walsh?" "Is there anything else you can get from his email, Finn?" "I have made a few more notes," he said, scrolling through his tablet. "If he'd written us a letter, we could have had a graphologist come in and look at the handwriting and the stresses on each word. The fact he sent an email removed the personal element. However, we can look at the words he uses and the style and tone." "And? Anything?" Finn pursed his lips. "I'm not sure." "I'd ask for my money back from the Open University if I were you," she said, a glint of humour in her eye. "Like I said before, it's chatty, it's conversational, it's friendly almost. But I think he's telling us a lot about himself subconsciously. But until—" He trailed off. "Until what?" "Until we get a second email and we can compare, it might just be a throwaway comment." "I don't think I want a second email," Matilda said. "Well, no, but it would be useful if you did get one." "Tell me about this throwaway comment." "OK," Finn began. "Put yourself in the killer's shoes for a moment. You've committed the perfect murder, and you're wanting to show off to the police, yet you don't want to give anything away about yourself. You've done all that technological business so the email can't be traced, so it's highly likely you've written this email several times before pressing send, so it's spot on. Yes?" "I suppose." "So, what's the reason for mentioning his mother?" "I wasn't aware he did mention his mother," Matilda said, turning back to her laptop and opening up the email again. "In the first full paragraph, he says that you're probably thinking he's some kind of crank who's a few sandwiches short of a picnic, as my mum likes to say. What's the point of that?" She didn't answer. "I'm guessing it's a phrase his mother does use often, and it stuck with him because his mother is very important to him." "I'm not following," she said. "This email is the opening of something big for him. If we're taking this as real. He's committed 5 murders and got away with them all so far. He wants to impress you by showing what he's capable of, but I think he wants to impress his mother too. He's mentioned her straight away in a very important document." "Oh, great. A killer with a mother fixation. Why am I suddenly imagining Anthony Perkins in a dress?" "Like I said, picture yourself as the killer," Finn continued. "This wouldn't have just been the first draft of the email. He wanted to get it spot on. He'll have written it and rewritten it and rewritten it, taking out any little thing that isn't necessary or might be too revealing." "So why didn't he spot the thing about his mother?" "Because he didn't notice it," Finn said. "Because to him, his mother is absolutely necessary." "Wow, you're good." "Not just a pretty face," Finn smiled broadly. "Now, please don't tell Christian, but when I was looking at the original investigation by uniformed police, there was CCTV footage found of Liam Walsh walking to the Arts Tower. I've emailed it to Sophia for her to have a look at and do some more of the computer wizardry that she's good at. She said she'll get to it when she gets a moment, but Natasha Klein's social media obsession has given her a headache. That's more important right now. This is just, well, I'm not sure what this is at the moment." "I did have another idea." "Go on." "To all intents and purposes, Liam Walsh jumped from the roof of the Arts Tower. However, if he was murdered, we have to ask ourselves how. It could be that he was pushed or thrown off the roof. He wasn't drunk or under the influence of drugs. If someone had tried to push him off the roof, it's likely he'd have resisted. There may have been bruising on his body." "Which would have been picked up at the post-mortem," Matilda said. Not if they weren't looking for bruising. They've got a young man at the bottom of a building and a suicide note left in his bedroom. Conclusion? Suicide. Straightforward PM, release the body, send it for burial. Simple. Matilda raised an eyebrow. He was right. Your brain is working much harder than mine, Finn. Can I make a remark about being more than 15 years younger than you? Not if you want to keep your job. She stopped herself, suddenly remembering the redundancy hanging over his head. Just this once, she said, standing up. Can you do me a favour? Sure. Pop along to the university and talk to the counsellor Liam Walshsaw. I know he gave a statement, but it would be useful to get the inside story on Liam's mental health issues. How severe were they, and who did he confide in? OK. What are you thinking? Let's say Liam was murdered. Isn't it just a little convenient that the killer murdered someone on the brink of taking their own life, so he could kill him and make it appear like it was suicide? This killer had to be in Liam's life to know how depressed he was, so he could take advantage of that and lead him to his death. I hadn't thought of that. Old brains do have their uses. I'm going to pop along and talk to the pathologist. Is there a replacement for Adele yet? Yes, he started last week. I haven't met him yet. Matilda grabbed her jacket from the back of her chair. I need to get out of this sodding shoebox. It's doing my head in. Should you be going out and investigating? I thought you were desk-based now. Finn, take a look at my windowsill. What do you see? Finn turned to the window. There were 2 pathetic pot plants on the ledge. I see a couple of plants that seem to have been overwatered. They're Clarissa and Clarence. They have names. I named them. Can you believe that? I actually named some plants. If I stay in here on my own much longer, I will literally go mad. I'm going out, and I don't give 2 shits about it. She left the office and stormed down the corridor. What shall I say if someone asks where you are? Finn called after her. Tell them I'm being measured for a straitjacket, she said over her shoulder. Chapter 6. Danny Hanson sat behind the wheel of his second-hand Ford Focus. He was annoyed. If it hadn't been for him, Sian would have died in January. He had saved her from the hands of a killer. All he was asking for in return was a little interview. It would only take an hour or so for them to sit down, have a chat about what her life was like with Stuart before and during his killings, and that would be it. He'd never bring up the subject again, discussion over. He was so sure Sian would have at least considered his suggestion. He needed something else to write about. While the buzz surrounding his book about Magnolia House was still high, he needed to give his editor at HarperCollins something amazing so they would see him as a major power in the future of non-fiction. Fuck, he said out loud, punching the steering wheel. He'd watched, sunk in his seat, as Sian had reversed out of the driveway with her son in the front passenger seat. They were smiling and chatting, not a care in the world, now she'd moved to a leafy, affluent part of Sheffield, while he was still slumming it in a shitty flat in Hillsborough. His mobile started to ring. He searched for it in the front pocket of his satchel and looked at the display. Oh, piss off, Mother, he said, sending the call to voicemail. He wasn't in the mood to talk to her right now. He slumped back in his seat and chewed his thumbnail. He thought long and hard. Then it came to him. He knew Sian. He'd known her for years. He knew who her friends and family were. Her colleagues wouldn't talk to him about her. They'd want to protect her, so people like Matilda, Christian and Scott weren't worth pursuing, but there were others he could approach. Sian's children, especially the eldest 2, Anthony and Belinda. They were starting out in life and probably wouldn't have much disposable income. He was sure Belinda wouldn't mind a few £20 notes in her back pocket for a little chat. And if she didn't, there was bound to be someone on her course who could be bribed. And Anthony was still doing the dog-walking business. Danny doubted it paid much, so maybe he could use a little extra. He grabbed his phone, opened the Facebook app, and typed in Belinda Robinson. Like the majority of people her age, her security was basic. The University of Southampton was a long way for him to travel just to have her slam the door in his face, but his mother now lived in London, so he could kill two birds with one stone and pay her a much-delayed visit. He smiled to himself as he started the car. It would do him good to get out of Sheffield for a while. He was starting to hate this city. It was holding him back. There was very little happening here anymore. He needed to make something happen. Chapter 7. Matilda parked in the visitor's space in the car park of the Medico Legal Centre on Watery Street. In 2019, Matilda had been shot twice in the line of duty. The first bullet entered her left shoulder. The second grazed the side of her skull. She spent several months in an induced coma, and when she woke, she found she had to learn her motor skills all over again. She was back at work within a year, but she hadn't been cleared to drive until a fortnight ago. Unfortunately, she no longer had a car. She was itching to get back behind the wheel of a Range Rover again, but the waiting time for a brand new one was more than 18 months. She couldn't wait that long. However, there was one car in her double garage, safely tucked away beneath a tarpaulin. Adele's Porsche 911. Who knew when it was going to be driven again, if ever? Matilda had felt sad taking off the cover and slipping in behind the wheel. This had been Adele's pride and joy. Matilda had never been in it without her best friend beside her. It seemed so strange, wrong, almost illegal to be in it without Adele's say-so. The urge to drive, though, was too strong. She was slightly rusty at first, and drove along a few of the quieter streets while she familiarised herself with the controls. But it wasn't long before she hit Ringing Low Road, slammed her foot down on the accelerator, and headed for the Peak District National Park, where she put the car through its paces. Her grin spread from ear to ear. It had been a cold day, but she opened the window and let the stiff breeze clear away the cobwebs. She loved every minute of it. When she arrived back home, she put in an order for a new Range Rover autobiography. Driving a Porsche was a huge difference, but it would more than do for now. Matilda looked at the building containing the mortuary suite. She had been here so many times over the course of her career that she could make the journey in her sleep. She was buzzed in and made her way along the many rabbit warren-like corridors to get to the main post-mortem suite. Matilda said hello to the administrative staff she knew, and, when she came to the double door, paused, took a deep breath, and forced herself to relax and smile. It was never a joy to enter a morgue. She pushed the doors open and stepped in. The first person she saw was Donal Youngblood. Since he and Scott announced their engagement, Scott had moved out of the flat above Matilda's garage and into a beautiful but small two-bedroomed house, thanks to a very generous early wedding present from Donal's grandmother, whose recent cancer diagnosis had prompted her to give away her assets while she was still alive. Donal was busy washing down a stainless steel gurney, the water running from red to clear. He looked up, saw Matilda, and gave her a smile. "You're going to tell me how many days there are until your wedding, aren't you?" she asked. "No. Scott said I'm not allowed to do that anymore as I'm starting to annoy people." "Starting?" "Scott said last night that he's asked you to be his best man, or best woman, I suppose." "Yes, he has. Means a lot to him." "He's been through so much," Matilda said. "Listen, Donal, is the new pathologist in?" "Yes." "Who is he? What's he like?" "Dr. Odell Zimmerman. He's really nice. I like him." "What's his name?" Matilda asked, frowning. "Odell Zimmerman," Donal repeated. "Odell?" "Yes." "What kind of a name is Odell?" "It's of English origin," a voice said behind her. Matilda's eyes widened. Slowly, She turned around to face the man she supposed to be the new Home Office pathologist for South Yorkshire, Odell Zimmerman. She felt her face blush with embarrassment. He continued, "It means woad hill. Woad is a flowering plant that was once an important source of blue dye and a treatment for wounds. The name isn't widely used, but can be found in England, America, and Canada." "Ah," was all Matilda was able to say. "As for Zimmerman, I'm afraid I haven't a clue. You must be the notorious Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark I've heard so much about," he said, stepping forward and holding out his hand for her to shake. "I am." She winced as he gripped her hand almost too hard. "Sorry about that. I didn't see you there." "That's fine. I've been answering questions about my name for as long as I can remember. Dark is an unusual name. Where's that from?" Matilda hadn't heard a word he'd said. She was struck dumb. Odell was well over 6 feet tall, with a mass of thick strawberry blonde hair, with flecks of grey here and there. He had a firm jawline and was cleanly shaven and gave off a sweet fragrance. He was broad-shouldered, and his clothes fitted like a glove. Matilda didn't fail to notice that the seams of his trousers were straining against his muscular legs. "I'm sorry?" she asked when she realized they were all standing like statues in silence. "I was inquiring about your name." "Oh, yes, you were. I've no idea where it comes from. It's not mine." "Sorry?" "Well, I mean, it is mine, obviously, but it's my married name. I'm married. Well, I'm not married now. I'm widowed. My husband died. Well, he would have done, wouldn't he? Or I wouldn't be a widow," she said, her words tripping over themselves as she continued to make a fool of herself in front of this impossibly handsome man. "My birth name is Doyle. It's Irish. My family is from Ireland." "I see," Odell said. He had a confused look on his face, possibly wondering if this jabbering woman in front of him really was a famous DCI. "So, you wanted to see me?" "Did I?" "I don't know. Did you?" "Oh, yes, I did. Sorry." She paused, took a breath, and composed herself. "I want to ask you about a death." "My specialist subject," he said with a smile. Matilda felt her heart skip a beat. "It's a closed case. I was wondering if you could answer some questions." "Of course. Would you like to step into my office?" "Sure." Odell turned and headed for his office. "Did I just make a complete tit of myself?" Matilda asked Donal. "I'm afraid you did." "Will you be telling Scott?" "Of course." He grinned. "Shit." Matilda followed Odell into the office. She stopped dead in the doorway. This was the first time she had been here since Adele left. It felt strange to see someone else sitting on her chair and using her computer. Her calendar of hunky firefighters had gone, as had her mug, and the plush zebra she'd had on top of her filing cabinet. It felt wrong being here without her. "Is everything all right?" Odell asked. "Yes, fine," Matilda said, shaking her head. "Ah," the penny dropped. "You were very close to Adele, weren't you?" "Did you know her?" "I did. We met at many a conference over the years. A brilliant woman," he said with a smile. "Donal has already told me I have massive shoes to fill, as if I didn't know that when I took the job. Apparently she liked Marvel films, white wine, and hunky men." Matilda softened, and as she pulled out a chair and sat down, she remembered many a night when she and Adele would drunkenly put the world to rights while having an intense debate about who was hotter, Captain America or the Winter Soldier. "She lived with you, didn't she?" Odell asked. "She did." "It must be strange, being on your own again." Matilda didn't know how to answer. It was more than strange. It was painful. "I'm trying to work out your accent," she said, rapidly changing the subject. "I wouldn't. Even I don't know where I'm from." His face lit up when he smiled, and the twinkle in his eyes danced. "I'm the son of a British government diplomat and a general in the British Army who divorced almost as soon as I was born. I spent a great deal of my childhood flying from one part of the world to another to spend time with each parent. When I reached school age, I spent most of the time with my mother and was schooled alongside other children of diplomats. My mum died when I was 8 years old, so I went to live with my father on an army base in Germany. Then we moved to Greece, then Somalia, then Oman, Gibraltar, back to Germany, on to England for a couple of years before heading to Canada." "Quite the globetrotter." "Yes. Unfortunately, it's left me with itchy feet syndrome. I can't seem to settle in one place. The longest I've lived anywhere was Iraq, but that was mostly for work reasons." "I'm guessing you're not married with kids, then?" "Nope. That suggests a stable lifestyle. I don't even have a mortgage. How about you? I know you said you were widowed, but have you any children?" Matilda swallowed hard. Even now, 6 years after the death of her husband, it was still difficult for her to talk about anything related to James. "No, it's just me." "A free spirit," he suggested. "Hardly. My job takes up a great deal of my time." "Don't let work dictate your lifestyle, Matilda. We're not here for a long time. Make sure you have a good time whilst you can." Matilda found herself smiling. If it wasn't his eyes she was lost in, it was his smooth accent and his confident way with words. "I'll try to remember that." "Make sure you do. Now, about this work-related question." "Ah, yes," she said, suddenly remembering the reason for her visit. "In September last year, a young man committed suicide by jumping from the Arts Tower, not far from here. I know you weren't here then, but could you have a look at the post-mortem report and check that he did definitely kill himself?" "Why the doubt?" "I received an email this morning from someone claiming to have killed him." "How would he have killed him?" "That's what I want you to tell me." "Okay." Adele moved a few folders and books to one side and pulled the wireless keyboard towards him. "Name?" "Liam Walsh. William Edgar Walsh." Odell brought up the relevant file. He didn't flinch when he opened the photographs file, though Matilda quickly looked away. "The injuries are consistent with a fall from a height. How tall is the Arts Tower?" "Now you're asking," she mused. 75 meters?" He nodded. "As I'm sure you know, when a body falls from a height like that, it builds up a great deal of speed, thanks to gravity, as it races to the ground. When it lands, it's a massive deceleration and the impact is going to be messy. Here, for example, the primary impact is usually the site of the most severe injury, but in this case, there are two areas that hit the ground at speed, the head and the shoulders. He bounced, or rather ricocheted, very quickly, and that's why there are two areas of massive injury. If he jumped, he would have been feet first, wouldn't he?" "Not necessarily. He could have been sitting on the edge of the building and rolled off." Matilda hadn't thought of that. "Is there a scenario where he might have landed on his feet?" "Yes. If he was a cat," he said with a smile. "Seriously, though, there are many variables here. Did he jump off feet first? Did he roll off? Did he take a running jump? Was he pushed? Was he thrown off? How strongly was the wind blowing? Was he wearing anything that could potentially act as a windbreaker? Did he actually jump from the roof, or was it from a floor lower down?" "So you can't tell if he was pushed or jumped?" "If he was pushed, there could be bruising on his body from whoever was pushing him. If this Liam Walsh had to be dragged kicking and screaming to the edge of the building and thrown off? Whoever was doing it will have had to grab hold of him hard. There will have been evidence of that. Is there? Odell looked back at the photographs. He scrolled through them. There are no photographs of his back. They're all taken from the front and are detailed close-ups of his head, or rather what's left of his head. Can you see anything suspicious from the autopsy report? Nope. Toxicology came back clear. He had a couple of units of alcohol in his system. The medication he was prescribed was in his blood, as was expected. There were no trace needle marks or anything untoward on him that suggests foul play. He looked up at Matilda's blank face. I can't tell if I'm telling you what you want to hear. The sender of this email says he killed Liam Walsh, yet everything is pointing to suicide. Do I ignore the email or keep digging into Liam's background? Shouldn't you be asking your boss that question? No? Why not? Because he'll tell me there's no case here and the email writer is cuckoo bananas. And you think there is a case? I'm just wondering, why claim an obvious suicide as a murder? I'm sure whoever this guy is could have found other deaths that might have raised a question or two if he was just some random attention seeker. So, he said, allowing the start of a question to linger. Matilda looked at him, saw the hopeful smile in his eyes. You want to see the email, don't you? I am a tad curious. The smile in his eyes transferred to his lips and turned into a sly grin. She shook her head, dug into her inside jacket pocket, and brought out the folded sheet of A4. He eagerly opened it and read it, his eyes out on stalks. At the time he'd finished, he was pale. What's wrong? It was a while before he answered. I don't know. I felt a chill. Well, we are close to the fridges, she said, glancing out of the window at the bank of stainless steel refrigerators. No, it just came to me that these could be the words of a killer. I think I've seen every single true crime documentary on Netflix, but this... Well, I've never been this close to a killer before. It's chilling. Are you okay? She asked. He nodded, folding the sheet of paper and handing it back to her. If you and I went to a dinner party and complete strangers asked what we did for a living, they'd all recoil when I told them I was a pathologist. They'd all wonder how I could possibly cut open a person and handle their organs, but what I do is safe. What you're doing, it's something else entirely. This bloke could be a psychopath, and you've got to try and figure him out. To me, that's 100 times worse than putting your hands into someone else's chest cavity and taking out their heart. And on that bright note, I'll be off, she said, getting up and heading for the door. Sorry, he called after her. I didn't mean to... He stopped himself. It's fine, she said, looking back. I can never understand why some people believe some jobs to be exciting. A great deal of my work is writing reports nobody will ever read, especially at the moment, she added as an aside. I'm sure airline pilots find their job boring from time to time. Matilda, Odell followed her out of the office. I'm relatively new to Sheffield and I don't know my way around yet. I drove in this morning and passed the showroom and saw they're having a season on the great directors. How do you feel about David Lynch? Oh, well, I enjoyed Twin Peaks. They're showing Blue Velvet, followed by Mulholland Drive this Saturday. I don't suppose you fancy accompanying me, do you? Matilda could feel herself blushing again. Am I being asked out on a date? Why do I feel like I'm 15 all over again? You already have plans for Saturday? I don't have any plans, full stop. No? Not that I'm aware of. She was trying to sound coy, but in her head she sounded ridiculous. Great. It starts at 8. We could have a bite to eat somewhere first. Do you know anywhere good? Matilda pulled a face. Sheffield was doing considerably worse than other major cities in the aftermath of the pandemic. Many shops and restaurants had closed down, and the council was putting the city through a mass regeneration project. There were huge building works going on everywhere. Footfall had dropped. Independent eateries and shops couldn't withstand the loss of trade and had closed. The whole of the city centre looked like the plug had been pulled long ago. Where was there anywhere good to eat in Sheffield that wasn't fast food? Matilda couldn't think of anywhere off the top of her head. We could grab some food in the showroom, if you like. Excellent. It's a date. It certainly is. She turned away and headed for the doors. She wouldn't have been able to erase the smile on her face with wire wool and a bottle of acid, although seeing Donal giving her a knowing grin made her face fall. You heard all that, didn't you? I may have done. Were you earwigging? Possibly. So, you're going on a date, he teased. One word to anyone, and your wedding in 159 days' time will be a funeral. Ouch, he said as he took a step back. Chapter 8. The silence in the living room of the Klein household was deafening. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Tom Simpson had tried to make conversation with Cara and Derek, but their monosyllabic answers soon caused him to run out of chatter, and the lack of news regarding the whereabouts of their daughter was frightening. Cara was sitting on the sofa, squeezed up to the end, constantly sniffing and wiping her eyes. Her shoulders were hunched up around her ears, her entire body tense with worry and fear of the unknown. Derek, in contrast, was on the armchair, a whole world away from his wife. He was staring into the distance, his face blank, unreadable. Derek leaned forward in his seat, took his iPhone out of his back pocket, and looked at the display. It's work. I'll take it in the kitchen, he said, standing up and hurrying out of the room. He had the phone on silent. Derek went into the kitchen, closed the door behind him, and crossed the chessboard-tiled flooring to the far end of the room, close to the double doors, leading to a long and narrow back garden. He swiped to answer. Is there any news? The caller asked straight away. No hello, no friendly greeting. No, nothing, Derek replied, his voice barely above a whisper. What's happening? I can't talk, the police are here. They've interviewed me. I had to give a statement. What did you say? They asked me when was the last time I saw Natasha and how she was. And? Derek asked urgently when the caller didn't elaborate. I just said she was the same as she always was, which she was. I didn't lie. Did you mention anything else? Of course I didn't. The police asked me about her home life. Derek turned and looked back at the kitchen door. It was still closed. Go on. I didn't say anything. There was nothing I could say. I said how you and Cara are lovely people, good parents. You're very proud of her. I did the right thing, didn't I? Yes, you did. There was a long and awkward silence. They asked where I was when Natasha went missing, the caller eventually said. Did they ask you? Yes. Unfortunately, I can't tell them thanks to you bloody cancelling. I told you why. I know. Did you see Natasha on Thursday? No. She said she was going straight home. I didn't see her, all right. He tried his best not to shout, but he was struggling to rein in his emotions. Did she speak to you? Did she mention anything about... I've got to go, Derek interrupted, ending the call before anything else could be said. He turned around and saw Cara standing in the open doorway. Who was that? She asked. Jason, from work. He wanted to know how we were doing. Oh, that was nice of him. Yes, he's a good bloke. Derek, I'm scared, Cara said, on the verge of more tears. Something's happened to her. I know it has. She's a beautiful girl. What if she's been... She couldn't finish her sentence. Her emotions wouldn't allow it. Derek went towards her and placed his arms around her. He pressed her head against his chest. He couldn't remember the last time he'd held Cara so close. The smell of her shampoo was almost alien. He found himself relaxing with his wife needing him so much. Finally, would this tragedy bring them closer together? Maybe. Maybe it was too late. Only time would tell. Are you both okay? DC Tom Simpson asked, coming out of the living room. Derek wrapped his arms tighter around Cara, pulling her closer into his body in a protective cocoon. He looked at the young detective over his wife's head and proffered a sympathetic smile. We'll be fine, he said, in his best, soothing tone. We need to get to the station for the appeal. Derek looked away from Tom, burying his face in Cara's shoulder, so the detective couldn't see his expression. A statement had been prepared for Cara Klein to read out in front of a room full of journalists. Cara kept asking in the car on the way over if Derek could read it, but Tom told her the public always preferred to hear from the mother. More weight was given to the appeal if an emotional, tearful woman made a plea for her daughter's safe return. The media liaison officer was preparing Cara and Derek one final time while Christian took Tom to one side. Derek's alibi? Christian asked. His voice was quiet, and he was looking over his shoulder at the father, who didn't seem to be paying any attention to the media officer. He says he was at home on his own. He made no phone calls or anything. He just sat and relaxed. Do you believe him? No, Tom answered firmly. Why not? Because Cara doesn't believe him, and she should know. Did she tell you she didn't believe him? Not in as many words. You can tell by her look and how she's acting towards him. Cara's definitely reading the statement, isn't she? Yes. She doesn't want to, though. Who would? Look, you go out there with them and sit by Cara. She's going to find this very difficult, and I'm struggling to believe Derek is going to offer any support. You need to jump in if he doesn't. Finn's at the back of the room. Hopefully he'll be able to see if Derek is behaving suspiciously. We've also got our own cameras rigged up so we can watch the whole thing back afterwards. Tom nodded, turned, and saw that the Kleins were ready to walk out onto the platform to tell the world to look for their daughter. He gave them a sympathetic smile. Cara returned one. Derek remained expressionless. Christian pulled back the curtain, and the media liaison officer led the way, followed by Derek and Cara, with Tom bringing up the rear. The cameras from the sea of reporters immediately started flashing. On the large screen behind the table was a photograph of Natasha Klein. The teenager was smiling broadly, a picture of happiness. She was a beautiful young woman, very photogenic. The press would get a kick out of plastering her face on their front pages tomorrow. The press liaison officer made the introductions, and the room fell silent as all eyes turned to Cara Klein. She didn't move. Tom leaned to her and whispered that she was to begin. She picked up the paper in front of her. The statement had been printed in a large font to make it easy to read. Her hands were shaking. Her entire body was shaking. She didn't look up at the expectant faces of the reporters glaring at her, but concentrated on the text. She spoke, but her voice was low. Tom reached for the microphone and pulled it closer to her. He whispered for her to speak a little louder. Cara cleared her throat and started again. My name is Cara Klein. My daughter Natasha is 19 years old. On Thursday afternoon, she left the Olive Grove campus of Sheffield College at 3:30 and hasn't been seen since.
Natasha, like any other teenager, seems to be permanently attached to her mobile, as it was found by the side of the road by a member of the public on Saturday morning. We can only assume that Natasha has not gone anywhere of her own free will. No, Kara broke down. Sorry, she said, putting a hand to her mouth. Take your time, Tom said, leaning over to her. Derek remained seated next to his wife, a chasm between them. He was sitting on his hands and staring straight into the distance. Natasha has type 1 diabetes. She carries an insulin pen with her and requires injections 2, sometimes 3 times a day. If someone is watching this and you've taken her, please make sure she receives her injections. Kara paused. It was written on the statement for her to pause here. She looked at Tom, who nodded, telling her to continue. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Natasha is a bright, happy, intelligent young woman. She's always smiling, always chatting and making us laugh. The house isn't the same without her, and we need her back home. If you've taken her, please. Kara paused. Please. She tried to speak again, but her words were lost in her tears. Derek, perhaps you could finish the statement, Tom said. Derek looked at him. Me? Tom put his arm around Kara, something he felt Derek should be doing. Derek nodded towards his wife, who was crumpled against the detective for comfort. Oh, of course. He reached for the paper and spent a while trying to find where Kara had finished. He cleared his throat. If you've taken her, please call the police and tell us what you want. Tell us that she is safe. If you've seen her or know where she is, please call 999 and tell the police. We need Natasha found and brought home as soon as possible. She's our only child and we miss her. He looked up at the room of reporters watching him. Thank you. At the side of the room, behind the curtain, Christian and Sian were looking on. My God, I've heard the shipping forecast read with more emotion, Christian said. Sian was looking out towards the journalists. They're going to tear Derek apart in the papers. They're not going to be focusing on Natasha at all. Oh, bloody hell, look at this, he said. The appeal was over. Derek stood up from the table and made his way to the curtain, leaving Tom to practically carry Kara. The whole room lit up with the camera's flashing lights as they captured a husband leaving his distraught wife to be comforted by a police officer. Goodness, that was something different, wasn't it? I think I felt every pair of eyes burning into me, Derek said, as he stepped through the curtain and unfastened the top button of his shirt. Is there any chance I can get a coffee? He asked Sian. Chapter 9. It wasn't easy for the administrative staff at Sheffield Hallam University to track down the student wellbeing advisor, Jamie Peterson. Finn had rushed from the press appeal to the university before Christian could collar him. He was kept waiting in the large reception area for more than 20 minutes until someone found the counsellor, and then he was with a student, so Finn had to wait even longer before he turned up. Still, it gave him time to jot down some notes about the appeal made by the Kleins. Jamie Peterson was a tall man, painfully thin, with a receding hairline and an unruly tangle of mousy hair. He wore dark red corded trousers that looked as if they'd had an argument with his shoes, as they were well above the ankle, revealing colourful argyle socks. His white shirt was untucked from his trousers, and his jacket seemed too big for him at the shoulders, yet the sleeves finished before they reached the wrists. He gave the impression of a clumsily put-together human being. Finn hoped his mind was sharper than his appearance. "I've been told you wish to see me," he said to Finn in a hushed tone. His accent was local. Finn stood up and showed his ID card. DS Finn Cotton, South Yorkshire Police. I understand you were acquainted with Liam Walsh while he was studying here. Jamie's face fell. He bowed his head. If it was possible, his pale skin took on an even lighter hue. Yes, I must confess I'm still coming to terms with his death. It was my first suicide. Would it be possible to talk to you about Liam somewhere quiet? Of course. Follow me. Jamie led Finn along a complicated maze of corridors to his office. It was small but cosy and presented a relaxed atmosphere. There was a bookcase with a few paperbacks, a couple of framed pictures of generic landscapes, a cheap vase of wax flowers, and a view from the window of the sprawling city, a sliver of countryside just visible through the throng of high-rise buildings. Jamie sat in an armchair, his back to the window. Finn was instructed to sit on the 3-seat sofa, pointing towards the window. He wondered how deliberately the room had been laid out to make students feel comfortable when talking through their issues. Gazing out of the window on a clear and sunny day like today might help them to open up. But what about when it was grey, cold, and pissing it down with rain, which was the norm for a city in the north of England? He wondered if then the blind was lowered to reveal a sunny Hawaiian beach. Mr. Peterson, Finn began. Jamie, please, he smiled. Jamie, how often did you see Liam? Many times. He had a regular appointment with me. We know he suffered with depression and was taking medication. What was the cause of his depression? He struggled with the world and his place in it. He often commented that he was born 100 years too late. Everything was moving too quickly for him. Everything was too loud and too much. He struggled to focus on things against the backdrop of 21st century life. That's incredibly sad, Finn said. It is, Jamie agreed. He was a deeply unhappy young man. Did he have many friends? I kept asking him to focus on the positives in his life, the things that he found joy in. Unfortunately, that wasn't people. He said he was only truly happy when he was alone with a good book and when he was surrounded by silence. He was content with silence. Apart from you, was there anyone he could confide in? He said not. His father died when he was a child. I asked if he was close to his mother, and he said he wasn't. He struggled to tell her about his depression. But he did tell her. Eventually. I told him that he needed to tell her. It would help to speak to someone close about it. I'm afraid it didn't have the effect I had hoped for. What do you mean? His mother, Helen, she wasn't receptive to Liam's illness. She struggled to understand why someone starting out in life who spent their days reading books and examining literature should be depressed. Did you speak to her? Finn asked. No. I offered to. Liam was adamant that he didn't want me to talk to her. Did you attend his funeral? I did. I gave my condolences to his mother. She thanked me for trying to help her son, Jamie said, a catch in his throat. He turned his head away and looked out of the window. Finn cleared his throat. Did Liam ever talk to you about taking his own life? It was a while before Jamie replied. His gaze was fixed on the view. Finn wondered if he'd even heard his question. It was me who first brought it up, Jamie said. I needed to know if he'd ever thought of harming himself or Ending his life. We have procedures in place if a student is considering it. What did Liam say? Jamie swallowed hard. He said he wanted to kill himself, but he couldn't. Why not? He was terrified of dying alone. He said it was a paradox that, as much as he disliked being around people, he didn't actually want to be on his own at the end. He used the word paradox, Finn asked. Jamie frowned, confused by the change in questioning. Yes, actually, I think he did. Is that significant? No. Did Liam mention suicide often? Yes, I'm afraid he did. He physically hated waking up in the morning and willed himself to die in his sleep. He was in constant torment 24 hours a day. He really did want to die. When you first heard of his death, what did you think? Jamie took a deep breath. I was incredibly sad that I'd been unable to help him. I've never had someone kill themselves before. I'm afraid it shook me terribly. It was a couple of days before I was able to see it from Liam's point of view. I knew he was no longer in pain. He was very unhappy, and nothing was going to change that. I believe he felt he had no alternative. Yet Liam told you he was afraid of dying alone. Yes. I simply assumed he'd talked himself into it. Sorry, I've just realised. Why are you asking me all this about Liam? He died in September. The inquest is over with. Why are you bringing this up again now? We've received information that Liam's death might not be as it appeared on the surface. We're simply looking into it before making a more formal decision, Finn said, struggling to find the correct words without giving too much away. The last thing he wanted was to suggest that a psychopathic serial killer might be roaming the streets of Sheffield. You think someone killed Liam? That he didn't kill himself? There was a hint of hope in Jamie's eyes. He was clearly still beating himself up about his inability to save the young man's life. If Liam was murdered, Jamie would surely sleep better at night. I can't say any more at the moment. We're simply just checking the information we've received. Nothing may come of it. Oh, I see. Is there anything more you can tell me about Liam, Jamie? Finn asked. Is there anyone he would have spoken to about ending his life? Jamie seemed to think for a long time. He turned back to the window as if the answer to Finn's question was written on the Sheffield skyline. Slowly, he turned back to the detective. No, he said firmly. Finn didn't say anything. He had the dark feeling that Jamie might know more about Liam's death than he was letting on. They'd had many sessions together, many conversations in which Jamie was unable to help Liam with his deeply rooted mental illness. If he saw no way out of his depression, would he help him with ending it? Finn thought of this while he studied the student well-being officer. He couldn't tell from simply looking at him, though the fact that Jamie was unable to meet his gaze told him more than words could. Chapter 10. Matilda sat in her car in the car park of the Medico-Legal Centre, unsure what she should do next. She knew what she wanted to do next, but whether that was the right thing, or the moral thing, was anyone's guess. She could feel the folded copy of the email burning against her skin in her inside jacket pocket. Screw it, she said to herself, as she started the engine and used voice control on her mobile to phone Zafir. Zafir obviously answered the phone without checking the display first, as Matilda heard, "Chuck-a-sack, Curly-Whirly," followed by HMCU DC Nowak. "I hope you'll be replacing that Curly-Whirly before Sean gets back," Matilda said. Shit! Oh, God, did you hear that? I certainly did. Your secret is safe with me on one proviso. Go on, she said tentatively. Without telling anyone, can you find out the address for Liam Walsh's mother and text it to me? I've already looked it up. I had a feeling you'd want to pay her a visit. I've got it on a post-it here. I'll text it to you. I'm all for efficiency, but there's something quite creepy about someone knowing my plans before I make them myself. Call it female intuition. That'll scare the men in the office. Matilda looked at her phone. It's just come through. Thanks. She ended the call and stole a quick look at the text as she pulled up at a red traffic light. Liam Walsh's mother, Helen, lived in Elscar in Barnsley. It would take a good half an hour to get there, giving her plenty of time to come up with something to say to Helen Walsh that wouldn't sound alarming or add to the pain she would still be coming to terms with. Helen lived in a detached, stone-built property on Armroyd Lane, with a private front garden and driveway. Matilda parked a few doors up and walked back to the house. She still didn't have a clue how to approach the subject of her son's death and how to phrase the questions she wanted to ask. She wished Sian was with her. As a mother, she would know exactly the right words to use. Matilda rang the doorbell, stood back, and looked up at the double-fronted house. It was a stunning building and well-maintained. The garden was looking a bit windswept, but it was still early spring, and after a harsh winter, everyone's gardens were just beginning to come to life again. The door was opened by a woman Matilda estimated to be in her mid-40s. She wore a floor-length black skirt and a white roll-neck jumper. Her hair, dyed a deep red, was pulled back tightly into a painful-looking bun. She wasn't wearing any makeup, and when she smiled at her visitor, it was merely out of politeness. This woman had nothing to smile about. The grief was still raw. Mrs. Walsh? Matilda asked. My name is Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark, she said, taking out her ID card and showing it to her. I'm with South Yorkshire Police. I was wondering if I could have a word with you. What about? She asked, firmly gripping the front door and pulling it towards her slightly, barring Matilda's view of the rest of the house. It's about your son. Liam? Yes. What about him? Would it be possible for me to come inside? Helen seemed to think for a moment. She took a deep breath, nodded, then stood back, opening the door for Matilda to enter. She showed her into the living room, a huge expanse of space with 2 large and comfortable-looking sofas, a couple of matching armchairs, and coffee tables of various sizes. The room was tastefully decorated in muted pastel colours, but there was an underlying fustiness about the place, a stale smell in the air. This room wasn't used much. Can I get you a tea or coffee? I'd love a coffee, thanks, Matilda said. I'll just go and make a pot, she said hesitantly. Take a seat. I won't be long. Matilda took the opportunity to have a look around the room. The rear window looked out onto a sprawling back garden. On a dresser, in the corner of the room, were several framed photographs, all of Liam at various stages in his life. As a child, playing in a field or sitting precariously on a donkey on the beach, he was grinning from ear to ear, the embodiment of happiness. As he grew up, the smile seemed to shrink. Even the school portraits he posed for looked sad. She picked one up with both hands and looked deep into Liam's eyes. He couldn't have been more than 14 or 15 when it was taken. He was looking into the camera, smartly dressed in his uniform blazer, shirt and tie. His hair was neat, his skin clean and clear. His lips were smiling, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. That's one of my favourite photographs of Liam, Helen said. Matilda jumped, turned, and saw Helen standing in the doorway holding a tray with a full cafetiere and 2 matching mugs. "Sorry, It's okay. There are photos of Liam all over the house." She placed the tray on the coffee table between the 2 sofas and sat down. "His presence is fading. I don't get his smell anymore. It's nice to have his pictures looking at me." Matilda turned. There was a framed newspaper article on the back wall. On closer inspection, she saw the main photo, taking up half the page, was of Liam chained to a tree. The look on his face was one of pure emotion. He wasn't posed. He wasn't struggling to smile in a supposed relaxed environment. He was genuine. "I was so proud of Liam there," Helen said. Matilda stole a glance at her. There was the real warmth of a loving mother in her face as she looked at her son in print. He protested a lot when Sheffield Council started cutting down all those healthy trees. He was arrested shortly after that photograph was taken. Helen quickly turned away to hide her tears. Seeing her son, so passionate, so full of life, transformed due to a mental illness, was difficult for her. Matilda sat on the opposite sofa and watched as the grieving mother poured the coffee. "My husband died in 2015, Matilda found herself saying. "We hadn't been married long. His illness was sudden, and by the time I could get my head around it, he was gone. He was an architect, and he built the house we lived in. I saw him in every room I went in. It was comforting at first." "At first?" Helen asked, looking up at her. Matilda decided not to tell her about her rival at work. Hating her so much, he decided to hang himself in her hallway to destroy the home she loved so much. "I wasn't moving on," she said, which was partly true. "I needed to say goodbye to him. I had to move." "I've no intention of moving," Helen said, an iciness to her voice. "Help yourself to cream and sugar." Matilda picked up the coffee mug. She drank it black. The aroma was strong. "Why do you want to talk about Liam? Has something happened?" Matilda took a deep breath. She decided not to lie to Helen. She deserved the truth. "I really am sorry for having to say this to you, but I received an anonymous email this morning from someone claiming to have killed 5 people. One of them is your son." Helen looked bewildered. "Liam killed himself?" Matilda nodded. "I've read the police report and the coroner's report, and I've seen the post-mortem report too. Everything points to Liam taking his own life. What I can't get my head around is why someone would claim such an obvious suicide to be murder." Helen frowned as she thought. "I can understand that. Can I see the email?" There was no reason why Matilda shouldn't show it to her. She took it out of her pocket and handed it over. Helen's face was unreadable as she scanned it. She handed it back to Matilda without a word. "Would you like to see Liam's note he left me?" "Please." Helen left the room, returning barely a minute later with a cream envelope in her hands. She handed it to Matilda. The single word, "Mum," was written in faint, neat handwriting in the centre. "Dear Mum, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to write. I'm so sorry that I'm going to be putting you through so much pain, but I literally cannot go on living like this. Every morning I wake up, and I hate the fact that I've survived through the night and have to face another day. Everywhere I look there's suffering, anguish, greed, anger, selfishness and heartache. Societies are crumbling. Nobody cares about anything but themselves anymore. Politicians don't care for their constituents or their country. They're looking to line their own pockets and further their careers for when they're eventually caught out by their own ineptitude. There are too many people living on this planet. We've evolved too far, too fast. We're killing our home. Wildlife that has survived since the dinosaurs is suffering because we're raping the world of its natural elements. Over the next 80 years, we are going to lose half the species on our planet through human behaviour. The last time there was an extinction-level event on that scale was 65 million years ago, when the dinosaurs were wiped out. That was a natural disaster. This is all man-made. I don't want to be part of a world that will see so much destruction just so we can have more choice of things we don't really need. I'm sorry to do this to you, Mum. I've tried talking to so many people about how I'm feeling, but nobody seems to understand. Nobody gets it. Don't blame yourself and don't be sad. You've been an amazing mum. You've brought me up on your own, been both parents to me. I couldn't have asked for a better childhood. I love you. I'll always love you. Liam. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Matilda was crying. She could feel the torment leaching out of the page, the pain in every word written. She carefully folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope. She passed it back to Helen. I dismissed him, Helen said, wiping away her own tears. A few months before he died, he sat me down and told me that he'd been diagnosed with depression, that he was on medication and having regular therapy sessions with a counsellor at the university. I told him he was just struggling to adjust to adult life. I said it wasn't depression, it was just growing up. Looking back further than that conversation, I could see what it was. It's what everyone Liam's age is going through. They have too much information at their fingertips and too many opinions being thrown at them on social media. I don't know about COVID being a pandemic, but that's what's happening to the next generation. Mental health is a serious concern. It's a silent killer. Matilda swallowed her emotion. She could feel the sadness and guilt radiating from Helen. She obviously blamed herself and wished she could go back in time and reach out to her son. Helen, in light of the email I received, I have to ask, is this definitely Liam's handwriting? She nodded. Absolutely. I've saved all the birthday and Mother's Day's cards he sent me. You can have them compared if you like, but there's no denying it's Liam's writing. I don't know who this individual is who sent you that email, but Liam definitely killed himself. Matilda nodded. She was more confused now than ever. She remained still on the sofa, cup of coffee in hand, confusion on her face. Liam was incredibly sensitive to everything that was wrong with the world, Helen said after a long silence. Just going around the supermarket with him was a nightmare in itself. He had a huge bee in his bonnet about Kit Kats. Kit Kats? Did you know there are more than 300 different flavours of Kit Kat around the world? No. I didn't either, until Liam told me. Kit Kats were first launched in 1935. It wasn't until the 1990s that a second flavour was introduced, the orange Kit Kat. Within 20 years, more than 300 flavours were created. Then you've got the two-fingered Kit Kat, the chunky Kit Kat Bites. I even saw a Kit Kat cereal in the co-op the other day. He spoke very determinedly about how many ingredients and how much energy were used to make all these different varieties, and how much carbon from the factories was being put into the atmosphere, how much packaging was used, then wasted. Then he went on to other products, shampoos and cereals and breads. Did you know there are more than 15 varieties of Head & Shoulders shampoo alone? No, me neither. All that choice, all that packaging, all those ingredients and the carbon emissions and the wastage. It was really killing Liam. He cared about everything too much. I kept telling him that he shouldn't allow it to eat away at him, but he couldn't. He said that if Kit Kat, for example, simply went back to just one variety of product, they would still sell successfully and might even increase profits by not needing such massive overheads to create all the varieties. He was consumed with trying to save the planet, but he saw corruption and profit and greed everywhere. He knew he was fighting a losing battle. He didn't want to be a part of it. Matilda couldn't think of anything to say. I think I always knew he would end up taking his own life. Every time I looked at him, I saw the unhappiness oozing out of him. He could never relax, not even on happy occasions like Christmas and birthdays. Helen, has anyone contacted you since Liam's death? Anyone you don't know? A few people from the university came round. I spoke with the counsellor. Can't recall his name. I had so many sympathy cards, she said, a faint smile on her lips. Any from people you didn't know, or any that stood out as being, I don't know, strange in some way? Not that I'm aware of. I've saved them all. You're welcome to look at them. Please. Helen stood up and went over to the sideboard. She opened a cupboard and took out a shoebox. She handed it to Matilda, then went back to the sofa. Matilda removed the lid. The box was full, all of the cards in muted pale colours showing flowers, doves and butterflies, or cartoon bears hugging. Matilda had received a great many of these herself when James died. She hadn't saved them all in a shoebox to take out and look at. After the funeral, she'd thrown them all in the bin. I should have done more, shouldn't I? Helen asked. Matilda looked up and saw tears streaming down her face. He was my only son. I should have been aware of what was going through his mind. I should have tried to do something. I'm not sure what you could have done, Helen. Even if you'd moved away, left the country, the issues that were causing Liam so much angst would be there on the news, on social media. You can't blame yourself. Helen gave her a shaky smile. She placed her cup on the coffee table, said, "Excuse me," and left the room. As Matilda returned to looking at the cards, she could hear Helen sobbing from the downstairs toilet. Matilda lifted up one card that caught her eye. It looked handmade. A pencil drawing of a dinosaur looking sad, a tear falling from its eye as the asteroid came hurtling towards it. Beneath the picture it simply said, "I'm so sorry." Matilda opened it. The message in the same hand said, "Thinking of you," and was signed by Dorothy Arnold. In the top corner of the card was written 1 of 5, the same as the subject line in the email she received. "I'm sorry about that," Helen said, coming back into the living room. "Who's Dorothy Arnold?" Matilda asked, holding up the card. Helen took it from her and read it. She looked at the picture, then back at the message. "I've no idea. I assumed it was someone from the university." "In the top corner it says 1 of 5. Does that mean anything to you?" "I hadn't noticed that." "No, I don't think so. Why?" "Can I keep hold of this?" "Why? What is it?" Helen asked, wrapping her arms around her, holding herself tight. "I'm not sure. I hope I'm just being paranoid." "But you think it might be something, don't you?" "I'd rather not say right now," Matilda said. She put the card into her bag and stood up. I'll be in touch. She made her way out of the living room and headed for the front door. You don't think Liam killed himself, do you? Helen called out after her. Matilda stopped, one hand on the door handle. She turned and looked back at the woman, still grieving heavily for her son. There was nothing she could say to make her feel any better. You think he was murdered, don't you? Helen asked, wiping the tears away. Reluctantly, Matilda nodded. Chapter 11. As Matilda drove back to South Yorkshire Police HQ in Sheffield, she went through the conversation with Helen Walsh in her mind. The facts seemed clear. Liam had written a suicide note to his mother, which she found on the morning after he'd taken his own life. The evidence was irrefutable that he'd died by his own hand. Yet the sympathy card containing a similar message to the one Matilda had received via email was also an indisputable fact, one she couldn't ignore. There seemed to be someone standing on the outside of all this who was creating a very dangerous game of playing with people's lives and emotions. She pushed open the door to her office and found Finn and Zafir inside waiting for her. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "If Christian finds out you're skiving, he'll go ape." "We're having a late lunch," Finn said. "Very late lunch," Zafir added under her breath. "By the way, did you know the canteen is closing? We're starting up a petition." "Yes, I'm aware. I'll sign it, but I don't think it will do any good. How are you and Tom getting on now you're living together?" Matilda asked Zafir, eager to change the subject from budget cuts. "We're getting on great. It's brilliant," she said with a huge grin on her face. "I'm glad. Oh, how did the press appeal for Natasha Klein go?" Matilda asked, suddenly remembering. "You don't want to know," Zafir said. "Unfortunately, I have to. It's kind of my job," Matilda replied mockingly. "It's trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. The Twitterati have practically got Derek hung, drawn and quartered," she said. "Why? What did he do?" "What didn't he do, you mean?" Finn said. "He had to take over the statement from Cara as she fell apart. He was so robotic. It was like listening to an appeal from C3PO. And if you're not crying over your missing daughter, the public immediately assume you're guilty," Matilda guessed. "Got it in one." Jesus. Anyway, I'm guessing you didn't just decide to use my office as a canteen alternative? "No. Zafir's been doing things on the computer I didn't think were possible," Finn said. "That sounds like a sentence that could lead to an arrest warrant. Do I really want to hear this?" "You really do. I've done some digging," Zafir said. "As part of the coroner's investigations, there was a full assessment of Liam's state of mind, especially in the days leading up to his death. Now, on the night in question, Liam is caught 3 times on CCTV footage heading towards the Arts Tower." She turned her laptop around so it was facing Matilda at an angle and started the footage. "As you can see, he is walking from a pub on West Street to the Arts Tower. Now, I've been onto the 2 pubs where Liam was picked up on their footage, and it's since been wiped. They can't keep these things forever, obviously. However, when Liam is picked up a 3rd time out of the city centre, he's captured by a private house. I've called the owner, and his footage is saved in the cloud for a year before it's automatically erased. He's emailed it over and I've watched the footage. Now I'm going to play you the video." They both watched as the black and white silent film played out. The angle was from above the front door of the house, aimed primarily at the pavement and road. Cars were briefly captured driving at speed, headlights shining in the camera lens. Eventually, Liam Walsh entered the screen from the right. He had his hands deep in his pockets. His head was slightly down, and he walked with a slow, heavy gait. "Bless him," Matilda said, almost to herself. Liam disappeared from view, Yet the footage continued. "What are we waiting for?" Matilda asked. "Just keep watching," Sophia instructed. A few minutes later, a second figure entered the shot. He was wearing skinny jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled up. He had his head down and was strolling at a similar pace to Liam. He disappeared in the same direction as Liam. Sophia stopped the film. They both turned to look at Sophia to explain what they hadn't seen. She split her screen and brought up one of the other photographs of Liam Walsh. If you look in the background of Liam leaving West Street, you can see a blurred image of a figure in a hooded sweater. It's the same figure following him on Bolsover Road. "How the hell can you tell that?" Matilda asked. Sophia cleared her throat. "Okay, this gets quite technical, but stay with me. I've got a program on my computer that can calculate the height and weight of a person by taking in the surrounding areas. It uses the height of buildings and width of roads and pavements and the angle of the camera to pinpoint where the figure would measure up. Also, using stride patterns and shoulder width, etc., I can tell you with a high degree of accuracy that this figure in the photo is the same one as in the footage on Bolsover Road." "Liam was being followed?" Matilda asked. "Playing devil's advocate, they could simply be walking in the same direction," Sophia said. "However, given the email we've received, it's something that stands out." "Can we get a clearer image of him?" Matilda asked. "No. The photo of him in the background is too blurred. All I'd get is clearer pixels. In the video, I've zoomed in as much as I can, and all I can see is the top of his head. You can't make out any features at all. He's even got his hands in his pockets. I can't see skin colour." "Is there any other way we can identify him?" Matilda asked. Sophia shook her head. "I'm sorry. All I can give you is a close estimate of his height and weight." Matilda took the sympathy card from her bag and placed it on the desk. Helen Walsh, Liam's mother, received this shortly after his death. "Look in the corner. 1 of 5. "Jesus," Finn said. "He sent a card to his victim's mother. That's dark." "Did the Zodiac killer ever do that?" "I don't think so." "Who's Dorothy Arnold?" Sophia asked. "I've no idea. Helen Walsh doesn't know anyone by that name either." Sophia turned her laptop back around to herself and began tapping in her usual frantic way, fingers ablur. "This is real then, isn't it?" Finn asked Matilda, looking serious. "He wormed his way into Liam's life, knowing he was depressed and on the verge of suicide, and used it to his advantage to kill him and get away with it." "It's beginning to look that way." "That really is sick," he said, disgusted. "So, who knew he was depressed apart from his mother and the counsellor at the university?" "That's what we need to find out." "I've found a couple of Dorothy Arnolds," Sophia said. "There was an actress in the 1940s and 50s who was the first wife of Joe DiMaggio. She died in 1984 at the age of 66. There's another who was a socialite and heiress who disappeared under mysterious circumstances in New York in 1910 at the age of 25. She was declared dead in absentia." "I doubt it's either of them," Finn said. "The socialite who disappeared," Matilda began. "Any suspicions or theories?" "A few, actually. Hang on," she said as she quickly read. "Her father initially thought she'd been kidnapped and murdered. Many of her friends thought she committed suicide due to a failed writing career. There was also a rumour that she died in a botched abortion, and 5 years after her disappearance, a convicted felon claimed that he had been paid to bury her body, though he later denied it." "Oh," Matilda said. "What?" "I was just wondering if this Dorothy Arnold's case mirrored Liam's, but it doesn't." "The case is still unsolved more than 100 years later," Sophia said. "Nobody knows what happened to her. They're just a bunch of theories and rumours." "Did you see Liam's suicide note? Was it handwritten?" Finn asked. "Yes, and the writing was Liam's. Also, there's no way Liam could have been forced to have written that. It was incredibly heartfelt. It even had me crying," Matilda said. "I think we were right when we said this is someone who managed to get so close to Liam that they knew he was planning to kill himself and took advantage of that." "A fellow student," Sophia offered. "His counsellor?" Finn asked. "You spoke to him, Finn. You tell me." Matilda looked at her watch. The working day was almost over. "First thing tomorrow, Finn, I want you to bring the counsellor here to question him formally. Sophia, trawl through Liam's social media accounts. See who he made contact with on a regular basis and who commented on his posts." "I've already made a start. He wasn't a prolific social media user and didn't have many followers. He used Instagram mostly. He posted photos he'd taken of landscapes around Sheffield. He was very good, actually. He had a keen eye. I'll keep looking, though." "Thank you, both of you. You've done amazing work on this. Now go on, back to the HMCU before Christian comes barging in and seriously kicks off." Once they'd left, Matilda returned to her seat and sat down. The email from the killer was still on her laptop screen. "I can't make my mind up yet whether you're genuine or a complete Fruit Loop. But I'll find you, and one way or another, I'll make you wish you'd never heard my name." Chapter 12. Chief Constable Ridley looked more than ready to be going home. His jacket was hanging over the back of his chair, his tie was missing, and the top couple of buttons of his shirt were undone. His sleeves were rolled up, and the bags beneath his eyes seemed to have grown bigger since Matilda saw him this morning. "Can I have a word?" she asked as she approached his desk. "As long as it's not about money. I've had enough of funding and budgets to last me a lifetime, and I've still got 2 more Zoom meetings to do today. Do you want me to come back?" "No. It would be nice to have a conversation about what policing really is all about, rather than charts and costings. Have a seat." Matilda sat down. He glanced at his computer screen. "Oh, piss off." "Problem?" "Another email with the subject heading of Derek Klein. Does this man want his daughter found or not? He really fucked up in that appeal. I'm dreading seeing tomorrow's papers. You and me both. Now, I'd offer you a coffee, but if I make you one, I want one myself. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to see through time if I have any more caffeine today." "That's fine." "So, what's on your mind? Is it about what we discussed this morning?" "No, I'm still trying to get my head around that bombshell." "Nobody said the position was easy." "True. Anyway, I think we might have an incredibly clever serial killer on our hands." Ridley was silent for a long moment. He didn't even blink. "Can you say that sentence again, but use completely different words? Maybe say something about cake and puppies," he said. Matilda didn't respond. Ridley's body visibly drooped as if someone had just ripped out his spine. "I sometimes wish I'd become a gardener. All I'd have to worry about is green fly. When I was a child, about 9 or 10 years old, we went to visit my grandparents in Bray in Ireland. They lived on the outskirts, close to the countryside. The man who lived next door was digging up his garden. I think he was building a conservatory or something. Anyway, he found 2 skeletons buried beneath his house. Or maybe I could open a sweet shop. Unless you have a story about a killer who choked people by ramming humbugs down their throat." "I don't, actually, though I could get Sophia to do some research. I'm sure she'll dig up something." "I could really go off you," he said with a smirk. Matilda snorted a smile. "Go on, then. Upset me with your news. I know you're dying to." Matilda filled him in on the email, the sympathy card, the CCTV footage, and the breadcrumbs of information they'd amassed. She handed him the email. His mouth dropped open as he read. "This does not sound good. Look, first of all, I don't want this getting out to the media," Ridley said. "Obviously. This could still be some kind of crank. Maybe he sent this card so you'd see a link to a murder that isn't there. We need more information than this." Matilda nodded. "We're bringing in the counsellor tomorrow to have a more formal interview with him." "Is it Finn who studied criminology recently?" "Yes." "Has he come up with anything regarding this email?" "Yes. He's been very knowledgeable." "That's good. I was worried you'd want to bring in a psychologist from the university. They don't come cheap." "I'd be lost without Finn at times." "Is that a dig?" "It is actually, yes." "Matilda, the situation we're in is not of my doing. Don't make me out to be the bad guy here." "Nobody said the position was easy," she said, firing back his earlier comment. "Touché." Matilda gathered the email and sympathy card. "Why the dinosaurs being wiped out by an asteroid?" Ridley asked. "I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it. I can't think of it at the moment." "Keep me informed, Matilda. I need to be kept in the loop with this one." "Will do." Matilda left the office and headed for the stairs. She wanted to go home. She wanted to lock the door behind her, close the curtains, and cocoon herself in her comfort zone. On the drive home, Matilda stopped off at a supermarket and picked up a few essentials: 2 bottles of white wine, a large bar of whole nut, and a tube of Pringles. She turned off Ringing Low Road, down the narrow driveway, a sharp turn to the left, and up the incline to her home, a former farmhouse with large detachable garage. It was dark, and the sensor lights came on. Using a remote from the glove box, she opened the garage doors and drove in. She was getting used to driving Adele's Porsche. She climbed out and carried her snacks in her arm to the house. She turned back and glanced at the garage over her shoulder. Usually at this time there would be 2 cars parked outside, belonging to Scott and Donal, and lights on in every room of the flat above. It was strange to see it in darkness once again. She really was completely alone here. Inside, she closed the front door behind her and locked it with the bolts at the top and bottom and the security chain. She carried her shopping into the kitchen, placed the items on the worktop, then went into the living room where she lit a fire. It seemed strange to be living alone again. When she first moved, following her husband's death, Matilda sought the solitude and quiet of the countryside. She loved the fact she had no neighbours, and the only sounds came from nature. However, after Scott and his boyfriend Chris moved into the flat above the garage, it was comforting to have someone close. Following Chris's death in the shooting, his mother, Adele, fell apart. Matilda took control and had her move in with her. She was surrounded by people once more, and she enjoyed the company. Now they were all gone. The silence had returned. This time, Matilda didn't like it. She stalked through the house, floorboards creaking underfoot. The fridge in the kitchen seemed to hum loudly. Did clocks always have to tick so noisily? It wasn't only the silence Matilda noticed. It was the loneliness, too. Often, Matilda would spend her nights in the living room by the fire, reading a book from her massive collection of crime novels. She had recently bought The Perfect Killer by Sebastian Lister for reasons of morbid curiosity. She had read the first 4 chapters and wasn't exactly enthusiastic about continuing to relive a case that still haunted her. When away from work, Matilda preferred her crime to be completely fictional. She was currently reading a David Jackson hardback and loving the story, but occasionally she looked up from the book and noticed she was alone. She lived in a sprawling 4-bedroomed house with a massive living room, dining room, conservatory, library, an unnecessarily large kitchen and utility room, and a garden that stretched far into the countryside. It was bliss, past tense. She shivered in the cold, turned, and saw the fire was slowly dying. The clock on the sleeper told her it was almost midnight. It wasn't worth throwing another log on the fire. She closed her book, took the empty bottle of wine into the kitchen to add to the recycling, then went around the house making sure all the doors and windows were locked and she was secure in her home. Since the kidnapping, she hadn't felt comfortable in her home anymore. She needed the locked doors for security to make sure nobody could get in when she didn't want them to. But that also meant she couldn't get out quickly if she needed to. She had turned her home into a prison. She had to feel safe in order to relax enough to go to sleep, yet she had to see a way out. She padded up the stairs, taking the book and what was left of the chocolate with her, and climbed into bed, leaving the door ajar. She often fell asleep with a book open on her lap. Gone were the days of turning the light off at a sensible time, turning over, and waiting for sleep to claim her. Matilda's eyes closed, and she fell into a deep sleep, brought on by exhaustion and alcohol. A lethal combination. Her dreams were filled with flashes of memory from her past. Serial killers, brutal murders, kidnappings, body parts, the sound of screaming, the look of pure horror on Adele's face when Matilda came home on that cold day in January and found her on the floor of her hallway with Simon Browse. This was why Matilda hated falling asleep. She was petrified of the torment her mind would put her through, and hoped to God she wouldn't remember any of it when she woke the next morning. Chapter 13. Derek Klein woke suddenly. He could hear a noise downstairs. He looked at the time on his phone. It was a little after midnight. He threw back the duvet and slid his feet into carpet slippers. He struggled with his dressing gown and stepped out onto the landing. He passed Kara's bedroom, the door slightly ajar, and pushed it further open. It hadn't been slept in yet. Derek and Kara had had separate rooms for more than 10 years now. He couldn't pinpoint a time in their relationship when they decided separate bedrooms were needed, but they'd both commented since on how their sleeping patterns had improved. He went downstairs, not tiptoeing, fearing he might be mistaken for a burglar, for he knew full well who would be pacing the ground floor at this time of night. He glanced into the darkened living room as he passed and headed straight for the kitchen. Kara was sitting on a stool at the island, a bottle of vodka and an empty glass in front of her. "Kara, what are you doing? You don't drink," Derek said from the doorway. She turned to him slowly. Her eyelids were heavy with exhaustion. Her face was pale with fear and stained with dry tear tracks. "I was hoping it would make the pain go away," she said. She was on the verge of her entire body collapsing in on itself. Nothing was holding her together. She could barely speak. He went over to her and pushed the bottle and the glass out of her reach. "How's that working out for you?" She didn't answer. "Kara, you need to go to bed. You need to get some sleep." "How can I? Natasha's out there. Someone could be doing God knows what to her, and I'm upstairs in a comfy bed getting my 8 hours. I don't think so." "You'll be in no fit state for Natasha when she comes home and finds you sozzled at the bottom of a vodka bottle." Kara looked up at Derek. "She's dead, isn't she?" she asked, tears choking her. "We don't know that," he said with a heavy sigh in his voice. "She's been gone 5 days. If she hasn't had her injection since Thursday, she'll be dead even if someone hasn't taken her. Cara, I was looking at all the photos on my phone, she said, pulling her mobile out of her pocket. She opened the Photos app and began scrolling through. She's so beautiful, isn't she? Yes, she is, he said, nonplussed. Tall, shiny hair, always smiling, smooth skin. Men would look at her. Don't do this to yourself, Cara, Derek said. He didn't make a move to comfort her and stood well back, as if distancing himself from her grief. I don't know how you can be so calm about all this. Aren't you frightened that something might have happened to her? Aren't you scared? Aren't you worried? She cried, looking at him. What will crying do? Really? Is that it? Is that all you can say? She jumped down from the stool and almost lost her balance as the effects of the alcohol kicked in. You've never liked her, have you? She's always been in the way. Now you're being ridiculous. Am I? Every holiday you tried to palm her off on my mother. You never wanted to take her anywhere. I tried. You shouldn't have had to try, Derek, Cara shouted. You married me. You married me knowing I came with a daughter. You took her into your life, into your heart. How can you stand there and act like you've misplaced a pair of gloves? She's our daughter, Derek. You may not be her biological father, but you've brought her up as if you were. Where's your compassion? Where's your anger? For fuck's sake, Derek, get mad for once in your life. Scream! Shout! Do something! She said, her screams echoing around the vast kitchen. She stared at her husband. Her eyes searched his face for something, anything. I've been looking on social media, she said. Oh, God, Cara, why? I wanted to see what people were saying about the appeal. She looked at Derek. Don't you want to know? Why should I care what a load of strangers have to say? He shrugged. Are you even interested to know if anyone has seen or heard from her? Surely they would have contacted the police if they had. Cara studied her husband. Her eyes widened as a dark realization dawned. My God! You're glad she's gone, aren't you? Don't be stupid, of course I'm not. Have you done something? What? Where were you on Thursday afternoon? I came home early. You never come home early. My appointment cancelled. When that's happened in the past, you've always gone back to the office. I told you I wanted some me time. That's rubbish. She was here, wasn't she, Natasha, when you came home on Thursday? She was here, and something happened, and now she's not. Where is she, Derek? What the fuck have you done with my daughter? Chapter 14. Tuesday, 15th March 2021. Matilda made the conscious decision to go back into therapy while she was still in hospital recovering from the kidnapping. She needed someone to talk to, someone impartial who wasn't going to judge or gossip about it. She knew Sian and Scott would never do anything like that, but any advice they gave her wouldn't be entirely neutral. The last time Matilda saw a therapist, she couldn't relax with her. Diana Cooper Bloody Sodding Smith was smug, and Matilda often felt she was being judged. She probably wasn't, but that was the aura she gave off with her Mont Blanc fountain pen and knitted cardigans. While recuperating, Matilda did a little research and found Doctor Who. Within seconds of meeting him, she stopped the session and asked, I'm sorry, But is your name really David Tennant? The therapist, who looked nothing like the Doctor Who actor, told her it was, and her question was the one he was asked the most. It also acted as an icebreaker among his more nervous clients. David Tennant, the therapist, was tall, with blonde hair and light hazel eyes. He was of medium build but looked fit. He wore tight shirts, and there wasn't a hint of anything soft and squidgy around his middle. The framed photographs on the wall of mountain bikes and mountain ranges told Matilda he often spent his free time pedalling away in the countryside. The seams of his trousers, straining against his muscular thighs, backed up her theory. He had a soft Geordie accent, smiling eyes, and relaxed attitude about him that made Matilda want to open up and tell him everything. He was the polar opposite of Diana Cooper Bloody Sodding Smith. He didn't sit with his legs crossed and an overpriced fountain pen poised over a leather-bound notebook, waiting for Matilda to say something compromising. In fact, he didn't have a notebook at all. I prefer to write my notes after our sessions, when you've left, and base them on the memorable parts of the conversation, rather than jotting down the number of times you're blinking, he'd told her when she questioned the absence of note-taking. When Matilda left her sessions, she felt uplifted, energised, optimistic, and ready for the week ahead. These sessions were helping, and she'd gladly visit David Tennant and his thighs for the rest of her life. It was no hardship. One of the things she told David was how the intrusive thoughts she had developed since being kidnapped scared the living daylights out of her. She'd be driving along a dual carriageway, and the thought would pop into her head, "Just slam your foot down on the accelerator and take your hands off the wheel." She came so close to doing it once. She didn't want to kill herself, but the thought came from nowhere and chilled her to the bone. As disturbing as the thought is, David told her, it can't harm you. But what if I act upon it? What if one day the thought is so powerful, I just decide to throw myself out my office window? Isn't your office on the ground floor? It used to be. Okay, bad example, but you know what I mean. I do, he said with an impish smile. What you need to do is take control of your thoughts. Don't allow them to control you. Let me give you an exercise. Now sit back, close your eyes, and just listen to my voice. Listen to the words. Matilda closed her eyes. I always imagining you sticking 2 fingers up at me when I'm doing this. Bloody hell, she's psychic, he laughed. Matilda smiled. She kept her eyes closed. Now, picture yourself on a platform at a train station. Are you going to ask me to jump off? I will do if you keep interrupting me. Sorry. Okay, no talking, just listen. Now, you're on a platform at a train station. There's a train coming in from your right. You can hear it. Now, you're not planning to get on this train, and anyway, it's not stopping at this station. It's just going to go straight on through. This train is one of your intrusive thoughts. So stand back, let it come into the station, and let it sail straight on past and off to the left, into the tunnel, and out of sight. It's gone. No interaction with the train or the thought whatsoever. You can open your eyes again now. Matilda opened her eyes. She didn't suddenly feel 100 times better. There was no quick fix. But the fact that she had something to focus on whenever she had another intrusive thought gave her some hope. She wondered what other tricks Doctor Who had up his sleeve. She smiled at him and felt herself relax, slightly. Do you think you'll be able to do that? I think so. Just focus on that train and nothing else until it's disappeared from view. I promise it will work. Thank you. He looked at her and took in the pained expression on her face. I get the impression there's more you want to talk about today, but you're holding back. I'm guessing it's work-related? Now who's psychic? Anything you say in this room is completely private. It's between me and whoever is watching the live feed as it's broadcast on YouTube. Would you say that to your paranoid patients? Only if they were coming at the end of their sessions with me and I wanted to draw out their therapy. Caribbean cruises don't come cheap these days. Matilda found herself relaxing. David Tennant was easy to get along with. She loved his playful sense of humour. There's a killer, she began. He's claimed to have murdered 5 people. I don't know if he has or not. His first victim was ruled as a suicide. He's saying he killed him. Something in the back of my mind is telling me I'm not going to be able to catch this one. Why is that? It would appear that he's playing the long game. He's intelligent, he's knowledgeable. He knows exactly what to do to avoid capture. But don't people usually give themselves away with the confidence? I think he may have thought of that. I just don't think I'm the right person to lead this investigation. Why? Something's different, something's changed. I don't have the energy for this anymore. I don't have the same thirst for catching criminals. Is this since the kidnapping, or did you notice this happening before? Matilda thought for a while before answering. I don't know. The kidnapping certainly didn't help. I've lost a great deal of confidence and I'm worried about making a mistake, one that could cost lives. I don't want more deaths on my conscience. How many people are employed by South Yorkshire Police? I've no idea. Why? Because the way you're talking, it's as if you're the only employee. You're not responsible for the entire police force. If people die, you are not to blame. I'm aware of that. Are you? You're a DCI. Beneath you, you have several inspectors, sergeants and constables, all of whom are capable of working a murder investigation. You are not a one-woman police force. Matilda nodded. Put more faith in your team. You chose them. You obviously know they're capable of the job or they wouldn't be there. Allow them to grow, to make decisions, to have an input into what direction the investigation takes. Don't let them turn to you for answers. Let them come up with the answers for themselves. Maybe you're right, Matilda said as she thought about it. For the amount of money you're paying me, you'd better hope I'm right. Matilda looked at him, saw the smile in his eyes, and laughed. Something tells me you don't laugh as much as you used to. No. You've lost the ability to see the good in things, in other people. You only see the darkness. You surround yourself with murder and criminals. You've worked on some high-profile and challenging cases, and it's bled into your soul. You need to put yourself first for change and allow in a chink of jollity. I've been asked out to a David Lynch double bill on Saturday. I wouldn't call the works of David Lynch jolly, but whatever floats your boat. The sessions with Doctor Who seemed to pass by much faster than those with Diana Cooper Bloody Sodding Smith. The reason for that, she surmised, was because she was actually getting somewhere with this one. She trusted him to give her the correct advice. She liked him too. As she walked back to the car, she felt light, having unburdened herself. There was a definite spring in her step as she tried to think of the positives in her life at the moment. Despite everything that was going on, she really did love her job. She'd been doing it for more than 20 years. If she didn't love it by now, she was doing something wrong. And there was potentially a new man in her life. Odell was... Matilda found herself smiling as she tried to think of the right word to describe him. What was he? Lovely was too twee a word. Nice was a non-word. He was... She stopped herself. She had met him once, and he was already taking up time in her head. Why was that? She knew why. Be honest with yourself. You fancy the pants off him. She paused and took a breath while she acknowledged her new feelings. She believed Odell was the kind of man who would take her out of herself. show her a different kind of life from the one she was currently not living. And right now, that's exactly what she needed. She was looking forward to the cinema on Saturday night. It would be a good night out. And afterwards, well, she wouldn't push anything, but if Odell wanted to escort her home, she'd let him. Chapter 15. Matilda could hear Sian before she reached the double doors of the HMCU suite. Judging by the tone and volume of her voice, she was not a happy woman. "You have a few days off work and the scavengers swoop in like vultures and pick the carcass clean." Matilda pushed open the door. "Good morning, Sian. Welcome back. I see you're a beautiful ray of sunshine this morning." "I'm guessing you had a hand in this too," Sian said, turning to her. "What's that?" "Don't look so innocent. There isn't a single packet of Maltesers left in this drawer. I know they're your favourites." Matilda feigned shock. "I don't even work in this office anymore. How can I be to blame?" "The drawer is empty, apart from a packet of iced gems. By the way, who put those in? Because they're bloody horrible." The bottom drawer of Sian's desk was infamous around the station. It was where all the treats were kept. Bars of chocolate, packets of biscuits and crisps, everything unhealthy, bad for your teeth, and utterly delicious. Anyone could help themselves to anything at any time of the day. There was just one proviso. You had to replace what you took within 24 hours with something equally calorific. There were only 2 occasions when this rule went out of the window. The first was during a particularly disturbing investigation, when they were all affected by trauma, and a little pick-me-up in the form of a sugar rush was needed. The second occasion was when Sian was not here to police the pilfering. Matilda looked at the assembled team, who were struggling to hide their smiles. "Come on, then. Let's give Sian what she wants," Christian said. He went back into his office while everyone else opened a drawer in their desk and pulled out a heavy, bulging carrier bag. In turn, they all went over to Sian's desk and emptied the contents into her snack drawer. It wasn't long before it was overflowing, yet still the chocolate and biscuits and crisps kept on coming. Zafir handed her bag to Tom, who made a second visit. He upended the bag, and the whole lot fell onto the floor. Sian stood stock still. Her face reddened in embarrassment at being taken for a fool. She was itching to smile, and eventually burst out laughing as Matilda went up to her and placed an arm around her shoulder. "You're so easy to manipulate, you know that?" Matilda kissed her on the cheek. "You're a bunch of sods, the whole lot of you," she said, looking down at the bars of chocolate and packets of biscuits around her ankles. "What am I going to do with all this lot?" "Well, if someone puts the kettle on and hands the teas round, I'm sure we'll find homes for a few Maltesers and crunchies." Tom got up to make the tea, and Scott took out his mobile and began taking photographs of Sian's embarrassment. Matilda felt buoyed. It was important, according to Doctor Who, to look for the brightness in every day, especially for people like Matilda and her team. They were doing difficult work. The crimes they investigated were frequently dark and challenging. They saw murder and horror every day and came into contact with the most evil of people. They needed a touch of levity in order to avoid the encroaching darkness. She looked through the window into her old office, now being used as a storage space. She hated the change. She hated being away from what she still thought of as her team. She turned back to see Scott with his arm around Sian, who was still flushed with embarrassment at being taken in so easily. He helped her pick up the spilled treats, something else to add to Matilda's former office. Matilda and Sian had been through so much together in the 20-plus years they'd known each other. Matilda was even godmother to Sian's daughter Belinda. They'd investigated murders, serial murders, child abusers, rapists, had nights out together, laughed and cried together, been there for each other when they needed it the most. Matilda's recovery after being shot. Sian's recovery after her husband was unmasked as a serial killer. They were a constant support for each other. How could Matilda even consider Sian for redundancy? It was unfair. That left it between Scott and Finn. She couldn't even bring herself to look at them right now. Christian approached Matilda as she was studying the whiteboard and Natasha Klein's smiling face. Sian's face was a picture, wasn't it? Scott took a couple of photos. Shall we have them made up as T-shirts? That would be funny. Have you seen the newspapers this morning? He asked. I've been avoiding them. They're actually not as bad as I expected. Christian went over to the table at the end of the room where several newspapers lay in an untidy heap. They all focus on Natasha going missing, and her face is on literally every front page. That's good. It's only when you look inside and read what the analysts say that you wonder if anyone is actually going to look for Natasha. What do you mean? Reading between the lines, they've all got it in for emotionless Derek, suggesting we should be questioning him to discover Natasha's whereabouts. Maybe we should. He can't give us an alibi for Thursday afternoon. No, but he has given us the same one several times. His story doesn't change. Maybe he simply was home alone. Matilda looked up and noticed DC Tom Simpson sitting at his desk, chatting with Sophia. Why is Tom here? Isn't he the FLO for the Kleins? Derek sent him away. He said they didn't need babysitting. Or anyone earwigging. My thoughts exactly. Matilda picked up the Daily Mail and looked at Natasha's smiling face. It was the same photo used on all the front pages. I'm guessing there's no further news on Natasha? Not yet. We've put out a request for the public to check private CCTV and for any drivers on East Bank Road around the time she went missing to check the dash cams. Matilda opened the paper and saw a double-page photo of Natasha's parents sitting so far apart at the table. Cara had fear and horror etched on her face. Derek might as well have been sitting on a train platform. He looked bored. Do either Derek or Cara have a motive for wanting to get rid of Natasha? That's what we're looking into. Is Natasha streetwise? Would she get into a car without knowing the driver? I don't know. We're going through all of Natasha's social media to see if she's interacted with anyone who stands out, but it's going to take a lot of time. She practically lives her life by social media. She posts videos of herself eating a sandwich and just talking about random crap. It's all so... He struggled to find the right word. I don't know, it's just dull. Who cares if she's eating a tuna sandwich, or that she's got a crush on Henry Cavill, or she's selling some clothes on Vinted? It's all shit. To us, yes. To Natasha and her followers, it's not. It's not important, though, is it? In the grand scheme of things. You sound like Liam Walsh. Who'd be a teenager these days? Christian said. I'm dreading my kids getting to that age. I'm hoping the fuss around social media has died down by the time they're teenagers. I can't see that happening. Me neither. Matilda stole a glance at Christian and saw the look of worry on his face. Have you checked known sex offenders? She asked. Yes, Tom handed me a report this morning. There's a Lloyd Tatlock who lives in Thornborough Road, just off East Bank Road, where Natasha's mobile was found. He was convicted for raping 2 teenagers in 2010. He was released from prison in early 2020. His 2 victims were both teenagers and blonde. Shit. Indeed. We're bringing him in for a formal interview. Now, opposite Thornborough Road, there is East Bank Road open space, plenty of trees and quiet areas. There's a forensic team going out there this morning. Send Tom along too. Sorry, she said, suddenly realising she was taking over. That's your decision to make, not mine. I keep forgetting. Jesus, I feel like I've been demoted. Not enjoying a less operational role? Not in the slightest. I was emailed a 4-page report yesterday regarding the cost-effectiveness of streamlining. I'm still looking up half the words used. Why can't politicians use normal words? Because they're worried we'll work out what they're really up to. Personally, I think politicians should keep their sodding noses out of policing. They haven't a clue. Kettle's boiled, Tom called out. Matilda decided to stay for the morning briefing. She was looking for any hint of a reason to delay returning to her isolated office. She took the proffered coffee from Tom, grabbed a packet of Maltesers from Sian's overflowing snack drawer, and pulled up a chair next to her desk. "Did you have a nice few days off?" she asked Sian quietly. "Yes, it was good, although that reptile Danny Hanson turned up on our doorstep yesterday. He only asked if he could interview me and the kids about Stuart. He wants to write a book of his own." "Why? There's already one out." "He says it's missing the personal angle." Matilda thought about the book for a moment and the few chapters she'd read. "Well, I can see that." Sian's eyes widened. "You've read it?" "I'm reading it. I'm on chapter 4 or 5, I think." "I didn't think you were going to read it." "I'm interested in seeing what he says about us all." "Has he made me fat?" Sian asked. "It's true crime, Sian, not fiction, and no, he doesn't say you're fat." "Thank God." "He does say you're 50, though." "What?" Matilda almost spat out her tea. "I'm joking." "You better be, I'd bloody sue." Christian gave a loud and exaggerated cough. "When you've both quite finished." They both looked up and saw everyone was watching them, waiting for them to be quiet so they could begin work. "Sorry," Matilda said. She mimed zipping her mouth shut. "Thank you. Now, where are we on the Natasha Klein investigation? Have we had any response from the press appeal?" "Yes," Scott said. "They're all saying to bring back hanging and start with Derek." "A lot of calls have come through from armchair psychologists," Sian said. "Anything from someone who saw her on Thursday, specifically after she left college?" Christian asked. "No," Scott said. "It's literally like she walked through the gates and disappeared into thin air." "I can't believe nobody has seen her," Christian said, looking back at Natasha's smiling face. "It doesn't make any sense. How are you getting on with social media, Zafia?" "The problem is that Natasha has got a lot of followers. Now, the majority comment saying things like, 'Great video,' or 'Nice hair,' or 'Love how you've done your eyes,' but then you get a few who are slightly more... how can I phrase it? We're all adults here, Zafia. You can be crude if you need to be," Matilda said. "OK, I'll read you a couple." She turned to one of her screens. "You can see your nips through that top. I'll give you 100 quid to suck on them." "Oh, my God," Sian said in disgust. "They get worse," Zafia said, a look of distaste on her face. "Listen to this one. You've got blowjob lips and I've got 8 inches to ram down your throat." "Jesus Christ, what makes people think they can say things like that?" Matilda asked. "I've managed to find out who these people are and where they're from, and I'm putting together a list to send to their nearest police station, asking them to go around and have a word. They may not have anything to do with Natasha's disappearance, but they need to know they can't get away with saying things like this online." "Good thinking. Thank you, Zafia," Christian said. "I'm sorry you're having to read through all this, Zafia, but you're doing a great job. I also think we should be reporting these people to the relevant social media sites. Maybe trying to get them banned from posting," Matilda added. "I know a lot of them will be just saying these things because they're hiding behind a keyboard," Sian said. "But there are some who will take it further. They need sodding castrating." "Getting back to topic," Christian said, clearing his throat. "Let's turn to the parents. Tom, you've spent the most time with them." "Unfortunately. I'm so glad I'm out of that house," Tom said. "It's got a very strange atmosphere. Cara is the only one who seems to be reacting as you'd expect someone to react to their daughter missing. Derek doesn't seem bothered in the slightest, and not a single neighbour has called round. It's weird." "What have they said about Natasha?" Matilda said. "Very little." "I think you should bring them in and separate them," Matilda said to Christian. "OK," Christian said. "I'll book a couple of interview rooms and sort it out. Anything from the neighbours?" Door-to-door inquiries were very eye-opening, Scott said, as he swallowed a mouthful of Snickers. He picked up his tablet and scrolled through. Hardly anyone knows her. I mean, Brumhall is a lovely area, but it's not very neighbourly. There are a lot of self-important people living around there who spend most of their time in their own little bubble. Hardly anyone knew the Kleins by name, and when they were told someone was missing, they nearly all asked if they should be worried, rather than what's happened to the poor missing girl. Welcome to 21st century Britain, where nobody gives a tiny rat's arse about anyone but themselves, Matilda said. Wow, that's jaded, Sian said. True, though? Sadly, yes. Right, Christian clapped his hands together. Actions for this morning. I'll leave you to it, Matilda said, rising from her seat. I have a 300-page report about acceptability in the police force to read, and I'm so excited, she said, rolling her eyes. Can I just say something while DCI Dark is here? Finn asked. It's nothing to do with the Natasha Klein case, though. Sure, Christian said. It's about the email received yesterday about Liam Walsh, he began, as he bent down to his bag and pulled out a notebook. I was thinking about this all last night. I've written a thing about the psychology behind the email, but I've actually thought of a way to check to see if Liam was murdered. But I need to know if it's possible first from Zafir. Why me? Liam was suffering severely with depression. He mentioned a few times to his counsellor about wanting to die, yet not wanting to die on his own. He could have gone online, accessed the dark web, and entered a few suicide chat rooms. Zafir turned to her computers and began rapidly typing on the keyboard. I'm assuming Liam's computer, phone, tablet, whatever he had, weren't analysed when he died, because it was taken to be a straightforward suicide. If we get access to his tech, I'm pretty sure Zafir would be able to find out if he accessed these kinds of sites and if he chatted to anyone. Maybe the killer is lurking in there. Good idea, Matilda said. The whole point of the dark web, obviously, is to access various sites without being seen. However, I'll happily have a dig around and see what comes up, Zafir said. Excellent, Matilda said. I'll go back to his mother and see about getting his computer or whatever brought in. Finn, what else did you want to say about the psychology behind the email? He pulled a face and suddenly looked unsure of what he'd come up with. Okay, so the thing is, when we talk about the mind of a criminal, we look at the crime and work backwards to try to figure out what type of person we're looking for. When we look at a murder, we take in things like method, opportunity, access, victimology. Basically, I don't think this killer is as clever as he wants us to believe. Why not? Matilda asked. For a start, committing murder, although it's the worst crime we can think of, is also the easiest. Anyone can take another life. Any one of us in this room can do it. We have an argument, we lash out, someone falls, bangs the head, and it's lights out. It might not have been premeditated, but you've taken a life, you've killed someone. Things like a bank robbery and a heist take planning and thought and intelligence. Killing doesn't. That actually makes sense, Zafir said. Finn continued. However, on the flip side, he is a very calm and rational person. Liam died in September. It's now March. 6 months pass until he decides to contact us. If we take his email as accurate, then he spent the last 6 months killing 4 other people, yet he's not appeared on our radar, so he's been able to calmly and carefully go about killing people, and not a single person in his life has noticed what he's doing. And we haven't either. That doesn't necessarily make him intelligent, but it could make him dangerous. Matilda was taking this all in. She'd retaken her seat and had her elbow on the arm of the chair, head on her hand, a perplexed look on her face. Anything else? She asked. When Finn didn't answer, she looked up and made eye contact with him. Finn? She asked. His eyes darted left and right, and he licked his lips. Come on, Finn, say what you want to say. Last night, Stephanie asked me if the killer had emailed you or the team. Obviously, he used your work email, so I started thinking, why you? I looked you up online. Now, I know you. We all know you. But I wanted to look at you through the eyes of a stranger. You're very well known. Or rather, your work is very well known. You have no social media presence at all, and you've given very few interviews. That makes you incredibly desirable. The world knows you as Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark, a highly respected investigator and catcher of criminals. You despise injustice, and thanks to the feature by Danny Hansen following the Magnolia House case, you're painted as a no-nonsense, hardened career detective. You brought down Steve Harrison. You brought down Lawrence Dodds. You brought down Stuart, he said, catching a glimpse of Sian. You brought down all those connected with Magnolia House, and you haven't flinched. You're the perfect opponent to the perfect killer. This is a game to him. Yes. He'll have completely removed himself from his everyday life to do all this. When he's killing, he said using air quotes, and when he's writing his emails to you, he's not been the person who can go to work or university every day and chat to his friends and colleagues. He's elevated himself, and the more he gets away with it, the more his elevated self will take over. But won't that then make him easier to catch if he's changed in his behaviour? Christian asked. Yes. But how long do we have to wait until he gets there? There's something else too. Finn shifted in his chair. In the past, serial killers have tended to target people who fit specific boxes. Sometimes they kill people who remind them of a domineering mother or wife, or of someone who abused them, or someone they're fixating on, like women who have blonde hair, for example. I don't think we're going to get anything from victimology in this case. Why not? Matilda asked. Because if his email is true and he's already killed 5 people, we'd know about 5 people dying who have something in common, whether it's gender, sexuality, hair colour, or they all work in the same office or whatever. I don't think the victim means anything to this man. It's the killing and getting away with it. But don't serial killers like this usually like to get involved in the investigation? Sophia asked. They like to get up close and see the drama and danger they're causing. He already has done, Finn said. He's written to Matilda. He's made himself known, and he will continue to do that as this goes on. He sent you an email, and he'll send another. Soon that won't be enough, and he'll find some other way of contacting you. Finn cleared his throat. Someone new has recently come into your life, or someone who's been lying dormant in your life and they've been woken up. I strongly believe you know who the killer is, Matilda. If you want to find him before this escalates even further, you need to look into your past. Because I believe, hand on heart, you've met this man already. Chapter 16. Matilda stood at the window in her office. She had been given a lot to think about, and she needed to be alone to sort out her thoughts. Saying she knew who the killer was didn't sound as frightening or as threatening as she first thought. She was a detective who specialised in homicide and violent crime. It was safe to say she knew quite a few killers. This didn't necessarily have to be someone new. Steve Harrison had manipulated his own brother into continuing his work. It's just possible there was a killer in prison who was seeking revenge against Matilda for his imprisonment. A knock on Matilda's door made her jump. She turned to find Christian in the doorway, mug of tea in one hand, packet of Maltesers in another. I thought you might need cheering up. Thank you. Quite a heavy discussion. Do you think Finn's right? He asked, handing her the mug. Matilda sat at her desk. She took a sip of the tea, opened the packet of Maltesers, and threw a few into her mouth. she thought as she crunched. I'm not sure. It does make sense. It does. But it doesn't mean it's the solution. Don't get me wrong, I like Finn, he's a great bloke and a brilliant detective, but he has only just qualified in criminology, and he isn't as experienced in the field as we are. A lot of his research is textbook. Not every killer fits into the textbook, we know that. Don't let this set up home in your head, Matt, and remember, you need to be open and talk about things. I know. I will. I just never understand killers who feel a need to taunt others about their crimes. No, it's bad enough they're committing them. Exactly. Anyway, Jamie Peterson has arrived. Do you want me to interview him? No, you've got your hands full with Natasha Klein and her family. Me and Finn will do it. I promise I won't take up all his time. No, it's fine. I think this needs looking into. Liam Walsh may have been suffering mentally, but he should have been helped, not been taken advantage of. Thank you for understanding, Christian. Look, before I go in, can I share something with you? Of course. I had a meeting with Ridley yesterday. More budget cuts are coming. I've heard a rumour that we're losing the canteen. Is this true? He interrupted. I'm afraid so. Oh, no. Dolly was asking me about it when I went for my dinner yesterday. She's been here for 30 years, and she makes a mean moussaka. There are cuts coming to every department, Christian, including mine. Well, ours. Well, yours. You're only going to get one new DC, not two as promised, and it won't be happening this financial year. I'll try and hide my shock, he said with sarcasm. Also, you have one DS too many. One has to go, and they won't be getting transferred either. They'll be getting made redundant. What? I have to choose who to give the elbow. Sian, Scott, or Finn. Fucking hell, he exclaimed. I said something similar. How are you supposed to choose? I've no idea, she shrugged. Look, keep this to yourself for now, but will you help me decide? Oh, Jesus, I don't know about that. I love those three. So do I. I'm genuinely gutted. Christian thought for a while. Eventually he nodded. I'll help. Two heads are better than one and all that shite. Thanks, Christian. Promise me one thing. Go on. If you ever have to make me redundant, soften the blow by buying me something nice. A Ferrari will do. After the briefing, Sian went to the toilets at the far side of the building. There was no point in them being there as they were out of the way, but they were perfect if you needed to make a private phone call and didn't want anyone overhearing. Sian went into the furthest cubicle, closed the door behind her, and sat on the toilet lid. She lifted her feet up off the floor so nobody would know she was there. She took her iPhone out of her back pocket, scrolled through the contacts, and made a call. It was a while before it was answered. Sian almost gave up. Hi, Cliff. It's Sian Robinson from South Yorkshire Police. I know who you are, Sian. I've got you saved in my phone. You always introduce yourself when you call. Sorry, force of habit. How are you? I'm okay, thanks. Settled into the new house? Yes, very. How are things with you? They're going well, thanks. Not long since back from Egypt. You ever been? No. You're not missing anything. Those pyramids are tiny. I was very disappointed. Anyway, what can I do for you? Sian took a breath. It's quite complicated. It usually is. Go on, I'm all ears. Cliff Lombard was a prison officer at Wakefield Prison in West Yorkshire. The same Wakefield Prison where Sian's ex-husband, Stuart, was currently serving a life sentence. When Finn mentioned that Matilda already knew the killer, Sian immediately thought of all the previous killers the team had put away in recent years. Serial killers, by design, were great manipulators, her own husband included, and while she didn't think he was behind this, She needed reassuring. She told Cliff everything she felt able to reveal before asking him about Stuart. "Does he get any visitors?" she asked. "No. There was his sister for a while, but even she's stopped now." "She's moved away," Sian said. "She runs a bed and breakfast up in Inverness." "Lovely part of the world." "Yes. So Stuart doesn't get any visitors at all now?" "None whatsoever." "Phone calls?" "I haven't seen him make any for months. I can ask around for you." "Please." Sian fell silent. She was conflicted. The man she had been married to for more than 25 years was a multiple murderer. Yet he was the father of their 4 children. She had spent a great deal of her life with him. Although she had said she felt nothing but revulsion for him, it saddened her to think of him locked in a prison cell for the rest of his life. "How is he?" she asked reluctantly. "His health in general?" "He's fine. He's doing well, Sian. He's a model prisoner." "Right." "I can ask him to put you on his list of approved visitors if you want to come and talk to him." She thought about it for a long moment. No, I don't. I can't do that. Just, will you keep an eye on him for me? If you notice a change or if he gets any visitors, will you let me know?" "I will. Look after yourself, Sian." "Thanks, Cliff. You too." Sian ended the call. She looked at the wallpaper on her phone. All 4 of her children in ridiculously bright Christmas jumpers, mugging to the camera last Christmas morning. How could Stuart have destroyed them all as he had? And more importantly, why couldn't she hate him as much as she wanted to? Chapter 17. Matilda and Finn opened the door to interview room number 1, where Jamie Peterson was waiting for them. He looked up, his face a map of worry, his eyes wide in anticipation of the unknown. He gave Finn a frightened smile of acknowledgement. "Mr. Peterson, thank you for coming in," Finn began as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "This is my boss, Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark." "Lovely to meet you," Jamie said. He half rose and held out his hand for Matilda to shake. Matilda shook his hand, noticing that it was clammy, possibly due to nerves, and they all sat down. "Am I being recorded?" Jamie asked. "No," Finn said. "This is an informal discussion. You're not under arrest, and this isn't an interview under caution. The video camera and voice recorder are both switched off." "Okay." He gave a nervous chuckle. "This is my first time in a police interview room. I wasn't sure what to expect." "You've nothing to worry about. We just wanted to have a follow-up discussion from yesterday." "Right. Though I don't think I can tell you any more than I already have done." "You told us that Liam wanted to kill himself, but he didn't want to die alone. Yet that's what appears to have happened. When did you last see Liam before he died?" "I saw him 4 days before his death, on the Monday." Jamie spoke clearly and concisely, though there was a slight shake in his voice. "Did he say anything to indicate he was going to kill himself?" "No." "How did he seem?" "Looking back, he seemed... I don't know, he was different. He was more talkative." "How so?" Matilda asked. "He chatted. He was very open about his feelings and emotions, but he always took a while to warm up. Our sessions lasted an hour, and sometimes we were 20 minutes in before he spoke. That final time, he spoke as soon as he sat down." "You mentioned that he seemed different." "I commented that he seemed lighter and that perhaps he might be having a better day than usual." "Was he?" "He said that he'd got some things sorted out in his head." "What sort of things?" He didn't say. Didn't you ask? He didn't say, Jamie repeated more forcefully. Finn cleared his throat. Jamie, we're currently treating Liam's death as unexplained because of new information received. Can you tell us, purely for elimination purposes, where you were on the night Liam died? Jamie looked at Matilda, then back at Finn. He nodded. Yes. I was at home that night. On your own? No, yes. Well, he stopped to compose himself. I split up with my wife last year. My father is living with me, though. He moved in a few months ago. He suffers with dementia. I'm sorry to hear that, Finn said. There's no need, but thank you. Were you working at the university on the Friday Liam died? Matilda asked. No. I have a number of roles within mental health. On that day, I was working at a couple of sites run by the Sheffield College. Had Liam ever contacted you on days when he didn't have an appointment? Finn asked. No. He always stuck to his appointments. You said yesterday that Liam wouldn't change his mind, that he was unhappy and what...
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
To end his life. It must have been difficult to see him like that, Finn said. It was, knowing that there was nothing you could do for him. I tried my best, I really did, Jamie said, looking pained. Did Liam ever ask you for help? Help? To die? Jamie didn't move. His gaze remained fixed on Finn. He didn't say anything. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. He did, didn't he? Matilda said. Liam asked you for help. Jamie swallowed hard. His eyes filled up with tears, but they refused to fall. Eventually, he gave a single nod. How did that come about? Matilda asked. What did Liam say? It was a while before Jamie answered. He seemed to be struggling to find the right words and also battling against releasing his emotions. A single tear rolled down his face. Finn took a tissue out of his pocket and handed it to him. Jamie wiped his eyes and blew his nose. I'm sorry, he said through the tears. I'm so sorry. For what? Finn asked. Liam was desperate, he said. He was in agony. He was tormenting himself. He wanted to die, but was frightened of the pain of being alone. I... He choked. He asked me to help him. I told him about... He looked down at the table and began tearing the soggy tissue. I told him about the dark web. What did you tell him about the dark web? Finn asked. I said there were message boards. I've looked at them myself purely for research purposes. There are suicide forums where people arrange to meet up with other people who want to die. Not just people with depression, but people with terminal illnesses who want to take control of their own death. They meet and they, you know, they die together.
You told Liam about this?
Yes.
Did he say if he was going to look into it?
He said he'd consider it.
Did he ever tell you if he'd looked on the dark web?
No. I knew what I was telling him was wrong. I made a point of never mentioning it again.
When you heard he'd died, did you think he'd found someone to die with?
Jamie nodded.
But then you heard he'd died alone.
Yes, I just assumed he'd had enough, that he'd just killed himself, but if he had gone on the forums and spoken to someone who... Do you think someone was looking for a victim? Is that what you think? Did I hand Liam over to his killer? Jamie asked, crying once again.
We don't know,
Finn said. He sounded sympathetic.
It's possible.
Will anything happen to me? Jamie asked, wiping his eyes with the backs of his hands.
That all depends on what we uncover, Finn said.
There are rules in place, aren't there, for when a student expresses an interest in harming themselves or others? You need to contact the police or a medical professional. You could have had Liam sectioned if you believed he was a danger to himself. Why didn't you? Matilda asked. Jamie shook his head. There are some people who you just know are beyond being helped. Liam was one of those people. Having him sectioned would have made his problems public. His mother and the university would have known about it. That's not what he wanted. And when he was eventually released from hospital care, he wouldn't have been any different than when he went in. My first priority is to Liam. I did what was right for him.
But he died,
Finn said. Jamie struggled again with his words, his tears. His bottom lip was wobbling, but he managed to take hold of himself and trust himself to speak. It was what he wanted, he said quietly. A more intensive course of therapy could have worked, Matilda said. Maybe he needed different medication. Maybe he needed more than a counsellor. I'm aware there is still a stigma around mental health, but people would have understood Liam's struggles. You didn't even try to seek alternatives for him. He didn't want an alternative, Jamie pleaded, wiping his eyes again. You didn't offer them. Your job is to make sure the people in your care have someone to turn to when they need it. If they need further help, you give it to them. You put them in touch with specific organisations that can provide treatment. You led Liam Walsh straight to his death, Matilda said. Her tone was calm and quiet, but there was a dark edge to it. It was what he wanted, Jamie repeated, barely audibly. But his mind wasn't working correctly. He wasn't thinking clearly, as he was so consumed with depression and anxiety. When a person is at their lowest point, like Liam was, you help them to get back up. You don't finish them off. I didn't. Matilda stood up, pushing her chair back. You might as well have pushed him yourself. She stopped at the door of the interview room. Something came to her mind. She turned back, a thoughtful look on her face. Jamie, you mentioned that you don't only work at the university. Where else do you work? I work at various sites within South Yorkshire. Schools, colleges. I give assemblies and talk about mental health, the issues surrounding addiction to online gaming and social media. Last Thursday, where were you? He sniffed hard. I was at the Sheffield College all last week, Granville Road. The Olive Grove campus? Yes. Why? Matilda turned to Finn. Go and fetch Christian. Finn jumped up and left the room. A student there is missing, Natasha Klein. Jamie didn't respond. He looked down. Tears fell onto the table. You know her, don't you? He didn't reply. She's one of your clients, isn't she? He nodded. She's been missing since Thursday. It's been on the local news and social media throughout the weekend. It's now Tuesday. It's all over the bloody papers. Didn't you think to come to us? Matilda raised her voice. I didn't want to get involved. What? Jesus Christ! What kind of a counsellor are you? She looked behind her and made sure the door was closed. She leaned on the table, hovering over Jamie Peterson, and whispered into his ear. When we've finished with you, providing you're not in prison, you're going to be looking for another job. You're an incredibly dangerous man. She left the room, slamming the door hard behind her. Chapter 18. Matilda was fuming, but managed to calm herself down by popping into the toilets and splashing cold water on her face. A strong black coffee and a so-called king-size Mars bar from Sian Straw helped too. She and Finn left the station and headed for Helen Walsh's house in Elscar. They needed Liam's computer to find out if he'd accessed the dark web, as Jamie Bloody Peterson had recommended. What will happen to Jamie? Will he face criminal charges? Finn asked, after he'd finished marvelling at the interior of Adele's Porsche. I don't know. He deserves to lose his job, though. If Liam was so unhappy that he wanted to kill himself, then was Jamie really wrong? Maybe other treatments wouldn't have worked. Maybe not, but you have to try all possibilities. Besides, I think Liam would have benefited from further treatment. If he was serious about dying, why was he putting it off by saying he didn't want to die alone? It wouldn't have mattered whether he was alone or not. His misery would have been at an end. I think he was crying out for help. He even went to the one person who should have helped. And look how it ended. They arrived in Elscar and walked up the path to Helen's front door. A sharp breeze was blowing. It was supposed to be spring, yet, obviously, nobody had informed the weather of this. Matilda was bloody freezing. She rang the bell. It wasn't answered, so she knocked. Loudly. Twice. The door opened to reveal Helen Walsh wearing skinny jeans and a white knitted jumper. Sorry. I was in the shed. I didn't hear the door. Come on in. Matilda stepped in first and introduced her to Finn. Helen, I really am sorry to ask this, but I was wondering if we could take away Liam's computer, his laptop, tablet, mobile phone, whatever electronic devices he had. Helen hugged herself tightly. A look of horror appeared on her face. She was obviously trying to get on with her life, but the torment of her son's death was preying on her, and Matilda's appearance was reminding her of that dark day. Why? There are discrepancies in the investigation into Liam's death. We need to check and double-check. Does this have something to do with the sympathy card you took away with you? It might have. I suppose you don't want to commit to saying anything until you've run all your tests, do you? Liam's room is at the top of the stairs, second on your right. Everything you might need is in there. Take what you want, she said, turning away from the stairs and going into the living room. Matilda nodded for Finn to go upstairs. She followed Helen and went straight over to the fireplace. Helen, do you have anyone to talk to? I'm not sure it's wise to be alone at times like this. The last 6 months have all been times like this. The pain, the knot of grief and sadness and overwhelming hurt is weighing me down from within. She slumped onto the sofa. She looked to be in great physical discomfort. I lost my husband when Liam was 3. I was sad, I missed him, but I had Liam to keep me going. I've got nothing left. Life is empty. Everything I do is meaningless. Helen didn't cry. Matilda assumed she had no more tears left. She went over to her, sat next to her on the sofa, and put an arm around her shoulder. There is probably nothing I can tell you that you haven't heard many times before. What you're going through right now is torture. I know. I've been there. It does get easier, but it's not an overnight thing, and you cannot do this on your own. Do you have someone, a friend, a sister or brother? Helen shook her head. There must be someone. I don't have anyone I'm close enough to be able to share this with. Something caught Matilda's eye. She looked up and saw Finn standing in the doorway. He was holding a MacBook, an iPad, and an iPhone. Matilda stood up and went over to him. Finn, you go back to the station, she said, fishing her car keys out of her pocket. You're letting me drive your car? He asked, eyes wide and full of excitement. I will be examining every inch of that car. If I find so much as the tiniest hint of a scratch, I will make sure your body is so well hidden, even Google won't be able to find you. Wow! I promise I'll take care of it, he said, nervously taking the keys from her. How are you going to get back? I'll call a taxi. I can't leave her like this. She went to the front door, opened it, and showed Finn out. Back in the living room, Helen was sitting on the sofa, staring somewhere off into the distance. Matilda doubted she'd noticed Finn leave. Matilda went over to the sideboard. She poured them both 2 large scotches and handed a glass to Helen. Reluctantly, she took it, took a sip, and pulled a face. I never liked spirits before Liam died. I was always a wine drinker. Someone gave me a drink after the funeral, for the shock, I was told, and it's the only thing that numbs the pain. Matilda didn't say anything. She knew, in cases like this, it was always best to remain silent and let the other person talk. Last night, I was thinking about your visit, and I wondered whether it would be better if Liam had killed himself or been murdered. There's no answer that will make any of this better, is there? He's not coming back. Matilda shook her head. I feel like I'm in purgatory. I'm not living at all. I'm just existing. I go to work and I come home and I can't think of a single thing I've done all day. The day Liam died, I died. Would I feel better if I had someone to blame for his death? Matilda didn't say anything. She hoped her presence was a comfort. I'm actually asking for an answer here. You're a detective. You've been around victims and their grieving families. Are they better for having someone to blame? To hate? Matilda thought of her husband. They had so much they planned to do with their lives when, out of the blue, he was diagnosed with an aggressive brain cancer that robbed them of a future together. Matilda was angry. She had nobody to blame. Would it have been better if there had been someone locked in prison who she knew was rotting away for the rest of their life for killing her husband? Sian's ex-husband was locked up in prison. Was it easier to have someone to hate and channel all your negative emotions towards, rather than to allow those emotions to build up and fester inside you? I wish I could answer you, Helen. I honestly don't know what to say. Grief is a horrible thing to go through. I don't think anyone has an understanding of it. Can I ask you a favour? Of course, Matilda said, looking towards her. From one grieving woman to another, if you find out Liam was murdered, will you let me know who the killer is before you arrest him, so I can kill him? I can't do that, Helen. You know that. I'm already dead, she said, choking on her own words. I don't care what happens to me. I'll kill myself straight afterwards, but I need to kill whoever did what they did to my Liam. I can't let them get away with it. and I refuse to leave this planet while they're still alive and living in some cushy prison cell. Matilda couldn't think of anything to say.
Chapter 19. The point of the dark web is so you can't be traced, DC Sophia Novak began, as she plugged Liam Walsh's laptop into her own computer. She transferred every file he had, along with a browser history. However, I can see already that he had a Tor browser installed, which shows he accessed the dark web. What I won't be able to see is what he did while he was on there. So we won't know if he went on any of these message boards? Finn asked. I'm hoping I can find something. There could be a few crumbs, or I might even find a back door I can break through. I mean, obviously, I won't be able to show you any online conversation he might have had, but I could find what sites he visited. However, please don't hold your breath. He's got thousands of photos and screenshots on his iPad, Scott said, as he scrolled through them. Anything interesting? Well, it depends on your definition of interesting. He's got aerial shots of a forest that's being cleared away. I don't even know where it is. There are some here of the melting ice in the Arctic. There's a screenshot of a graph showing the percentage increase in the world's population year on year. He seemed to have an interest in anything to do with the destruction of the planet. Do you think that's why his mother was sent the card with the dinosaurs on it, and the meteor coming towards them? Finn asked. That was the last great extinction-level event. Liam was obviously worried about the state of the planet, so maybe that card was another sign showing how clever he is, that he knew Liam better than we think. It's possible, I suppose, Sophia said, not looking up from her computer. But you said that he doesn't care about his victims, Scott said. He's looking for a way to kill someone without actually killing them. It doesn't matter who they are. If that's the case, he's not going to waste time getting to know them. By doing that, he could likely end up on our radar. But there is no radar because we're not investigating. On paper, Liam's death is a suicide. So, if we treat this as a murder and approach it in the same way as all the other murders, we'll find him, Scott asked. We might do. There are too many mights, maybes and ifs in this conversation for my liking, Scott said. He looked back at the iPad and continued to scroll. Hang on a minute, he said, his eyes widening. I think I might have found something. Another might, Sophia said without looking up. Scott went back to his desk, plugged the iPad into his computer, and asked Finn to close the blind and pull down the projector screen. As I said, Liam's iPad is full of screenshots from websites he's visited, Scott said. However, I've found a series of screenshots that seems to be from a message board. Take a look at these. I'm guessing Liam is the one who posted the original message under the username Everything is Pointless. No holds barred, / FFL12 : / Luna _ .tor@rot.life. Subject: End of life. Time: 2400 hours. Date: 05/09/2020. Everything is pointless. I've decided to kill myself. I've been struggling with mental health issues for as long as I can remember, and it's getting worse. I can't go on like this, and I just want it to end. The only thing is, death scares me, and I don't want to die on my own. Is there anyone else on here who feels like I do, who wants to die and maybe wants to have some kind of pact? I'm 20 and from Sheffield, South Yorkshire. I can travel if you're not close. Joe, 48, 1992. If you're scared of death, then maybe you're not really serious. I'm guessing you've already spoken to people, but please call the Samaritans on 116123. They will give you all the help you need. Dempsey _56. My sister killed herself in 2012. She had a lot of issues going on, and we hadn't spoken for a while. She was found in the bath by her landlord. She'd cut her wrists. Police said she'd been lying there for 3 days before she was found. What hurts me more is that she was alone at the end and nobody cared to look in on her. I can't sit and watch you die, but I hope you find someone who can be with you. 2020. You really don't want to die. If you did, you would have done it and not be on here. Please seek help. Think of your family and friends. The end is coming. If you're going to do it, live stream it. I'd fucking love to see it. Tara, 29. Why not join a terrorist group or something and become a suicide bomber? No point wasting your final moments. T4, semicolon, up 9th 4, square bracket, QA9, colon. I have terminal cancer. I'll do it with you. I'll DM you. That's excellent. I should be able to look up that web address, Zafir said. Does he have screenshots of the messages he's exchanged with anyone privately? Finn asked Scott. I haven't found any yet, but I'll keep looking. Zafir, can you look up the username of the person who said they had terminal cancer? No, she answered straight away. I'm on the message board now, and there isn't a suicide chat room. The site looks like you chat in the main room, then create your own separate rooms to chat in with different subjects, and people can join as and when they like. At the moment, nobody is wanting to discuss suicide. Let me have a play around. I'll see if I can grab someone's interest. Thanks, Finn said. Scott, keep going through the iPad, see if you can find anything else. If this was someone genuine who had terminal cancer, then why did only one person jump from the arts tower? Unless it's a lie, and he's our killer. If he is, then there's no way for me to find him, Zafir said. That's kind of the whole point of these sites. I have no other message board screenshots, Scott said. If he did chat with anyone privately, he didn't save them. I don't understand why he just saved these. If he did have a DM with someone, why not save those? Who knows what was going through his mind, Finn said. It's dated the 5th of September. That's 3 weeks before he died. If this guy who said he'd DM him is the killer, then they must have built up a connection within those 3 weeks. Surely someone saw Liam with someone new or heard him talking about someone new in that time. Then this is what we need to focus on. It's all we've got right now. The 3 weeks between September the 5th and the 25th. We need to talk to Liam's friends, especially those he hung around with at university, Scott said. Zafir, look on his social media pages and at his online activity during those periods too. This could be our window of opportunity to find the killer. Zafir's phone began to ring. She answered, had a quiet conversation and quickly hung up. That was reception. Ruby Dayton, Natasha's best friend, wants to have a word with someone investigating her disappearance. I'm just about to go and interview Natasha's parents, Finn said. Fancy getting out of the office for a bit, Scott said to Zafir. I've always wanted to go to the other side of the building, she said sarcastically. Ruby Dayton was the opposite of Natasha. Where Natasha was tall and blonde, Ruby was short and dark-haired. She had her shoulder-length brown hair in a loose ponytail and wore a padded jacket over a black jumper and skinny black jeans. Scott showed her into an interview room where Zafir was already waiting. Ruby took a seat. She had a nervous expression on her face. Her eyes were darting around the room, and she refused to take her coat off. She sat on the edge of the hard plastic chair and gripped her small handbag in front of her. Can I get you a drink or anything? Scott asked to fill the silence. No. Are you sure? You look cold. I've been walking around outside for the best part of an hour, wondering whether to come in or not. You have something you want to tell us? Zafir asked. I don't know, she said. Tears filled her eyes. She looked up at the camera in the corner of the room. Am I being filmed? No, it's not switched on. I don't know if I should be here, Ruby said. Her voice was barely above a whisper.
Do you know anything about Natasha's disappearance? Scott asked. No, she quickly answered. The thing is, Natasha, she wants to be a big social media influencer. She's always posting things online that will get her the biggest number of likes or followers. She posted something last month about having to inject herself with insulin and tagged in a few diabetes charities. I think she was hoping to become an ambassador for them or something. When they didn't bite, she really kicked off. I worry that someone might have contacted her through social media, and I know she's too old to be groomed by a paedophile, but she could have been trafficked. Is that what you think's happened? Sophia asked. I don't know. Scott leaned forward. Ruby, there's something you're not telling us, isn't there? What are you talking about? Look, Ruby, anything you tell us will be within the strictest confidence. You can trust us. Ruby's bottom lip began to wobble. Tears rolled down her cheeks and she didn't wipe them away. She quickly stood up. Her chair crashed to the floor behind her. I shouldn't have come here. She ran to the door. Ruby, wait, Sophia called out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come, I'm sorry. She fumbled with the door handle, pulled the door open and ran out of the room. Scott watched from the window of the interview room as Ruby Dayton sped out of the police station and bolted for the exit to the car park, almost colliding with a marked police car as it pulled in. He turned back to Sophia. What do you make of that? She knows something. She's frightened too. Chapter 20. Cara Klein was ushered into the interview room soon after Jamie Peterson had vacated it. By the time Christian had finished with the counsellor, he was a wreck. He'd been sent home and told not to even think about leaving Sheffield. Christian had learned more about Natasha and her feelings about her excessive use of social media. He was hoping her family could provide more information. Cara had changed into black jeans and polo shirt. She was wearing a padded coat which she hugged around herself, although the radiator was on full. Her eyes were red from constant crying. Even before Christian could ask anything, she burst into tears and ferreted in her pocket for a packet of tissues. Cara, if you don't mind, we'd like to record this conversation, DC Tom Simpson said. It's purely so we don't forget anything while investigating Natasha's disappearance. That's fine, she said quietly. Cara, I'm guessing you know about Natasha's activities online, Christian began. She nodded. Did you speak to her about it? She nodded again. I told her to be careful what she posted. I know that there are so many people out there who take advantage of good-looking young women. She said she knew what she was doing. Did you see what she was posting? No. When I asked, she said there were makeup tutorials, shopping trips and fashion tips. She's really into her fashion. She didn't show you any of the photos or videos? No. Cara, the things Natasha posted could be interpreted in different ways by whoever was watching. Yes, she talks about makeup and fashion, but she's not always fully clothed in the videos. Oh, my God, Cara said, collapsing in on herself. Christian and Tom remained silent while Cara composed herself. Do you and Natasha talk much? Christian asked. What about? Cara asked, looking up, wiping her eyes. About anything. College work, friends, any worries she might have? No, not really. Natasha's a very confident young woman. She doesn't have any worries. We've spoken to a counsellor who works at the college Natasha goes to. He's told us that she's visited him a few times and talked about her popularity on social media. She said she often has sleepless nights trying to think of new ways of keeping people interested in her. She's very anxious about people growing bored of her, disliking her new posts and unfollowing her. It sounds like she was struggling under the expectation of others. Did she ever discuss this with you? No, never. Cara looked confused. It was obviously the first she was hearing of her daughter's worries.
Did you ever ask her about it?
No. Is this what you think this is all about? Do you think someone has contacted her through social media and done something to her?
We don't know, Cara. It's one option we're looking at, but it's going to take time. She has thousands of followers. Is there anyone she's mentioned recently? Did a name keep cropping up in conversation that didn't used to?
Cara thought for a moment. Her brow furrowed as her eyes darted left and right. No, I don't think so. Christian looked at Tom and gave him a slight nod. They'd had a brief chat before the interview began. It was time for Tom to take the lead. Tom cleared his throat and leaned forward on the table.
Cara,
he began, his voice softer, more sympathetic.
I was at your house for 3 days. I've seen the way you and Derek are coping with Natasha's disappearance, and there is a vast difference. I've yet to see Derek show any form of emotion. Is there something we should know about, or is there anything you'd like to share with us?
Cara looked down. She placed a shaking hand on her forehead and took several slow, deep breaths as she seemed to compose herself. Eventually she gathered the strength to look up. She turned pale, ashen, as if she was about to be sick. Derek is Natasha's father, she said. Derek and I met when we were both at school. We started going out, but split up when he went off to university at Liverpool. I stayed in Sheffield. I met someone else. I got married and had Natasha. Angus, that was my husband. He hit me. Not just once. He broke me down. One night, he said if I ever told anyone, he would kill Natasha in front of me, make me watch, then he'd kill me. I ran away that night. I went back to my mum's and, well, I was a mess. She stopped while she wiped her eyes. It was a long time before I was able to think about seeing a man again. Mum told me Derek had moved back to Sheffield. I looked him up and we, more or less, picked up where we left off.
A hint of a smile formed on her tired face. Where is Angus now? Christian asked.
Oh, he's long since dead. He was beaten up in a brawl at a pub in Scarborough. His dad had to turn the life support machine off. I read about it in the paper. I didn't cry. He deserved it for what he put me through.
Does Derek know any of this? Tom asked.
Yes. Derek knows everything.
How does he feel about Natasha?
Like I said, when I was there, I was
under the impression he didn't care much for her.
He does. He loves her, Cara said. In his own way, she added.
What does that mean?
Cara's bottom lip began to wobble. She struggled to maintain her hold on her emotions. She clearly wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come.
Cara, you can tell us anything.
She rolled back the sleeves of her jumper. There was red bruising around her wrists. Last night, she began, almost choking on her words, I accused Derek of doing something to Natasha. I've often felt she's been in his way. He grabbed me. It was the first time I felt that I could see Angus in his eyes.
What did Derek say when you accused him? Christian asked.
Nothing. He said I was being hysterical.
Do you think he's done something with Natasha?
She shook her head. I don't know. I honestly don't know, and that scares me to death.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Klein, Christian said when he and Tom entered interview room 3.
They had spoken at length to Cara and asked if she wanted to report her husband for assault, or if she wanted them to take her to a hostel. She said no to both. She had no intention of leaving the family home, especially when Natasha could come back at any time. She promised Christian and Tom that she would call them if she felt she was in danger. There was nothing more they could do for her. Tom went through the same introduction with Derek as he did with Kara, telling him that their conversation was being recorded merely for the purpose of helping with their inquiries. Derek sat up straight and looked bored and impatient, his eyes dancing around the room, taking in the video camera and voice recorders, rather than looking at the detectives and paying attention to what they were saying. It was as if this whole thing was an inconvenience to him. "Derek, we've spoken to Kara. She's told us about you not being Natasha's biological father," Tom said. "While I was at your home, I noticed that you and Kara had been reacting differently to Natasha's disappearance. You haven't seemed too bothered. Why is that?" He shrugged. "Kara's got it into her head that she's been kidnapped or trafficked. She watches far too many documentaries." "What do you think has happened to her?" "She's probably just gone off somewhere. She likes to create drama, does Natasha? All this exposure she's getting online and in the newspapers, it'll all be to increase her followers on social media." "So you're not worried?" "No." "Derek," Christian took over. "Natasha has been missing since Thursday afternoon. It's now Tuesday. Her mobile phone was found by the side of the road, her social media pages haven't been accessed, and her bank account hasn't been used. Don't you think that might point to something more serious than a teenager throwing a strop?" Derek frowned as he thought. He scratched his chin and ran his fingers over his head. I suppose I haven't wanted to think about it. I mean, you don't, do you? You always think these things will happen to other people." "What things?" It was a while before Derek answered. He looked uncomfortable. I keep picturing her, Natasha, dead somewhere." "You think she's dead?" "Well, don't you? She's 19 years old, she goes out in next to nothing, everything on show. I've seen the things she posts online. I also know what some of these sick people think when they say beautiful woman online. Someone's groomed her, I know it. Why aren't you out there looking for her instead of questioning me and her mother like this?" he asked, almost shouting. Christian looked at Tom, whose expression was one of concern. Christian wasn't fooled. "No offence, Derek, but I don't think you'll be nominated for any BAFTAs next year." "What?" Derek asked, his face turning red. "We walked in here, and you looked bored to tears. It was obvious you'd rather be anywhere else in the world than in a police interview room. As soon as the questions get tricky, you turn emotional. Only you did it a bit too quickly for it to be genuine, and the hesitations in your speech came on too suddenly. I've been around too many fakes in my career." Derek pushed his chair back. He stared at Christian with a blank expression. "OK, you want the truth? Fine. I don't like Natasha. She's selfish. She's self-obsessed, self-absorbed. She's horrible to her mother. She flirts with every single bloke who looks at her twice, then dismisses them when they come on to her. She thinks she has so much to offer the world when in reality she's just a vacuous, empty-headed, second-rate wannabe. There. Are you happy?" "Why do you hate her so much?" "I don't hate her, I don't like her. She wants everything handed to her on a plate. She wants to coast through life and be given things rather than work for them. Life isn't like that." "Have you told her all this?" "She knows how I feel." "Does Kara know?" No, I don't think so." "Do you argue with Natasha?" Christian asked. "No, you can't argue with Natasha. She's always right, apparently. I learned a long time ago it's better to leave her to it and let her fall down in her own way. Do you think that's what's happened? She's maybe attracted the attention of the wrong person, and this is her comeuppance?" Slowly, Derek nodded. "Yes, I think it is." "You don't seem bothered." "If Natasha is injured or something shocking has happened, I will help to pick up the pieces, as long as she's learned a little bit more about what life is really like." "A harsh lesson," Tom said. "Life is harsh," Derek said, a stern edge to his voice. "We still don't have your alibi for when Natasha went missing on Thursday afternoon," Tom said. "Yes, you do. You just don't believe me. My story won't change. I was at home, On my own, in the living room, eating a sandwich and relaxing. That's my alibi.
Christian and Tom returned to the HMCU feeling deflated.
I can't believe you knew Derek was faking those tears. I was taken in. When you've been a detective as long as I have and interviewed the scum I've interviewed, you start to recognise the fake emotions. Even Midsummer Murders wouldn't have put up with a performance like that. Do you think he was telling the truth after that? I think he was. He knew he couldn't lie. I can't believe he hates his own daughter, though, Tom said, pulling out his chair and flopping into it. Like he said, he doesn't hate her. He just doesn't like her. I'm sure there are members of your family you don't like.
Tom didn't say anything. He quickly looked away. He got up, headed over to the kettle and flicked it on.
So, where do we go from here?
He asked, without looking back. Christian thought for a moment.
Well, we can't rule Derek out, so we keep him in our sights and continue to question him until he can provide an alibi. Or he cracks. The fact he isn't her biological father adds a different spin on things, too. Even if he did like her, his feelings wouldn't be the same towards her if he was her real father.
He pulled out a chair and sat down.
Derek said he's seen some of the things she's posted online. How much interest does he have in her posts? It's not impossible that he was attracted to her. There's no blood connection after all. Could he have made a move, been rejected, and it got out of hand?
There are a good few hours missing in his alibi from leaving work to Kara coming home, Tom said. Long enough for him to hide a body.
Exactly. Where are the nosy neighbours when you need them? Christian asked, more to himself. On the flip side, Tom began, Jamie told us how obsessed she was with creating content online. What if someone contacted her, offered her something to help with gaining more followers? She's met them and, well, she's either been gang-raped and killed or she's been drugged and trafficked. I'm afraid that's where my thoughts are running too. We've no witnesses to Natasha's disappearance. Nobody's seen her anywhere. It's like she's disappeared without a trace.
The perfect disappearance, Tom said.
Chapter 21.
It was dark by the time Matilda arrived at the former farmhouse she called home. There was no sign of life anywhere. Even the birds in the trees were silent. She parked Adele's Porsche in the garage and went into the house. While she still had her coat on, she went to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of wine from the fridge, and poured herself a large glass. Matilda felt drained. She had spent the whole afternoon with Helen Walsh, trying somehow to make her realise that life does get better after losing someone so close. Most of what she'd said had been a lie. James had been dead for 6 years, and she still felt like bursting into tears when she looked at her wedding photographs, though that might be something to do with her dated haircut. She didn't suit a fringe. Although she understood Helen's plea to Matilda to hand over a potential killer for her to enact her own revenge, what Matilda found more disturbing was the fact that she had given it careful consideration. She liked Helen. She was a good woman who was going through hell. She was looking for someone to blame other than herself for Liam's death. Would killing the person responsible make her feel any better? Matilda doubted it would, but she couldn't help but think it was a justice that needed delivering if there was no proof of murder. She pulled out a chair at the table and sat down. She took another long swig of wine. She was a detective. She was supposed to uphold the law. She caught the criminals, prepared the case for court, and saw them locked up. She didn't hand over killers to grieving relatives for closure. But she could perfectly understand why some people took the law into their own hands, especially when the law didn't work in their favour. Her mobile rang, making her jump. She fished it out of her pocket and saw her sister's face filling the screen. "Hello, Harriet, how are you?" Matilda asked. "Knackered. Listen, I've been looking online to get Nathan a little runaround for his birthday," she said, referring to her eldest son, who had recently passed his driving test.
You'll never guess whose car I've found for sale. If it's Sebastian Stan's, I'll buy it. I don't care how much it costs.
Mum's.
What?
Mum's selling her Mini.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I know the number plate.
I didn't know she was selling her car.
Neither did I.
Have you spoken to her about it? Matilda asked.
No, I thought, well, you know what Mum can be like. I thought maybe you'd want to talk to her about it together.
We could do.
Matilda's doorbell rang.
Shit, Harriet, someone's at my door. Can you hang on?
Yes, that's me. I've just arrived to come and pick you up.
Matilda strode to the door and pulled it open to find her sister standing on the doorstep, wearing a long black coat and killer heels. Her recently dyed blonde hair was being swept back by the chilly breeze.
I've just realised you've got your licence back, haven't you?
A few weeks now, Matilda said.
I could have saved myself the journey.
You certainly could. Matilda studied her sister. Have you lost weight?
I've joined a gym.
I can't think of anything worse. Let me just grab my keys and a jacket.
Harriet entered the house and stood in the doorway. She looked around at the vast space. I honestly don't know how you can live all the way out here. I mean, yes, it's a beautiful house, but, well, I've seen Scream. I know what happens when you're alone in the middle of nowhere at night.
Thanks, Harriet. Why not just give Ghostface a call and tell him I'll leave a key under the mat for him?
Sorry.
Come on, we'll take your car.
Once in Harriet's Ford Focus, they belted up and set off for Grenell, where Penny lived, not a 5-minute walk from Harriet's house.
How are things going with you and Patrick? Matilda asked, referring to her sister's new boyfriend, who also happened to be her boss.
Very well, thank you, Harriet beamed.
We're going away in a few weeks.
Where to?
Scotland.
He's got a house up there. Can you believe that? He's actually got a second house in the middle of the countryside.
Nice. Let me know the dates you're going up and I'll pass your details on to Ghostface.
Harriet glanced at Matilda. Not a touch jealous, are we?
Of what? You dating an estate agent? I don't think so.
Harriet shook her head. Why do people have such a negative attitude towards estate agents?
Because they're shysters?
I'm an estate agent.
Case in point, Matilda grinned at her sister.
He asks about you.
Does he? I've never met him.
The boys talk about you a lot. He almost joined the police force himself when he was about 20.
Only almost?
Yes, he said it wasn't for him.
There was nothing Matilda could say to that. She turned back to looking out of the side window at the darkened Sheffield landscape whizzing by as Harriet broke the speed limit. It wasn't long before they were pulling up outside Penny's cottage.
Well, it's not been sold yet, as it's still in the driveway, Matilda said.
Are you sure it was Mum's car?
Harriet took out her mobile and showed Matilda a screenshot from a second-hand car website. It's Mum's car. Matilda knocked on her mother's door and stood back from the step. Penny answered the door wearing her coat. She looked shocked at seeing her daughters together.
Are you off out? Matilda asked.
No. Why?
You've got your coat on.
Sodding fire's packed up again, she said, standing back and letting Matilda and Harriet into the house.
Bloody hell, Mum, it's freezing in here, Matilda said, going into the living room.
Why haven't you put the central heating on? Harriet said. Penny picked up the remote and turned off the game show she had been watching. I don't like central heating. It gives me a headache. Besides, have you seen how much energy costs these days, greedy sods? I'm not increasing their bonuses, thank you very much. So you're going to sit here and die of hypothermia? That'll really show them, Harriet said. I'm putting the heating on. She went out into the hallway. What's wrong with the fire? Matilda asked, looking at the gas fire with the fake coal frontage. It won't stay on. It comes on, but then it goes out. I'm wondering if there's a loose connection somewhere.
Have you called someone to take a look at it?
Not yet, she said, sitting down and pulling her coat around her.
Mum,
what's going on? Matilda asked, folding her arms across her chest. Nothing.
Why? It should start warming up here soon. Harriet came back into the living room. Why is your car for sale? Matilda asked. Who told you? I saw it online. I was looking for a runaround for Nathan for his birthday. Penny looked down to hide her emotions from her daughters. Matilda went to sit next to her. Up close she could see her mother's hair needed touching up at the roots, and her usually manicured nails were overdue for a shape and polish. I didn't understand it at first, Penny began. Her voice was quiet and shaking with tears. I got a letter saying the firm your dad and I have our private pensions with has gone into administration. I went to a financial advisor for some free advice, and he said that TGC were having troubles and that the pandemic had been the final straw. They've gone under. Where's the letter? Harriet asked. On the rack. She nodded to the bureau in the corner of the room. TGC's the company you have your pension with? Matilda asked. Penny nodded. Isn't there some government protection thing against pensions? Usually, yes. But your dad didn't pay into it. I left all this to him. I foolishly thought I'd be the first to go. Oh, Mum. Matilda put her arm around her and pulled her close. The payments stopped a couple of months ago. I've only got my state pension coming in, and that doesn't even cover my bills. I've got the savings your dad left and his insurance, but there's much more going out than I've got coming in. That's why you're selling the car. I rarely use it. Mum, you're out all the time, Matilda said. You go swimming, you go out for meals to see your friends. Not anymore, I don't. I've cancelled the gym membership and I can't afford to eat out. There's nothing really wrong with the fire, is there? Matilda asked. There is, actually. I just can't afford to get it fixed. I put it on and warm up this room, but then it goes out, so I usually just put my coat on until it's time to go to bed. Harriet had the letter from TGC in one hand and was scrolling through her phone with the other. According to this, they've gone under with debts of more than £20 million. There's nothing about what's going to happen to the customers because administrators are busy sorting out the recovery of assets. It says that it could be up to a year before anything is paid out to customers, and that's only likely to be the ones who took out protection insurance. I can't believe Dad didn't take out any insurance, Matilda said. That's not like him at all. He was always so careful with money. Maybe he didn't think TGC was a risk, Penny said, defending her late husband. I mean, who would have guessed a pandemic would have happened? Look, Mum, Matilda began. Turn the heating on. If you get a big bill, I'll sort it out. I've got all that money from the sale of the house in the bank, and James was insured up to the eyeballs. I've nobody to leave it to. I think Nathan and Joseph had their eye on that, Harriet said with a sly wink. I wondered why they only text in the run-up to their birthdays and Christmas, Matilda replied with a smile. And you can take your car off the market too, Mum. You need that. It's your lifeline. Penny tried to speak, but her tears took over. I never thought I'd be facing poverty in my old age. Matilda gripped her mother harder. They'd never been close, but since she was shot, they'd repaired their fractious relationship, and Matilda had seen her mother as a human being rather than a battle-axe. Where's your purse? Why? Give me your bank details and I'll transfer some money across now to tide you over. Then we'll look at your bills and sort something out. Penny grabbed her daughter's hands and squeezed them tight. She looked her in the eye. I don't know what to say. You're my mum. You don't have to say anything. Pack a bag, Mum, said Harriet. You can come and stay with me and the boys for a couple of nights until we can get your fire fixed. Penny lifted Harriet's hand and kissed the back of it. Thank you, both of you. She stood up and made her way out of the room. Harriet went over to the sofa and sat beside Matilda. It's the first time I've looked at Mum and realised that she's old, Harriet said. I heard that, you cheeky cow, Penny called out from the stairs. Matilda started laughing. Nothing wrong with her hearing. Chapter 22. Wednesday, 16th of March, 2021. There was no reason for Matilda Dark to attend the morning briefings of the HCMU or the CID. If there were any issues, D.I. Brady, or D.I. Drinkwater, who was currently overseeing CID, would contact her. They rarely did. Matilda's role was simply to keep an eye on the budget, regulate overtime spending to a minimum, and make the tough decisions should any officer decide to share crime scene photographs over WhatsApp or take too much interest in a particular witness. Yet how could Matilda possibly know what was going on and who was doing what when she was confined to an office on the first floor with CID upstairs and HMCU downstairs? Which pen-pushing, polyester suit-wearing, degree-waving tosspot came up with this idea? Matilda missed the HMCU. She missed the camaraderie with her colleagues, and she missed the easy access to Sian's snack drawer. She closed the door of her small office behind her and headed down to her former unit. Jamie Peterson has an alibi for our time frame of Natasha Klein going missing, DC Tom Simpson said as the morning briefing began. Matilda's former Avengers were assembled. Coffees and teas had been made, and bars of chocolate handed round by Sian, who was keen to get rid of the surplus. Matilda sat on a free chair at the top of the room while Christian took control. He was on a Zoom conference call with... Hang on a minute, Tom said as he consulted his notebook. I'm sure I had the name of the organisation written down. Anyway, it was a really big deal. Every few months there's a meeting with counsellors and therapists who work in young mental health care at various universities around the country. They talk about what the common stresses are and try to help each other out with difficult case studies. The meeting went on for several hours. I spent a lot of time last night contacting most of the people who took part, just to make sure Jamie wasn't lying. OK, good work, Tom, Christian said. However, I really don't like the fact that he knew 2 people who are now either dead or missing. Also, he told Liam about the dark web and suicide message boards. He's worth keeping an eye on. Do we know what's happening to Jamie at the university? Matilda asked. He's been suspended while the university conducts a review, Christian said. That's good. Now, our registered sex offender who lives close to where Natasha went missing, Lloyd Tatlock, has an alibi, Christian began. It was his day off from work as a plumber for the council. He was with a friend most of the day. They went to a betting shop and a couple of pubs. His mate backs this up, and we've got CCTV from one of the betting shops and pubs that confirms it. We need to check the rest of the pubs he says he visited, but he's looking clean. How did the search go of the open areas opposite East Bank Road? Matilda asked. They're continuing into today. Nothing of interest has been found so far, Christian answered. Zafia, Matilda began, you've been looking at Natasha and Liam Walsh's social media pages. Do they follow any of the same people? No, Liam wasn't active much anyway, Zafia said. He hardly interacted with anyone. He posted a few articles and photos, but if people commented, he didn't respond. He rarely commented on other people's posts, and he didn't follow anyone whom we could question. Who did he follow? People who work in conservation and animal welfare? People who work on documentaries like Planet Earth and Blue Planet? He follows people like Chris Packham, Simon Reeve, Levison Wood, and organisations such as the WWF and Greenpeace. Oh, Levison Wood, Sian said. He's my kind of man. I'm more of a Bear Grylls woman, Zafia said. I think he's gorgeous. No, I went off him when I saw that programme where he drank his own urine, Sian said, pulling a face. Moving swiftly on, Matilda said. I personally believe Liam Walsh was murdered, but do we have any firm evidence that backs that up? The room fell silent. We've spoken to everyone on his university course, Scott said. They all said he was quiet and shy. He didn't mix. He sat apart from everyone and always had a painfully thoughtful look on his face. He wasn't approachable. There's nothing more we can do, Matt, Christian said. But the email and the card, it's not evidence. If there were fingerprints, if we could track the sender of the email, if we had anything we could forensically follow up on, we would, Christian said. We can't just leave it like this. I don't like the thought of someone taking advantage of someone who was so desperate, so unhappy, and allowing his mother to believe he took his own life, Matilda said. She could feel the emotional intensity rising inside her. As parents, Matilda looked at Christian and Sian, could you just leave it with so many unanswered questions? Sian looked down at her desk. As a parent, no, Christian said. As a detective, we have no choice. There's nothing else we can do. We've done everything we can and more. Matilda looked at the team. They all had blank expressions on their faces. The investigation had stalled before it had even got anywhere. She stood up and headed for the door. Where are you going? Christian asked. One last push, she said without stopping. Chapter 23. It wasn't long after Matilda left the office that Sian's phone began vibrating in her pocket. She took it out, saw who was calling, and quickly walked out into the corridor, where she found a quiet space beside a broken vending machine. She swiped to answer. Cliff, hello, she said in a quiet voice. Is everything all right? He asked. Yes, I just don't want to be overheard. Oh, do you want me to send you a text? It might be full of spelling mistakes, though. I don't have the thumbs for rapid texting. No, it's fine. Have you spoken to Stuart? I have. He's working in the kitchens at the moment, but his time associating with other prisoners is limited. I was escorting him back to his cell yesterday when I had a chat. Now, I'm no psychologist, obviously, but I don't think he was lying when he said he had no bad feelings towards you or what's she called again? Matilda Drake? Dark. DCI Dark. He's accepted why he's in here. He knows what he did was wrong and has come to terms with his punishment, his sentence. Like I said, he's a model prisoner. Thank you, Cliff, Sian interrupted. Sian, he really would like you to visit him. No, she answered quickly. Cliff, please. Sian, you asked me to speak to him, and I did. He's asked me to speak to you. It's only fair that this goes both ways. She sighed. It would be wrong of her to end the call. Go on, she said reluctantly. I do believe Stuart is sorry for what he's done, for the pain he's caused you and your family. He's seeing a counsellor on a regular basis, and he sees the prison chaplain too. A priest? Sian was genuinely shocked. He's repenting. I don't know what to say. Promise me you'll give it serious consideration. He needs something to look forward to, something to hope for. Sian could feel the emotion rising inside her. She'd made a promise to all 4 of her children that she wouldn't make any decisions unless she consulted them first. I'll think about it, she said, and ended the call before she said something she'd later regret. I'm sorry. Did I hear you correctly? Chief Constable Benjamin Ridley loosened his tie. I know I have no physical evidence and it's all based on conjecture, but I think a second post-mortem might reveal something missed in the first, Matilda said. You want to exhume Liam Walsh's body based on a crackpot email and a weird sympathy card. There's also the CCTV footage showing Liam was followed on the night he died. No. You have CCTV footage showing 2 people walking in the same direction. The screenshots on Liam's iPad show he spoke to someone on a suicide chat room who said they had terminal cancer and would message him directly to arrange a meet. And you have no evidence that conversation or meeting ever took place. If Liam Walsh was pushed off the roof of the Arts Tower, there could be bruising and possible defence wounds. What if Liam put up a fight? He could have skin samples and fibres under his nails. What if they arranged to meet in a pub beforehand and this other guy spiked his drink to lower his resistance to being pushed? Ridley sighed. I'm assuming the original post-mortem sent a blood sample to toxicology. It did. They recorded evidence of alcohol in his system, but they only found what they were looking for. They didn't test for drugs. All of which will be out of his system by now. His bloodstream, yes, but not his hair. Hair follicles can store traces of drugs. Matilda's voice was rising as she became more desperate to keep this case going. I'm aware of the science, Matilda. Do you know how distressing a body exhumation is for the relatives? Yes, I do, but Helen Walsh wants answers. Matilda stopped herself. If you tell me you've already promised her, I will seriously lose my shit with you. I haven't promised her an exhumation. I haven't mentioned it to anyone else. I have given Helen my word that I will explore every available avenue to find out what happened to her son. And you've done that? No, I haven't, Matilda said firmly. I cannot agree to an exhumation on such flimsy evidence. I'm sorry, Matilda, no. Now, I don't need to remind you that you're not an operational detective. I walked past your office many times to find you're not there. There are other cases that need attention, and you're taking skilled detectives off that for your own agenda. It's not on. I'm guessing you've seen Natasha Klein on the front of all the papers this morning. Matilda didn't answer. Matilda, this is exactly what the email writer wanted, to use up resources and have us chasing our tails on a dead end. We did everything we could. Matilda didn't say anything. She'd refused a seat and stood by Ridley's desk. Her expression was one of resigned angst. I know why you're doing this, Ridley said. You hate the fact that your job has changed, so you're latching onto this in the hope that there's something more going on, and you'll be able to return to the front line because we obviously can't do without your amazing analytical brain. That's not fair, she said, almost emotionally. Maybe there is a serial killer out there who's done such an amazing job he's defeated us all. But we work on evidence. Hard evidence. We cannot put a case together based on what-ifs and maybes. Look, Matilda, Ridley said, leaning forward, interlocking his fingers and lowering his voice. If this is real, then there'll be a second email. We both know that. If you hear from him again, we'll review the Liam Walsh case. For now, I'm asking you to leave it alone and stop taking detectives off an active investigation to chase after a phantom. Have I made myself clear? Reluctantly, Matilda nodded. She headed for the door with her head down. By the way, I looked up Lil Nas X, Ridley said. Matilda turned back. I was a spitting image of him when I was his age, he said, a twinkle in his eye. The more I look at you, the more I think you're a dead ringer for Morgan Freeman. Isn't he in his 80s? Precisely. That's very catty. I'm feeling catty. Matilda left the office and closed the door firmly behind her. She wasn't looking forward to having to tell Helen her son's death would no longer be investigated. Chapter 24. Danny Hanson travelled from Sheffield to London St Pancras by train on Tuesday afternoon. On the 3-hour-plus journey, he went through The Perfect Killer on his iPad, making notes on what he wanted to know about Stuart's family that Sebastian Lister hadn't been able to discover. There were so many questions he wanted to ask Sian, but she knew she wouldn't let him. He could make it up. He'd been on the scene during the investigation. He knew all about Stuart's crimes and how he committed his murders. But he wanted the human angle. People would read Lister's book and understand the warped, evil mind of a killer, but what about those left behind? What about the wife and the children who were having to live with what their husband and father had done? That's what people were really interested in. He sat back in his seat. He could feel a headache coming on, the tension rising inside him of knowing that people didn't like journalists and reporters. They saw them as vultures who preyed on the weak and hounded celebrities. He wasn't like that at all. Yes, he was the first to admit he'd occasionally used underhand tactics to get a story, but it was always in the public's interest. Maybe sneaking into Matilda Dark's hospital room while she was in a coma was a step too far, but he'd more than redeemed himself in the Magnolia House investigation. He deserved to write the story of Stuart's crimes, from Sian's point of view. He'd paid his dues. He arrived at his mother's apartment in Maida Vale after dark. She wasn't in when he knocked, but the next-door neighbour came out with a message for him and a spare key. "Sweetheart, if you'd give me more notice, I could have changed my plans and we could have done something. I'm away with Malcolm for the night. Help yourself to anything in the cupboards. I'll be back at lunchtime if you're still around. Mally sends his love. Kisses, Mum." He thanked the kindly neighbour and let himself into his mother's apartment. Why couldn't she have sent him that information in a text? He wasn't surprised his mother was absent. She'd probably arranged to be away for the night as soon as he told her he was stopping off to see her. His parents had been divorced for more than 10 years now. His father had remarried, and his mum had stayed single for a long time until Mally came on the scene 2 years ago. Danny took an instant dislike to him, following Malcolm's opening remark that Danny should get his hair cut short if he was hoping for a future presenting BBC News. "People trust a crew cut, Danny. They don't want Brexit explained to them by Ross Poldark." Malcolm had muscled his way into his mother's life and taken over. Danny had no idea what he did for a living and didn't care, but his mother was impressed and often sent Danny a selfie with her arm wrapped around the smug, fat-faced tosser, a glamorous landscape in the background. The apartment was an open-plan affair, with floor-to-ceiling windows maximising the illusion of space and giving a sprawling view of London. He looked around at the expensive furniture, all whites and creams, clean lines, minimalism. Nothing of this spoke of his mother. She loved comfort. This was all Malcolm's idea. On the positive side, there were 2 bottles of Veuve Clicquot in the fridge, which would go very nicely with the stuffed crust pizza he'd ordered from Just Eat. Sitting on an uncomfortable sofa, feet up on the glass coffee table, pizza box on his lap, Danny looked up Belinda Robinson on Facebook. She posted a great deal and, in Danny's opinion, most of it was mind-numbingly dull and uninteresting. Pouting selfies in the gym or in a coffee shop holding up a frappe with her name spelled incorrectly on the plastic cup. Taking part in a march in central London for a cause she probably had no interest in, but felt she needed to be seen playing a part in. Danny was less than a decade older than Belinda, but he really disliked the next generation, playing at caring about the future of the planet and putting the blame on people like him. One person cropped up on Belinda's social media pages often, and was tagged in the photos too. Rebecca Levine. Flicking between Facebook and Instagram pages of the two, it was evident that Belinda and Rebecca were dating. He zoomed in on a polo shirt Rebecca was wearing in one picture, which revealed the logo of a pub she was working in. He smiled to himself. He would target Rebecca first, then seek out Belinda to chat with. Danny woke with a hangover. He wasn't used to champagne. Thinking back, he had never had a glass of the real stuff before. He'd tasted Prosecco and hated it, but the Veuve Clicquot had woken his taste buds, and he perfectly understood why Malcolm kept 2 bottles in the fridge. He showered, left his wet towels on the floor of the luxurious ensuite, his breakfast dishes in the sink, the empty champagne bottles and pizza box on the coffee table, and gave the whole apartment a 2-fingered salute as he left. He decided against leaving his mother a proof copy of his book. She wouldn't read it. She wouldn't be interested. She never was. It was a cool day with a stiff breeze blowing, but the sky was blue and the sun was blazing. This did nothing for Danny's hangover, and he felt around in his bag for his sunglasses. He felt sick on the Underground, and the train journey to Southampton was equally juddering. As delicious as the champagne was, he'd stick to lager in the future, his stomach could handle Heineken. He arrived at Southampton a little after 5 o'clock and quickly found a cafe to eat something wholesome and plain to settle his stomach. Bangers and mash, onion gravy, and 2 mugs of tea soon gave him the energy required to remove the sunglasses and formulate a plan of attack. He took a taxi to the Stag, a student bar on the Highfield campus where Rebecca worked. It was still only early and, apart from a group of lads noisily watching a baseball match on a large screen, the pub was relatively empty and the staff had little to do. He spotted Rebecca straight away. She was standing by the tills, chatting to 2 other staff members who towered over her. She was small, with dark, shoulder-length curly hair. She talked animatedly, using gestures and smiling. She gave off an aura of happiness and high energy, and Danny could feel some of it leaching into him as he approached the bar, a smile on his face. "Yes, mate," one of the male staff members said, pulling away from his conversation. "Could I have a word with Rebecca, please?" "Sure. Beck, you're wanted." Rebecca turned to face Danny. The smile didn't leave her face. "Can I help you?" she asked. Her accent was West Country, thick, warm and welcoming. "Rebecca Levine?" "That's right." "My name's Danny. I'm a writer. I'm researching a book on Stuart Mills, focusing on his family rather than his crimes. I've already spoken to Sian, and I'm going around the children to get their take on everything that happened. I was wondering if you could tell me, as Belinda's girlfriend, how she's coping with it all." Her smile began to fade. "I don't know. I don't know if I should talk to you." "It's perfectly all right. I'm not writing a hatchet job or anything. I'm not interested in the gruesome side of the crimes. That's already been covered. I'm guessing you know all about The Perfect Killer by Sebastian Lister?" "Yes. Belinda didn't want me to read it, but I did. I downloaded a copy. What he did, it makes you shiver, doesn't it?" she said with a shudder. "It certainly does. It can't have been easy for Belinda either, what with exams and everything. Belinda's strong. She doesn't let anyone get to her. She gets a bit down and sad occasionally, but that's when she's worried about her mum. She can cope with everything people say to her." "Do people say things to her?" "Sometimes. Not as much as they did at first. She soon put them in their place," she said with a grin. "That's why I like her so much. She's got so much fight and spirit." "How does Belinda cope with what her father did? Does she talk about him much?" "No. She says she wants nothing to do with him. He's dead as far as she's concerned." "What about her brothers? Do they have contact with him?" "I don't know. I've only met Anthony. He seems nice. He's a bit like Belinda. I don't know the other 2. I think they're more like Sian, a bit more sensitive. The youngest, what's he called? Gregory? Yes. I think he'd like to see his dad. Belinda says she's talked him out of it, but, well, I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's up to him, isn't it, at the end of the day? I mean, they might not like what he did, but he's still their dad." "So Belinda does talk about him, then?" 2 male students approached the bar. Rebecca moved further down to a quieter area. Danny followed. "She does sometimes," she said softly. "You know when you've had a few drinks and you're just lounging, talking crap?" "What does she say?" "She just mentions how sad she is for her mum. She thought they were so happy, that they had the best life. She can't believe how he hid a completely different side to himself from them all. She gets—" She stopped herself. "Go on," Danny prompted. "No, I shouldn't. I might be able to help if it's something painful." She seemed to think about it for a moment. "Belinda has nightmares sometimes. She wakes up with a jolt and she'll be sweating. When I ask her what she was dreaming about, it's always the same thing, that her dad has killed her mother and brothers, and he's coming for her. I mean, that's what he was planning, wasn't it?" Danny nodded, though he didn't know any of that. "Does she see anyone, a therapist?" "No. I've told her she should, to talk things through, but she won't hear of it. Well, Not anymore, but at the beginning she... Rebecca was clearly uncomfortable and struggling with whether she should reveal any more or not. She took a breath. When she first started uni, she was drinking quite a lot. She did go a bit off the rails. She skipped quite a lot of lectures and was told she needed to increase her attendance if she wanted to continue on the course. I've helped. My dad's a recovering alcoholic, so I can deal with it. She only drinks at weekends now, and we don't have any in the flat. You're looking after her? I am. I really like her. A call came for her. Beck, we're starting to fill up. Coming. Is there anything else? No, thanks, you've been very helpful. He was just about to walk away when he decided to push his luck a little bit further. Rebecca, what does Belinda think of her father's crimes? I don't know what you mean, she said with a frown. What Stuart did. He always said that he got himself caught up in something and, from his point of view, there was no other way out than to commit murder. Then it spiralled. But the crime of murder, is it ever justified? Her mouth fell open. Even the students at the bar turned to look at Danny with a shocked expression. Of course it isn't, Rebecca said. Does Belinda think that too? Well, doesn't everyone? Danny left her question unanswered. He turned on his heel, nodded at the students at the bar, and left with a smirk on his lips. Part 2. Day 15. Murder. Murder. Say it slowly. Murder. Murder. You can put so much stress and effort into such a small word. It's like a swear word, isn't it? Fuck. Bastard. Murder. I think we've become complacent about murder. It's everywhere you look in the guise of entertainment. Columbo, Murder, She Wrote, Cracker, Inspector Morse, Luther, Mindhunter, Dexter, Shetland, Happy Valley, Vera, Criminal Minds. They're everywhere, and they're watched by millions around the world. You get the little old dears who enjoy a Midsummer Murder or a Father Brown in the afternoons with a Mr. Kipling, or the so-called intellectuals who like the foreign ones with subtitles, and the people with dull and boring lives who tune into Line of Duty week after week for their one piece of excitement. Everyone loves a crime drama. You can dress it up as a cosy crime where a country vicar spikes a cup of tea with a deadly poison because some ruffian has embezzled the church roof fund. But at the end of the day, it's a murder. Someone is dead. Yet when it happens in reality, when it touches our lives, we're shocked. We're horrified. Oh, my God! Did you hear about Jean down the road? She was found dead in her living room, battered to death. Why are these people so mortified it's happened when they probably spent the previous night watching an old foils war on some obscure channel? I don't agree with murder as a form of entertainment. It's not entertaining in the slightest. It's destructive. It ingrains itself inside you. It never leaves you. It rots away at you until you're numb. Murder is frightening. Murder is chilling. People should be in fear of murder and not spend their days wondering who the killer in the latest Netflix drama series will turn out to be. We don't get real serial killers anymore, thanks to the advance in forensic and GPS technology and CCTV on every building. But we could still have mass murderers if they were a little bit more creative and instilled the fear back into people's lives. Everyone before me has been caught, with a few exceptions. I don't want to get caught, but I want people to be terrified of me. I want to see the fear. I want to see DCI Matilda Dark and her team scared out of their fucking minds. From R9Q 040 JUJY9I0 @hotmail.com. Date, Monday, 1 January 1900, at 0000 hours. To Dark, Matilda. matilda.dark@southyorkshire.police.co.uk. Subject, 2 of 5. Hello, Matilda. I see you've been to see Liam's mother a few times. It's good to see you're taking my claims seriously, though the fact you haven't been beating the front door down to arrest me means one of two things. Either you're not as clever as you think you are, and you haven't been able to identify me, or I really have committed the perfect murder. I'm certain it's the second one. I told you the perfect murder exists. Let me provide you with a few more details regarding Liam Walsh. I knew he suffered with depression. He was a very sad individual. I actually felt sorry for him. He absorbed far too much information about what was going on in the world. You can't do that without going mad. Unfortunately for Liam, he went mad. He wanted to kill himself, but wanted someone to do it with him. He told me he was scared of being alone at the end. I pretended I had terminal cancer and wanted to take control of my own death. He fell for it. We met a couple of times before the day we chose to die. On that Friday, we had a couple of drinks for courage. Then we went up to the roof of the Arts Tower. We sat on the edge, feet dangling over, and that's when I told him, Liam, I don't have cancer. I'm here to kill you. I grabbed his collar and threw him off the roof. So, there's my confession for you, Matilda, but until you know who I am, there's nothing you can do with it. It's not like you can come round and arrest me, is it? I do want to help you, though, Matilda. I want you to understand the various aspects of what murder actually is. I want to cause you sleepless nights as you kick yourself, trying to find me, trying to find the evidence against me. It's going to be so hard for you, Matilda, because there is no evidence. It's all conjecture, hearsay, circumstantial. If we ever did meet in a courtroom, the prosecution would tear your case apart and I would walk away scot-free. Murder is fascinating, isn't it, Matt? Do you mind if I call you Matt? Murder is the worst crime possible. You're literally destroying lives. You're removing someone from the planet, and their friends and loved ones are going to hurt forever. But murder is also the easiest of crimes, isn't it? One push off a building, a few seconds, and that's it. Or, in the case of Josie Pettifer, one bite of a piece of salmon. So sad. I'll be in touch again soon, Matt. You're going to love my third victim. From Hell. Chapter 25. Monday, 29 March 2021. Everything that can be done to locate Natasha Cline has been done, D.I. Christian Brady said as he began the morning briefing. Woodland close to where she went missing has been searched and nothing has been found. We've interviewed everyone on her courses at the college and all her tutors. We've interviewed her father more than once. We've had his car searched and been through the entire house. Zafia, bless her, has spent the past 2 weeks going through her social media pages and come up with nothing. Natasha has literally vanished without trace. He turned to look at the smiling face of Natasha on the whiteboard looking down at him. It pains me to say this, but we're going to have to scale back the case. It'll be passed to the Cold Case Review Unit in due course. The faces of the HMCU team were ashen. They hated an unsolved case. Remember Ruby Dayton? Scott began. She's Natasha's best mate. They do a lot together. Anyway, on Friday afternoon I went to her home. I thought she might be more forthcoming in her own environment. You've been taking tips from Finn, haven't you? Tom asked. Actually, yes, I have, he smiled. Unfortunately, it didn't do any good. She wouldn't even let me through the front door. The thing is, Her performance this time was a lot more subdued than when she came into the station. Personally, I think she's been told to keep her mouth shut. Who by? Christian asked. Your guess is as good as mine. The doors to the HMCU burst open, making them all jump. Matilda stood in the doorway. I've had another email. It was all Matilda needed to say for them to take notice. Finn held his hand out to take the printed email from her, but she told him she'd already forwarded it to him. She handed the sheet to Sian, while Finn opened his emails and projected it onto the screen Christian pulled down, covering Natasha's smiling face. Everyone read it in perfect silence. Matilda didn't need to read it again. She stood back and watched her former team digest the words that chilled her to the bone. It's exactly as we suspected it then, Finn said. He obviously did chat to Liam on the dark web message boards, lured him into a false state of security, then pushed him off the arts tower. Only the killer could know about posing as someone with cancer to get to him, Matilda said. It had been more than 2 weeks since they'd stopped their review of Liam Walsh's death. There really was nothing more they could do. Matilda had to admit defeat until more evidence came to light, if it ever did. In that time, Matilda had lost count of the number of phone calls she had received from Helen Walsh, asking, begging, if there was any more information, if she was any closer to identifying who had killed her son. Helen was adamant Liam had been murdered, saying there was no way someone of Matilda's stature and rank would have been following up a random email unless there was credible evidence. With every call Matilda received, Helen became more and more unstable. Now, finally, here it was. Proof, if it were needed, that Liam Walsh had been killed, and how it had been done. The bastard, Christian fumed. He actually told him what he was doing and then just threw him off the building like he was rubbish. How can anyone do that? Sian said. He took advantage of him. He let him think he had someone who could be with him at the end, make it less painful for him. Is anyone looking up Josie Pettifer? Finn asked. I'm on it, Sophia said. Give Ridley a call, Scott, Matilda said. I want him to see this. Poor Liam, Sian bowed her head. Poor Helen, Matilda said, almost under her breath. Josephine Mary Pettifer died on Wednesday the 2nd of December last year at the age of 20. She was found in her flat the following morning by her father, Reginald Pettifer. She died of a massive anaphylactic shock after eating a meal which had been prepared with an oil containing traces of peanut, to which Josie was extremely allergic, Sophia read from her screen. What was the coroner's ruling? Matilda asked. Accidental death. He recommended that more should be done in factories when preparing products that don't include highly allergic ingredients to stop cross-contamination. How can this be murder? Scott asked with a heavy frown. I'm not sure, Matilda mused. Anything else? She asked Sophia. There's a newspaper article from the local paper from 2018. Hang on, I'll bring it up on the screen. Finn, any chance? Finn rolled his eyes, went over to Sophia's desk and brought the article up on the projector screen. I've shown you how to do this. I know, but I have so much important stuff in my head that there's no room for banal stuff. That's why you're here. You do realise that I'm now a rank higher than you, don't you? Oh, bugger, I keep forgetting. Sorry. Love you to bits, she said, blowing him a kiss. Really? Sexual advances in the workplace? He mocked. Jesus, you can't say anything anymore, can you? Adding blasphemy to sexual harassment? It's not your day, is it? He nudged her playfully. The article from the Star stated that Josie had ordered a Chinese takeaway from a restaurant in Attercliffe, told them about her allergies, yet she had still suffered an anaphylactic shock as they prepared her meal using nut oil. She successfully sued the takeaway for £20,000, and demanded more be done to make people aware of just how serious even the smallest trace of a highly allergenic ingredient could be to someone who suffered. "OK, like with Liam Walsh, I want the original case file," Matilda began. "I want the full pathology and coroner's report. I want to see photographs from the scene and any hint of this being more than a mere accident. I want to know about it. Scott, find out Josie's next of kin, get an address, and we'll go and have a word, and see if they received a similar sympathy card to Helen Walsh." "The subject is 2 of 5, Tom said. "Is there anything we can do about the other 3 victims who might be out there?" "Where would we even start looking? The first was ruled a suicide, this one as an accident," Christian said. "I've no idea how many deaths we record in Sheffield each year, but we don't have the resources to go through them all." "That email address doesn't exist either," Sophia said. "I didn't think it would," Matilda said. She headed for the door. "I'll let you know what Ridley says," Christian said. "Thanks. Tell him I'm not taking no for an answer this time. Something needs to be done about this. This is not some loser with too much time on his hands. This is a sick killer. I know it. I fucking know it." Chapter 26. Derek Klein was sitting at his desk following a terminally dull meeting. He was drained. He needed coffee, industrial strength, and maybe with a shot of whiskey in it too. His mobile started to ring. He looked at it and saw it was Kara ringing. He quickly picked it up. Kara never rang him at work. This couldn't be good news. He swiped to answer. "Kara, I've just had the police on the phone," she said, interrupting him, her voice full of tears. Derek swallowed hard. "And?" "They're scaling back the investigation. They're not looking for her anymore." "What? Why?" "They said they've done all they can. There have been no sightings, no witnesses. They've got nothing from her phone. Her bank account hasn't been touched." Derek thought for a moment. "Well, I suppose they have done a very thorough investigation." "Is that all you can say?" she cried. "They haven't done a thorough investigation at all. If they had, they would have found her." "Kara, I don't know what to say to you. The police obviously know what they're doing." "I think we should contact a private investigator." Derek almost laughed at the suggestion. "Do they even exist outside of a crime novel?" "Yes. I've been looking some up online." "I bet they charge the earth as well." "You're putting a price on your daughter's life!" Kara screamed. "Kara, look, calm down. Let's talk about this tonight when I get home. In the meantime, don't do anything. I'll call the police and see if there's anything else that can be done." "I'm expected to just sit here for the rest of the day while nobody's looking for her?" she asked, barely coherent over the tears. "Kara, you really need to try and calm down. You won't be good to anyone if you carry on like this. You'll make yourself ill." She was silent for what seemed like a long time as she struggled to control herself. "Promise me. Promise me you'll call them." "I promise," he said, though he had no idea what he was going to say to them. If they chose to scale back the investigation, they wouldn't change their minds because he asked them to. "Where is she, Derek?" Kara asked softly. "I don't know, Kara. I honestly don't know." "She's dead, isn't she?" "Kara, even if someone has taken her, her insulin would have run out long ago. They're not going to get her some more, are they? They'll have just killed her." "Kara, listen to me, please. Don't do this to yourself. Leave it with me. I'll give the police a call and we'll talk about it tonight. There'll be all the things we can do. Just trust me, okay?" It was a while before Kara replied, and Derek checked the phone to see if she hadn't already hung up. Okay, I'll wait. Please come home early tonight, Derek." "I will." He ended the call with his wife and sat in silence. Natasha's whereabouts were a complete mystery. It did seem as if she walked out of the gates of the college and literally vanished from existence. Derek's mobile started to ring again. He looked at the screen, but it was blank. Then he remembered his second phone. He lifted up his briefcase and found the old, battered Samsung. His office door was closed, and he knew he wouldn't be disturbed, so he answered. "I need you to stop contacting me," the caller said. "What? Why? I can't do this any more." "Why not? Natasha is missing, or had you forgotten?" "Of course I hadn't bloody forgotten. Look, we received a call from the police. They're scaling back the search." "What does that mean? They've stopped looking." "There's no evidence that Natasha has come to any harm. They've had no witnesses, no sightings, nothing to suggest she's been injured, kidnapped or killed. It's like I said right at the beginning, she just walked away from things." "From us," the caller said. "She knew. Natasha knew she was going to tell Kara." "But she didn't." "Only because she didn't get a chance. Look, why don't we meet up? We'll go for a drive somewhere. There's a new Italian opened up in Bakewell. I know you love Italian." It was a while before the caller said anything. "I don't think so." "Why not?" Silence. Derek was growing impatient. "You don't think I had anything to do with Natasha going missing, do you?" More silence. "I don't know." The reply eventually came. It was softly spoken, barely above a whisper. "I don't know what to think any more." "You do, don't you? You think I've done something with Natasha?" "I have to go, I'm sorry." "No, wait, The call ended. He looked at the blank screen. He snapped the phone closed and dropped it into his briefcase. On his desk was a framed photograph of Kara and Natasha. It was taken at a family wedding 3 years ago. Both happy and smiling at the camera, dressed to the nines. "You bitch!" Derek spat at the picture. Chapter 27. It wasn't easy trying to track down Reginald Pettifer. Zafir had managed to find out his home address, landline and mobile numbers, where he worked, and the fact his blood type was B positive. But actually pinpointing his location wasn't easy. Scott spoke to him on the phone, and he said he would be at his daughter's flat in Hillsborough. They could meet him there. "I can feel your eyes burning into me," Matilda said, as she drove the short distance from the police station to Bradfield Road. "You're grinning, too. Whatever it is you wanted to say, please say it now while we're doing 40 miles an hour so I get the full impact when I throw you out of the car." "It's nothing. Liar." "Donal was mentioning last night how Odell seems to be a bit chirpier lately." "Did he actually use the word chirpy?" "No. I'm being polite." "Thank God for that. Well, good for Odell. It's about time someone cracked a smile." "You're a tad brighter, too. You seem to have a bit of colour in your cheeks lately." "Well, I have been sitting out in the garden more of an evening." "Despite the fact it's spring and still bloody cold." Matilda turned the Porsche into the narrow road where the apartment block was. There was very little parking space, but she managed to find somewhere to squeeze into. She turned off the engine. "This seems familiar," she said, looking up at the building. "Stop changing the subject." She sighed. "What do you want to ask me?" "Are you and Odell, you know?" he said, with a ridiculously wide grin. "What?" "You know." "You're a whole generation younger than I am, Scott. Your version of you know could be a world apart from what I think you know means." She loved teasing Scott and took pleasure in seeing a film of sweat appear on his forehead while he struggled to find the right words to use. "Well, I know you went to the David Lynch films at the showroom, and Sean told me that you've been out to dinner a couple of times since. I was just wondering if you and he had, you know." "Scott, there is only you and me in this car. If you want to be crude, I'm not going to take offence. Ask your question." "Have you shagged him?" "Scott, Don't be so vulgar, she said, removing her seatbelt and climbing out of the car. Scott followed. Aren't you going to tell me? No. Why not? Because it's called a personal life for a reason. I told you about me and Donal having that weekend away in Paris. Yes, and I'm still having bad dreams. Really? I'm having fantastic dreams, he smiled. I don't call being asked to leave France for showing your love for each other in a public place anything to brag about. I always thought the French were more liberal than that. Still, excellent weekend, he said with a cheeky grin. Matilda looked up at the building and saw a man looking down at them from a small window. She surmised this was Reginald Pettifer. She recognised him from the photos Sophia had found online. Put your smile away, we're being watched. Reginald Pettifer showed them both into Josie's tiny studio apartment. Sadness seemed to emanate from him. He was tall and broad, a rugby player's build, but with more padding around his waist. He was bald and had an unkempt salt and pepper stubble. He wore ill-fitting jeans, trainers, and a jumper that strained over his stomach. He sat down on the two-seat sofa, taking up most of it, and leaving Matilda and Scott to find a seat at the small table and two chairs that made up the dining room part of the flat. I've finally got round to putting this place on market, Reginald said. His accent was pure gruff Sheffield, but his voice sounded tired, and he spoke slowly. I've been putting it off and putting it off. It's only small, but Josie loved this flat. He looked around the small space with a wistful smile on his face, as if marvelling at it for the first time. Matilda gave him a sympathetic smile. She could feel the hurt in every word. I lost my wife 3 years ago. Breast cancer. I'm so sorry, Matilda said. Josie was my rock. I fell apart. When Josie had the anaphylactic shock that put her in hospital, I thought I was going to lose her too. After that, after everything that happened, she made a point of being very careful with what she ate, always studying the ingredients. She didn't want to leave me on my own. He smiled painfully. She knew I wouldn't be able to cope, he choked. Mr. Pettifer, Matilda began. Reg, he interrupted. Reg, as my colleague said to you on the phone, we're taking another look at your daughter's death. We've received information that, well, I'll be honest with you, we're not sure what to do about it. We'd like to talk to you about your daughter and the events leading up to her death. I don't understand, he said, looking deflated. I want you to trust me on this, Reg. If we can talk about Josie, about what happened, I'll keep you informed of what's going on. He looked at Matilda. He seemed to be studying her. Eventually he nodded. Josie was... She was so old for her years. I'm pretty sure she was older than me. He gave a snort of laughter. She grew up incredibly quickly after her mother died. When the life insurance came through and when she was awarded that money from the Chinese restaurant, she put it all down on this place. It only cost $52,000. I've already been quoted $60,000 by the estate agent, and she only bought it last year. She was so sensible. How many 20-year-olds buy a flat with money they've been given? When I was 20, I would have probably spent a month in Spain, getting drunk with my mates. She was a credit to you and your wife, Matilda said, telling him what he wanted to hear. He nodded and looked happy for the first time since Matilda and Scott arrived. She loved property. That's what she wanted to do. Buy something, fix it up, sell it on. She always said she'd sell this place once it reached £75,000 in value, and then put that straight onto a bigger property. She was working 2 jobs in the meantime. a call centre during the day, which she hated, and behind a bar in town in the evenings, which she loved. She loved being around people.
How many people knew about her allergies? Matilda asked.
Everyone who knew her. She made a point of telling them so that they'd know what foods she couldn't be around, or they'd take extra care if they made anything for her. She had one of those bracelets on, too, that told medical staff what she was allergic to.
And what was she allergic to?
Most nuts and seeds. Pumpkin seeds and poppy seeds were the worst, and peanuts and cashews. No idea why those particular ones. There was a whole list that she carried around with her. She had it on her phone, and I had a copy too.
Tell me about the people she had in her life. Did she have many friends? Matilda asked.
Yes, she got on well with everyone she met. She said the job in the call centre was mind-numbing, but she loved the people. They were always going out together. The same in the pub too.
Did she have a boyfriend?
She did, but I hadn't met him. She dropped the name Ben into the conversation a few times. I asked if he was more than a friend, and she said maybe. They were taking things slow. I couldn't get in touch with him, though.
Why not?
He was in her phone as Ben, but he didn't answer when I rang him. I sent a few texts, and I told him when the funeral was, but I didn't get anything back. I did think they might have been more casual than Josie was making out. What is it they call it? Friends with benefits? He asked, looking at Scott for confirmation. Scott nodded. I'm not a prude by any means, but I didn't think my Josie was like that. I wouldn't have judged her, though.
Do you still have Josie's mobile?
Yes, it's at home.
Could we take a look at it?
Of course.
Did any of her other friends know Ben?
I don't know. A few people came up to me at funeral and afterwards. We had a gathering at the house. Most were her colleagues, and they said how much they loved her, how much they missed her.
Reg took a tissue out of his jacket pocket and wiped his eyes and nose.
Did you ask any of them about Ben? No.
Reg, I've looked at the forensic report, and when you found Josie, she was on the floor in this flat, and the meal she'd been eating was on the table. That meal was analysed and was found to contain an oil on the salmon. Large traces of peanut oil were found on it. When you went through the flat, did you find a bottle of oil?
I boxed everything up. It's in my garage. I don't know what to do with any of it. My sister said I should take things slowly, get rid of things when I want to, and not be too hasty and regret throwing anything away.
That sounds sensible, Scott said.
I don't think she was referring to what Josie had for breakfast. I've got Weetabix and packets of crisp breads going soft. I can't part with 'em, he said, crying again.
Would it be possible for us to come and have a look?
Now?
If you wouldn't mind.
No, of course not.
A frown developed on his brow.
Can you explain to me why you're taking an interest in this all of a sudden? It's like you're suggesting there's more to Josie's death than originally thought.
Matilda took a breath.
Reg, I said I wasn't going to lie to you, and I'm not. I've received 2 emails in the space of a few weeks. The first mentioned a young man who we believe took his own life. The sender of the email says he killed him. We can't find definite proof of that, but I'm willing to believe him. I received a second email today saying he's responsible for your daughter's death. I need to find out if it's true or not.
Reg's facial expression didn't change. He blinked hard a couple of times.
But how? I really don't know myself at the moment, Reg. Responsible for her death? That sounds like you're saying she was murdered. How would they have killed her? I mean, she died from anaphylactic shock. The coroner said so. I'm not sure, Matilda said, though she had a fair idea it centred around Josie sitting down for her final meal and whoever was in her flat with her at the time. Matilda and Scott followed Reg in his Vauxhall Astra to a 3-bed semi-detached house in Shercliffe. He led them into a brightly decorated hallway and showed them the living room while he went into the kitchen to make them all a cup of tea. The living room was decorated in neutral colours, which Matilda assumed were chosen by either his wife or his property-mad daughter. Everything was neat and tidy. Reg was obviously still following his family's instructions to keep the place well tended to help with resale value. He came into the living room carrying 3 matching mugs on a tray. Matilda was standing by the fireplace, marvelling at the array of family photographs on the mantel. "Hard to believe that was me looking at me now," he said with a smile. Matilda was looking at the wedding photograph of a very slim Reg Pettifer with a full head of hair, beaming at the camera with his demure wife on his arm. "Everything seemed to go wrong for me once I hit 40. It was like my body decided old age had arrived. I was bald within a year, and it didn't matter how healthily I ate. Food seemed to attach itself to my waist. Help yourself to milk and sugar. I can't offer you a biscuit as I've none in the house. I need to do a shop." He sat down on the sofa, and Matilda and Scott took a matching armchair each. Matilda poured a splash of milk into her tea and sat back into the comfortable chair. She took a sip. A cup of tea always felt lost without something to dunk in it, but she could hardly ask Scott to pop out to the nearest co-op for a packet of bourbons. "Strange question, Reg, but did you receive many sympathy cards after Josie died?" "I had loads. The people at the call centre all signed a big one. All the neighbours round here sent me a card. I hardly speak to most of them, but they were so kind." "Have you kept them?" "Yes, something else to add to the list of things I need to sort out. Would you like to see 'em?" "Yes, please." Reg put his tea back on the tray and hauled himself up from the sofa, left the living room and headed upstairs. "What do you think?" Matilda asked in a hushed tone. "Josie sounds like a very sensible young woman," Scott said, leaning towards her and lowering his voice. "Even more so after her mother's death. She takes care of her father, looks after him when he falls apart. She knows what she's allergic to and makes sure she stays away from it. It could have been a genuine error, but I'm thinking not. I don't think she would have made that mistake." "I don't either." "I've brought you Josie's mobile phone," Reg said, entering the room with a large cardboard box in his hands. He handed the phone to Scott. "I keep it charged. No idea why. And I've taken off the passcode so you won't have problems unlocking it." "Thank you. We'll get it back to you," Scott said. "Reg, could you show Scott the boxes in the garage while I take a look at these cards?" Matilda asked. "Sure. Follow me." Matilda waited until they both left before she dropped to the floor and emptied the box. She was met with a sea of white and pink cards, all bearing the same generic front. Birds of peace and bunches of pastel flowers. Matilda remembered the card sent to Helen Walsh of the dinosaurs and the meteor hurtling towards them. What kind of card would the killer send to Josie's father to show how much he knew about her? She spotted one. A white card with a drawing of a country cottage with a rainbow in the sky above it. It was more the sort of card you'd send to someone who'd recently moved house. Matilda opened it. The message inside read, "Thinking of you." It was signed by Roland T. Owen. In the top right-hand corner it said, 2 of 5. Chapter 28. So, we've got similar sympathy cards, similar emails, And 2 deaths that were ruled to be anything other than murder, Matilda said. She was standing in front of the murder board in the HMCU suite. The team was looking on, and C.C. Ridley had joined them. The bottle of oil that Reg Pettifer removed from his daughter's cupboard does not contain any peanut oil. The ingredients state it's pure olive oil. However, I've sent it to forensics to check it hasn't been spiked, Scott said. The mobile number for Ben doesn't exist anymore, Sophia said. It looks like it was a burner. I've downloaded the messages from Josie's phone, and while she messages him a great deal, he rarely messaged her. When he did, it was very non-committal stuff. Things like, meet at 8 or see you soon. Nothing to reveal anything about himself. I thought as much, Matilda said. What about her colleagues? Christian began. You said she had 2 jobs. Surely she would have mentioned this Ben to one of them. Maybe they even saw him. It's possible, Matilda mused. Finn, you and Tom pop along to the call centre, chat to her colleagues. Ask if they knew she had a boyfriend. If so, what did she say about him? Did she ever show his photograph, or did they meet him? If not, do they know anyone who might know of him? Then go along to the pub and do the same there. We also need to trace Jacey's last moments. Now, Josie died on Wednesday the 2nd of December. Her father found her the following morning. What did she do on the Wednesday? Did she work? Where? What hours? What time did she arrive and leave? I know it's almost 6 months ago, but is there still CCTV footage of her somewhere? We need as much as we can to piece together her final hours. Matilda spoke rapidly and with purpose. Her mobile started to ring. She lifted it out of her pocket and saw it was Belinda, Sian's daughter, calling her. She silenced the call and stole a look at Sian, who was busy scrutinising the second email. Could there be a connection between the victims? Sophia asked. Liam and Josie were both 20 when they died. Could they have had similar interests? It's not impossible. Sophia, have a troll through social media, see if you can find any connection, no matter how tenuous. Did they have friends in common? Did they visit similar places? Did they belong to any groups? Even if it's as banal as having an account in the same bank, I want to know about it. I'm already on that. She turned to Ridley. He's choosing his victims somehow. We know he found Liam through the dark web. We don't know how he found Josie. I very much doubt she was using suicide message boards. However, we're going to get Josie's laptop and tablet and have a good look through. What about through her allergies? I'm guessing she was regularly at the doctor's, or maybe she had to keep going for tests, I don't know. Was Liam also at the doctor's often for medication for his depression? Ridley said. Matilda nodded, turned to Sophia and asked her to find out if Liam and Josie shared a GP. The key to this is finding the link between the victims. There will be one, I know it. Finn, what have you got from the email itself? Well, again, he mentions mother very early on in the email. He could have said he's seen you've been to see Helen Walsh a few times, but he doesn't. He says Liam's mother. His relationship with his mother is crucial. However, it can swing one of 2 ways. They'll either be incredibly close or not close at all. That narrows it down then, Matilda said. If they're close, Finn continued, the mother will be a domineering kind. If they're not, whoever is writing these emails will wish they were close. Matilda looked at Ridley, who raised an eyebrow. I know it's not giving us much to work on, but I can only tell you what I can get from the subtext here. He's also very confident and sure of himself. He's really got it stuck in his head that the perfect murder exists, that he's beaten us all. Also, the fact that he's given you the name of his first victim and you still haven't been able to track him down has just fed into his ego. The longer this goes on, the longer he goes without being captured, the more his confidence will grow. That can either lead him to making a mistake or going for glory in some massive way. You mean like a killing spree? Sian asked. Not necessarily a spree, but he'll want to do something memorable. And I think memorable to you, Matilda. He mentions your name 7 times, more than in the first email, and he asks if he can call you Matt. Shortening someone's name is very personal. Do many people call you Matt? I don't know. I've never thought about it. I do, Sian said. I don't, Ridley said. I think I might have done, Christian said. I call you various different things when you're out of the room, Scott said with a grin. What about away from work? Finn asked. I only really have my family. My mum never shortens my name. My sister does. He's asked to call you Matt, yet obviously he can't get a response from you, so he calls you it anyway. I think this is someone who wants to be close to you. I think you have someone in your life who would like to be closer to you than he is now. He might have seen others call you Matt and want to be among that group. You still think this is personal to Matilda? Ridley asked. I did, but there's one part of the email that's led me to think otherwise. Towards the end, he says, if we ever did meet in a courtroom, the prosecution would tear your case apart and I would walk away scot-free. He spells it S-C-O-T-T. The correct spelling is S-C-O-T. I don't think this is a mistake. He's taken care to make sure this email is correct. He's threatening Scott, Matilda asked. Hang on, don't drag me into this, Scott said. I'm not suggesting it's a threat, Finn answered quickly. I think he's just showing you how clever he is. He knows you have a Scott on your team. He's watching you. He's watching us all. Should we be worried? Sian asked. Well, I certainly am now, Scott said. Chapter 29. DC Tom Simpson was on his way back to the HMCU from the toilets when his mobile vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was Derek Klein calling. He swiped to answer. Tom, it's Derek Klein here. Am I okay to call you? Of course. Is there anything wrong? Kara tells me that you're scaling back the investigation. Tom bit his bottom lip. He really didn't know what to say. I'm afraid we are, yes, but that doesn't mean we've given up on finding Natasha. I promise you, the case will be getting reviewed on a regular basis. All evidence will be looked at again and any new angles or lines of inquiries followed up. I promise, Derek, we are still committed to finding your daughter. Right. I see. Tom waited in awkward silence to see if Derek had any more questions. Is there anything else I can help you with, Derek? I don't know what to say to Kara, he said, almost pleading for any help and advice. Just be there for her, Derek. Reassure her. Like I said, we haven't given up hope of finding her. It's just there really is no evidence to point us in the right direction. I wish there was more I could tell you. It's all right. I know you're doing all you can. I really do appreciate everything you're doing. You can call me any time, Derek. Thank you. Tom was struggling for something to say. There were no more words he could use that wouldn't simply be banal platitudes. Eventually the line went dead. Derek had ended the call. Tom released a heavy sigh of relief. He put the phone back in his pocket and headed back to the office. He suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Close the door behind you, Tom, Matilda asked as he entered the suite. She was standing at the end of the room. Everyone was stony-faced and silent as they waited for her to begin. Tom looked at Sophia with a questioning frown. She shrugged her shoulders. She had no idea what was going on either. He sat down. I need to ask you all a question, Matilda began. She had the team's undivided attention. There is no doubt in my mind that whoever is writing these emails is a highly intelligent person. He's managed to kill 2 people that we know of so far, without them appearing on our radar. Finn seems to think that the killer knows this team by name. I think so too. I did think that this might be about me, someone targeting me, but I'm starting to wonder if it's someone I don't know, but you might. So, I'm asking you to look into your own lives. Is there someone new among your group of friends, or someone who has started to take an interest in your work who hasn't in the past? Matilda looked at the worried faces staring at her. She knew each and every one of them. She felt sick at the thought of someone worming their way into their lives, taking advantage of them, manipulating them, in order to keep tabs on what the unit was getting up to. And how long had this been going on? Liam Walsh was killed in September. How long has this killer been watching them all? Basically, I want you to look at the people who've recently entered your lives and question their motives. You want us to spy on our friends? Zafir asked. If they're genuine friends, you'll soon be able to cross them off your list, Christian said. I know this is a horrible thing to do, Zafir, and I wouldn't be asking you if it wasn't necessary. Do you have anyone new in your life? She looked at Tom. He looked down. Zafir? Matilda raised her voice slightly. While you were talking, my mind immediately went to Wes, she said hesitantly. Tom shot her a look. Wes? Why? He asked. Who's Wes? Wesley Blackstock. He's one of my mates, Tom said. I'm in a biker group. We all go out riding together. How long have you known this Wesley? He's pretty new to the group. He moved to Rotherham from Essex at the back end of last year. He's a good bloke. He came to our house a couple of months ago, after they'd been out on a run to Derbyshire, Zafir said. He asked if he could use the toilet. I told him where it was. I was going from the kitchen to the living room, and I swear, blind, he was coming out of the spare bedroom. He'd been snooping, Matilda asked. He probably got lost, Tom said, making an excuse for him. It was his first time in the house. He was really questioning me about my work, Zafir added. He was interested. He was asking how she was able to be a detective while in a wheelchair. It was genuine, normal interest, Tom said. We need to run a check on him. Do you have his home address? Matilda asked. You're going to start making us all paranoid, Tom said, visibly upset. You're going to have us questioning everyone from good friends, neighbours to family members. Wesley is not a killer. He's not some psychopath who delights in taunting the police. I know he isn't. You can't have us doing this. It's not fair. There is someone very close to this unit who— No, you're wrong, Tom interrupted. Have you ever considered this bloke might be some kind of fantasist, that he could have a screw loose and either believes he's committed these crimes or wishes he had the courage to? No. You've immediately gone down the murder route, yet there's no evidence. Tom, calm down, Sian instructed. Now you're having us question everyone in our lives. If we turn on them, we lose them as friends. They'd never trust us again, and can you blame them? We'd end up on our own, lonely, isolated, and alone like— He stopped himself. The whole room fell silent as the atmosphere thickened. Matilda and Tom locked eyes, neither turning away. Matilda felt her throat constrict. She suddenly felt as if she was back in the windowless basement of the cottage where she was held captive. She couldn't breathe. I'm sorry, Tom said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't mean— He trailed off. Matilda swallowed hard. It hurt. Her throat was dry. She turned on her heel, headed for her former office, saw it was now being used as storage, and made a U-turn. She left the HMCU and headed for the stairs. Sian jumped up and followed her. I think I should, Tom said, getting up and hurrying out of the suite. Matt, Sian said. Matilda stopped mid-stride. She turned around. Tom didn't mean anything by that. He was just frustrated, angry, maybe. It's a frightening thought, having to look at the people in your life and question their motives for being your friend. Nobody should have to do that. Matilda didn't move. "Are you all right?" Sian asked. "He's right, isn't he?" Matilda asked. "I'm seeing murders where there's no evidence of any being committed. Maybe this is just a nutter who enjoys wasting police time." "We both know that's not true. He knows things about the Liam Walsh case that only a killer could know. The guy on the dark web saying he had cancer, how could he know unless it's the same person? I think we might have been allowing our emotions to get the better of us in there. Maybe we should take a step back. Let's wait until we get the results from that oil in Josie's cupboard before we move on. If it matches the oil found in her stomach contents, then it could simply have been a labelling error from the manufacturers. And then it's up to her father to decide if he wants to take proceedings against them. If it isn't a match, then the only explanation is that her food was spiked in some way. Then it's a criminal matter." Reluctantly, Matilda nodded. "What Tom said, he was just getting emotional. We all do when we're working on complex cases. You've done it yourself. He didn't mean anything by it." Matilda took a deep breath. "I've been neglecting everything else I've got going on. I should be jumping down Christian's throat and demanding why Natasha Klein hasn't been found yet. I've been too preoccupied with this, and we all know why." "We do?" "Because I'm no longer operational. The minute someone messages me, I jump on it like it's new evidence of a second man behind the grassy knoll." "You have received 2 very chilling emails. It's what any normal person would do." "Maybe." She turned and headed for the exit. "Where are you going?" Sian asked. "I'm going to get some air." "Do you want me to come with you?" "No. I want to be on my own for a bit."
In the rear car park of the police station, Matilda sat behind the wheel of Adele's car. She took her mobile out of her inside pocket and was about to place it in the holder on the dashboard when she noticed a voicemail had been left by Sian's daughter, Belinda. "Hi, Matt. It's Belinda. I'm glad it's gone to voicemail, actually. I don't really want Mum to be around while I'm talking to you. Listen, something's happened and I really need to speak to you. Can you give me a call? But make sure you're on your own. I don't want Mum listening in. Thanks." Matilda was about to call her back when she caught someone out of the corner of her eye leaving the station. It was Tom. He was digging around in a pocket of his leather biker jacket and brought out a packet of cigarettes. He lit up. She wasn't aware he smoked. She started the car and drove out of the car park, not making eye contact with Tom as she passed him. When she joined the traffic, she used the voice command to return Belinda's call. "Belinda, it's Matt. Are you free to talk?" "Hi, yes, just let me go to my room. Kel, if you even think about touching my food, you're not coming out with us tomorrow night." A door was slammed closed. "Okay, are you on your own?" "Yes, I'm out driving." "Good. Is Mum okay?" "She's fine." "What's happened?" "Right, well, it happened a few weeks ago, but I've only just got Rebecca to tell me. I knew something was bothering her. She's been a bit quiet, and if there's one thing that Rebecca isn't, it's quiet." "Belinda, you're rambling, love. What's going on?" "Okay. Rebecca works behind a bar not far from campus. A couple of weeks ago, she had a bloke come in who was asking her all kinds of questions about me, my dad, how I was coping and everything. Guess who it was?" "I have no idea," Matilda said, as she passed the dreaded Meadow Hell on her left. "Danny Hanson." "What?" Matilda cried. She had to slam on the brakes to stop her from ploughing into the car in front at a red traffic light. "He came all the way down to Southampton to question her. He even told her that he had Mum's permission to write some kind of book about the family. Can you believe that?" "Bastard! Have you spoken to your Mum about it?" "No. According to Aunt, she's been a bit on edge since that other book about Dad come out. Have you read it?" No," Matilda lied. "I have. It makes us sound like a right distant family, as if we don't know each other at all. Look, Matt, I'm just worried that if Danny came all the way down to Southampton just so he could fish for information, well, what if he turns up at Gregory School or something? I don't want him getting upset or anything.
Jesus. Maybe I should have chosen a university close to home. No. Belinda, you can't live your life thinking about how other people might miss you. You need to do what's best for you. Hark, who's talking? Leave Danny Hanson to me. I'll go round and have a word and, well, if that doesn't work, I'll cut off his testicles. Would you like me to send you one as a souvenir? I'd put it on a chain around my neck. Matilda smiled. How are you getting on in Southampton? Uni going okay? It's great. Loving every minute of it. The studying's getting on my nerves, but I've met some amazing people. Good. I'm glad. Look, let me know if anything else happens with Danny Hanson or if anyone else comes sniffing around. We don't need to tell your mum unless we have to. Thanks, Matt. I knew I could trust you. Of course you can. Look after yourself. Will do. The call ended, and Matilda pulled over at the first opportunity, performed an illegal three-point turn, and headed back towards the city centre. She needed to find Danny Hanson. She was in the right mood to tear someone's arm off and beat them to death with it. Chapter 30. Ruby Dayton was much calmer when she entered South Yorkshire Police HQ this time. She wanted to see the detectives she saw last time, but couldn't remember their names, so told the civilian member of staff at the front desk that one of them was tall, blonde, and gorgeous, and the other was dark, pretty, and in a wheelchair. They both smelled good, too. A few minutes later, Scott popped his head round the door and asked Ruby to join him in the same interview room as last time, where Zafir sat at the desk. "Nice to see you again, Ruby," Zafir said. Ruby gave her a brave smile and went to sit down. Scott sat beside Zafir, who had a pad open in front of her, pen poised. They waited for her to speak.